Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Held him, played on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Hold him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Hold him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Real-time interactive experience with his listeners.
And so we're listening. The good news is the technicals are working, and Jack is happy, who's operating the screen for us today. If you're watching that, well done, Jack, and let's hope things go well today. And the voice you heard there was Nick Webb. Always a great joy to welcome Nick down to Hove, joined today by a colleague, Kenneth Davis, who's with us as well. So three of us providing commentary. First of all, Nick, a very good morning to you, and you've brought the sunshine, which is great.
Yeah, just about in time. It was looking pretty murky an hour ago when I arrived at the ground, and there were some rather threatening clouds. It's now a little bit higher and patches of blue sky overhead. So fingers crossed we will get an uninterrupted 7 hours or thereabouts cricket.
So news first of all from the middle is that Sussex have won the toss and they are going to bat first. One change from Sussex's only victory in this competition, which came at Taunton on Friday. Harrison Ward coming into the side. He will open the batting with Tom Haines. That's at the expense of Archie Lenham. Glamorgan, Nick?
Yep, 3 changes in the Glamorgan side that lost by 24 runs in a high-scoring thriller at Neath on Thursday to Warwickshire. So Billy Root is rested, but the good news is that Colin Ingram is back after injury. And there are 2 changes in the bowling attack as well. Harry Podmore is out injured and Andy Gorvin is rested. So in come Jamie McIlroy, who comes back after a minor injury which led him to be rested for a couple of games, and Prem Sisodia, the left-arm spinner, making his first appearance in this season's competition, but something of a white ball specialist, so it's good to see him back in the ranks.
In terms of where the respective sides sit in the table, Sussex are still bottom despite that win at Taunton on Friday. It followed 3 pretty poor defeats. They should never have lost at Northampton, threw that game away, and then a poor performance at Derby, but a good win down at Somerset on Friday. So you feel that Sussex probably need to win all 4 games if they're going to go through to the quarterfinals. Glamorgan have played 4. They've just won the 1 game as well. Yeah, 1 rained off, Nick, was a shame down at Neath against Durham.
That's correct. Extremely rained off it was. Called knocked on the head at 5-1, and that was delaying the inevitable. I think that was just because they wanted to get lunch in basically before they all went home.
Well, just looking at the Glamorgan side, I mean, it looks a very strong batting side. Byron, Bevan, Ingram, North East, Carlson. I don't know much about Ben Kellaway.
Yeah, Kellaway's been tearing up trees with bat and ball. 2 innings so far in this competition, 82 and 67. And 2 lots of 3 wickets as well, which is quite something to have 2 substantial contributions with the bat and 2 with the ball in just 3 matches from a newcomer to the competition.
Now, the umpire at the far end, I didn't notice we went out for the toss, Nick, is Anna Davis.
Harris.
Why did I write Davis? I've written it down, Anna Harris. I've got Davis on my brain. So, it's the first time I understand she's umpired here at Hove, as in comes Van der Hookton bowls to Harrison Ward, who's forward and plays the ball to mid-off. There is no run. He looks a bit surprised there, Harrison Ward. I don't know what about. This is the same wicket that was used for the game here against Durham a couple of weeks ago, where Durham scored 427 for 9. Sussex replying with 295 for 9. So it's a pitch which had plenty of runs. In comes Van der Hookton over the wicket, bowls, and Ward covers up, plays that into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, Anna Harris is Cardiff University. That's a Welsh link, formerly Cardiff University student. Excellent.
The other umpire today is Nigel Long.
She's done a lot in the women's game, but relatively little in the men's.
Yeah, well, it's good to see new umpires on the circuit as Van der Hookton turns at the Cromwell Road, and it means he's running down the hill, coming to bowl to the left-handed Harrison Ward. He's in and bowls, and that's down the leg side. And Anna Davis's first job here is to signal a wide, which gets Sussex on the way. This is Harrison Ward's first game in the competition. Sussex have tried a number of opening partnerships so far. Down at Taunton on Friday, it was Tom Haynes and Tom Clark who opened. It was the same at Derby.
Yeah, it's usually a pair of Toms when Glamorgan plays Sussex.
It is. And Tom Alsop opened in the game at Northampton. As in comes Van der Hookton bowls, and Ward is struck on the pad. He had no idea where that had gone. The ball bounced into the air. Van der Hookton came racing down the track and fielded off his own bowling, and there is no run. 2 slips in place. A backward point stroke gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a fine leg and a sweeper on the cover point boundary. The fielder's outside of the 30-yard circle. Van der Hookton back to his mark. Glamorgan in their yellow shirts. Are they blue trousers, Nick, or black trousers?
Blue.
In and bowls, and Ward drives to mid-off, thinks about a single, but it really isn't there. And the total remains on 1 without loss.
Yeah, very dark blue. The yellow is fairly bright daffodil, golden yellow, whichever you prefer. And it's a similar kit that they won the competition with a couple of years ago. Last year, won 4, lost 4. Just missed out on qualification, rather surprisingly.
Van der Hookton. down the hill, bowls, and he beats Ward outside the off-stump, stretching forward. Ball goes into the gloves of Horton, and there is no run.
It was something of a surprise, that is, to find Glamorgan still in contention for the place when we came to the last game. But if a catch had been taken in one of the other matches, Glamorgan somehow would have sneaked through in third place.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex had a good campaign last year. They won 6 of their 8 games, got to the semi-finals, but I think you've got to win 5, really, if you're going to get through. So Sussex with it all to do. In comes Van Hookton bowls, and Ward plays down the onside of the track. Well, that would have been a maiden over, but for the wide, and a good start from Tim Van Hookton. The Sharks, winning the toss, batting first, won without loss. I mean, in terms of players that have been lost to the 100, Sussex have really only lost 1 player to the 100, and that's George Garton. Tamel Mills, who got a hat-trick I saw last night for the Southern Brave. He wouldn't have played in this competition. Ravi Bopara, since you were here for the T20, has left the club. So, you know, Sussex, I think that's why there's been such disappointment at the way Sussex have performed so far in the competition, that, you know, they've got a full squad of players. As I say, with the exception of Garton, who barely played for Sussex this year either. He just played the 1 championship match and I think 6 T20s.
Yes, Glamorgan have lost Chris Cook and Dan Douthwaite, who are apparently with Welsh Fire, but unfortunately they haven't actually played yet, either of them. And
surprised Cook hasn't played.
Well, Joe Clark has now got 3 ducks and he's keeping wicket, so maybe Cook will get a gig on Monday. McIlroy in to bowl, and that's a good delivery first up that beats Haynes poking forward outside off stump. Through it goes to Horton, the keeper.
I didn't hear Tom Haynes' explanation. He was interviewed out on the pitch when he won the toss and decided to bat. I was just a little surprised, only in that it is a little overcast. There's patches of blue sky.
I think we're reasonably well set weather-wise, says he, looking across the left and seeing it looking rather murky. McIlroy is in to bowl, and Haynes defends that one up to Ul Hassan at mid-on, and there is no run.
I just wonder, perhaps with this being the track that was used against Durham and knowing it was full of runs, that Sussex just fancied, and being a used pitch, perhaps they just fancy, you know, first choice.
Yeah, or either that, or thinking that it's going to deteriorate by the second innings of the match, the 4th innings it's used. As McIlroy bowls, and he's, well, Haynes shaped to play at it and then pulled his bat inside at the last moment, and it went through to Horton. So the patches of blue sky are rather disappearing at the moment. It is rather dark. Certainly going for a walk along the seafront at Hove last night. It didn't feel like August.
Was it blowy?
Blowy, extremely. Full-length ball from McIlroy, driven by Haynes into the covers, fielded by a scrambling Carlson, who was blowing a hoolie, as the Irish would say. It was very gusty indeed, and the party goers on the seafront needed to be even more hardy than usual.
Was there a few down there?
There was a bit of dancing and drinking going on. As McIlroy bowls and Haynes drives to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I would say we've got an excellent view today in terms of almost looking wicket to wicket here at Hove. We're probably, 1, 2, 3 cut strips away from being behind the bowler's arms. You can see that just swung away a little bit from McIlroy. He's bowling a good line here.
Back in the side after missing 2 games, as that's again a last-minute leave, I think, from Haynes, to give him some credit for that. And it is a maiden over from McIlroy to start up with. So Sussex, despite having chosen to bat, taking a cautious approach to matters early on, as the ground's reasonably filling up.
Yeah.
There are plenty of seats still in that Shark stand away to our left. None of the temporary seating that was here for the T20, of course, but it's a half decent crowd, I think.
I just wonder whether a few people might have just woken up and thought, oh, weather doesn't look great, but now it looks as if it is clearing up a bit. Perhaps a few more will come in. There's a very good crowd for the game against Durham. And a really good crowd down at Taunton on Friday, I have to say. Here comes Van der Hookton running in down the hill, the sun breaking through, bowls toward, who's beaten outside the off. Not for the first time, rattles into the gloves. We've had 13 balls, and Sussex so far haven't scored a run off the bat. The only run came courtesy of a wide from Tim van der Hookton. If you'd like to send us an email, they're up and running today, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at NickWebSport.
NickWeb 2017.
Sorry. NickWeb 2017.
Come on, Adrian, we've been working
BBC
together
Sussex
for years.
Van der Hookton comes, bowls, and they are going to be the first runs off the bat, played to a wideish mid-on, and Harrison Ward is on his way, and Sussex to 2 without loss. John Malone has been in touch. Hello, John. He says, coming through okay on the stream, and commentary from an overcast and drizzly Bexhill-on-Sea, which is east of here. Hopefully the sun is not too far away. Let's hope Sussex, like the Albion yesterday, produced the goods today. I know plenty of people who were here today would have been at the Annex yesterday for the football. John got in touch actually on Friday where we were in Taunton. And comes Van der Hookton, bowls, and Haynes covers up, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. And he was on his way up to London to watch Phantom of the Opera, which prompted a debate of how much you pay for a tub of ice cream in a West End theatre these days. And he wrote back and said, well, how much do you reckon?
I wouldn't be... Well, it depends on the size. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a £5.
Spot on.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was very big anyway.
Next to the theatre.
So I hope you had a good day at Phantom of the Opera, John. In comes Van der Hookton, bowls, and played into the offside by Tom Haynes, who picks up a single. His first run off the bat, he goes to 3 without loss. For some reason, I'm going to go and see... Is Mrs. Doubtfire a musical?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to go and see that at the weekend.
You don't sound terribly...
I've heard sort of mixed reviews.
Right.
I don't know what you've heard about it, Nick.
I haven't really looked, to be honest.
Right, okay. If anyone's been, perhaps they could let me know. I'm sure it'll be good. 2 slips go down. Van der Hookton is in, bowls to Ward, who clips this firmly to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. The total remains 3 without loss. My last trip to London, Nick, was last week. I went to Buckingham Palace.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, not to...
Sir.
Yeah, I've never been there before, so... queued. Well, actually, we didn't queue. We booked the tickets online. I don't know if you've ever been, but it was good actually. You get a.
I thought you meant you had got an OB or something.
No.
Lord Harms of Guildford.
More like off with his head, really. In comes Van der Hookton, bowls, and Ward takes a step down the wicket, and then at the last minute decides to let the ball go through to Alex Horton, and there is no run. So tidy stuff here from the Glamorgan bowlers. Sussex win the toss batting first, just 3 overs gone, and just 2 runs off the bat, and the Sharks are 3 without loss, with Ward and Haynes both on 1 each.
So, yes, I actually went to cricket training last week for the first time this season, since I haven't actually played for about 6 weeks. So I thought I'd better get a net session in. So I went to nets on Wednesday night, and then Thursday message came through, our opponents have scratched, we're not playing.
That's really annoying.
McIlroy bowls, and, Haynes again pushing forward, and then I think playing inside the line at the last minute. I'm not sure whether we would have played anyway, because it was pretty showery in South Wales yesterday, but on the plus side we got more points yesterday than anyone else in the division, because we picked up the maximum 20 for a walkover.
Oh, is that what happens? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
at least it was called off before someone had sort of prepared the teas or something, Nick.
McIlroy is into bowl, and I think Haynes played at that one, and he's not really making much contact at the moment, Tom Haynes.
Well, that definitely swung. And Tom Haynes was beaten outside the off stump. This is a really good start from Glamorgan.
They do need wickets up top. They've been struggling really to take early wickets, and that's allowed opposition teams quite a lot of licence in the in the middle overs in some circumstances. Glamorgan didn't take one till the 33rd over against Warwickshire. McIlroy is in and bowls, and Haynes gets back to ball, plays it out into the covers, and Carlson blocks it, and there's no run.
Mike in North London's been in touch. He says, Adrian and Nick, brill, and we welcome your co-colleague as well. So welcome to Kenneth as well. So I'm slightly outnumbered in here today.
Kenneth is just recovering from the excitement of Twickenham, where he was commentating for BBC Radio Cymru yesterday in the flurry of yellow and red cards at Twickers. As McIlroy bowls, that's driven through the covers, that'll be runs off the bat, as that one was tucked away nicely by Tom Haynes. Just a little bit of width on offer from McIlroy. Haynes goes to 5 and Sussex is 7 without loss in this 4th over. That is the first boundary of the day. Dr. Hignell, the Glamorgan scorer and statistician, tells me that Anna Harris is completing her medical studies, the young umpire. There's a square leg at the moment. McIlroy bowls. That's again driven into the offside, but this time Kieran Carlson at cover is able to make a diving stop, and there is no run.
Such a good fielder, Carlson, in there.
Yeah, he's now the only Glamorgan player to have played in every match this season, and I said, how is it holding up? And I said, well, he said, well, I'm getting a few runs at the moment, so I want to keep playing, but depending on how things are going, he might rest one or two. As that is defended by Haynes. Back to McIlroy, who flicks it up, showing some nice football skills. Catches it on the full, and Sussex, having chosen to bat a 7 without loss here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Sussex Sport and BBC Sport Wales on this cloudy but thankfully dry morning in Hove.
Steve Oxford has been in touch. Hello, Steve. Good to hear from you. He says, I'm hoping for a 350 plus today, as pitch condition should not have changed a lot. Yes, we were just saying this is the pitch that was used for the opening game of the competition here against Durham a couple of weeks ago, where Durham made 427. In comes Van der Hookton, bowls to Ward, who lost this over the infield. It's going all the way out to the onside, but it's gone all the way for 6. Well, he timed that far better than I thought. He just seemed to clip that away off the front foot, did Harrison Ward, and it sailed away over mid-wicket and just bounced just a foot or so over the rope on the leg side by the clock tower scoreboard. Umpire Nigel Long just signalled to Anna Harris that it had gone for a maximum. So Ward goes to 7 and Sussex 13 without loss. Comes Van der Hookton bowls and clipped again away one, and another very, very fine stop in there by, who was that diving away?
Tom Bevan.
Very, very good indeed. Excellent stop, because that could have been another boundary. Steve's got a couple of small pointers. He says the wicket is just stumps and bails. The playing area is the pitch, not the wicket. Thank you, Steve. Mm-hmm. He also goes on to say, also, when I went from 1965 onwards and on to the 2000s, the South End was always called the Eton Road End. Comes Van der Hookton, bowls to Ward, who's forward and pushes out into the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 8, the total to 14 without loss. I know you call it the C end, but is that the official name now? Do you know, please? Says Steve. Well, I will find out for you, Steve. I've always referred to it as the C end. Whether it's officially called
do ends have ends have official names always? I'm not sure that they do.
Oh, we'll find out.
It's just sort of common usage, and if we use it all the time on commentary, then it's common usage.
See if anyone around the ground listening would call it. In comes Van der Hookton, bowls, and he beats Haynes outside the offside. That was a good delivery by Van der Hookton. He bent his bat there, Nick, and the ball rattled through into the gloves of Alex Horton, and there is no run.
Yeah, missed the first couple of games through resting really. Tim Van der Hookton had a very heavy workload in the championship, and I think it's Glamorgan's policy that they're trying to give their most used players a couple of days off during this competition.
Van der Hookton In again, bowls, and Haynes this time defends down the track. Van der Hoogten fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Yes, I was looking at the groups last year, Nick. As I say, Sussex got topped the group and went straight through to the semi-finals. They won 6 out of 8. The other two sides won 5. And in the other group, Kent did squeak through with 4 wins, but I think there were some rain-affected games in there as well. So, to all intents and purposes, whoever loses here today, Glamorgan I don't think would be out, but here comes Van der Hoogten bowls, and Haynes again beaten outside the off stump. Lovely delivery by Van der Hoogten, just drawing Tom Haynes forward. The ball passes the outside edge. Apart from that, 6. A really good over by Tim Van der Hoogten, and the Sharks are 14 without loss. Ward on 8, Haynes on 5, and we've had 5 overs.
Well, it's been a strange innings so far, hasn't it? Because we've had one tremendous shot from either batsman, and apart from that, a lot of fiddling around and playing and missing.
Yep, I agree.
So 14 for naught after 5, and just the 2 shots reaching the boundary. But they have been very stylish ones when the batters have made contact. So lots of left-handers at the top of this Sussex order, as McIlroy starts a new over, bowling to Ward, who tries to whack it on the leg side, calls for a quick single and will get there. Leg by, I would imagine it is. Mr. Long, whose name translates as ship in Welsh, because it's spelt with a double L.
Oh, right. Ooh. Good knowledge.
Is apropos of nothing in particular. I usually manage to work that one in somewhere.
We'll ask Kenneth when he comes on about Twickenham yesterday. Did I read something that at one stage England were down to 12 men?
Yes, and they still managed to score a try.
Wow.
As McIlroy bowls, that's driven down the ground and well fielded by diving Sisodia to prevent Haynes getting any runs. Sisodia at mid-off.
Does it reach a stage in rugby where there are so few players because presumably you haven't got enough players to make a scrum if you've only got 12?
Well, England still managed to score a try from a driving line out. How Wales failed to defend that, I don't know, since England didn't have anyone out wide to mark. McIlroy is in to bowl, pulled by Haynes, but not really timed, and well stopped at mid-wicket. There's no run.
He's just showing signs of frustration here, isn't he, Tom Haynes? By his own... he will know he played a very poor shot to get out down at Taunton on Friday, where he lofted the ball to third man, attempting an uppercut. I don't know if he didn't know the fielder was there, but it was a poor shot, and he won't want to do that again today.
McIlroy into bowl to Haynes, who clips it on the leg side aerially and will get away with that one just past Ul Hassan at mid-on. It wasn't under control, really. It flashed past the fielder at about head height, and had Ul Hassan been 2 or 3 metres to his left, he might have clung on to that one. But away it went, and Haynes gambling and winning. He moves to 9-19 for naught.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. He wasn't in control of the shot, and he just looked a little frustrated with the previous delivery.
McIlroy in to bowl to Haynes, who steps back and cuts hard and will get 4 runs here backward of square on the offside. That was well hit, punched away, and Bevan had no chance of getting to it, sweeping on that cover boundary. The ball has somehow bounced up off the rope and over the advertising hoardings, and Bevan has to go and retrieve it from the car park. 23 without loss, so Sussex finding some momentum.
Well, that's a typical Tom Haynes shot. Anywhere through backward point or the covers is where he likes to play, and that was a typical well-executed shot.
McIlroy bowls up in the block hole, dug out by Haynes, and he'll take a single there as it rolls into a gap in the point region. 24 for naught, so 10 off that over, and it's got Sussex's innings really up and running as Haynes and Ward in their bright pink shirts for Sussex in this competition. You won't miss them even on a cloudy day. They are pretty luminous, neon, whatever you like to call it, pink.
There's been some great colours of in this competition. I particularly like the Derbyshire. They had sort of duck egg blue.
Oh, yes.
Someone's called it Cambridge blue, but it was that was a very nice blue colour.
Yeah, it's nice to see a match where neither side is wearing blue shirts, really, here today.
Van der Hoogten in over the wicket bowls to Haynes, who plays the ball down the ground, and there is no run. Interesting stats coming from my good friend Julian, who's sitting up there in the Sven Karma Pavilion. He waved his hat a bit earlier on. He says, "Good morning, gentlemen." Doesn't normally call me a gentleman, but he is today. He says, after 6 overs, there have been 28 dot balls. So it's quite an interesting stat. Thank you, Julian. Haynes waits. Van Hoogten in bowls. Haynes clips this one, but straight to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Good tidy stuff from Tim Van der Hoogten. He was hit for a 6 by Harrison Ward, but apart from that, the Glamorgan bowling has been excellent here this morning.
Good morning to Play at Pompey's, providing a usual dose of puns on Twitter, and good morning to Neil Thornycroft, who's saying he's just hoping for a game without controversy. Right, I'll explain that in a moment.
Van Hoogten on his way over the wicket bowls to Haynes, playing a miss outside the off stump, and he just looks a bit frustrated here. Tom Haynes, that wasn't a great shot. He could have easily got a nick. There is no run.
Van der Hoogten against Warwickshire was caught on the boundary right in front of us. One of those juggling catches on the boundary where the fielder takes it, falls back, flicks the ball infield, completes the catch. A lot of the Glamorgan supporters thought that Brooks's foot was on the rope before he flicked it infield.
And Hookton in bowls to Haynes, who's beaten again. The ball goes through to Horton.
Now, in real time, I thought that the catch had been taken cleanly. The fielder indicated that it was out. The replays when frozen, still screen grabbed or frozen, showed that he might have flicked the rope with his heel while still in possession of the ball. I still contend it wasn't entirely conclusive either way, but suggest that might have been the case.
Van Hoogten in bright sunshine. Now bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays down the ground 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. Over pitch by Van der Hoogten, and Tom Haynes eased the ball through mid-on for 4 runs. Nice looking shot. He goes to 18, I think that's going to go to in a moment, and to 28 without loss.
But some people said, well, if the umpires thought there was any doubt, the batter should get the benefit of it. But from 50, 60 metres away, the umpires have to take the fielder's word for it in the current circumstances.
And Hoogten, final ball of his 4th over in and bowls, and Haynes drives down the ground as well. Good stop by Van der Hoogten off his own bowling. Brings an end to the over. 28 without loss at the end of the 7th, 8 toward 18 to Haynes.
Now, Glamorgan tend to provide one of the better streams. There are obviously video streams at all county matches these days, and I think we're moving towards the point where the third official might be prompted to be able to take a view of any instance like that and advise the umpires. Now, I know that the cameras are of varying qualities around the country and for varying between competitions even, and that you wouldn't always get something from that. But if there is video coverage there, well, then why not let the third official take a look at it? McIlroy bowls, and that's off the pads, glanced away by Ward, and he'll get 4 runs down to fine leg. McIlroy straying a little, and Ward taking full advantage, 32 without loss.
And in terms of the context of the game, Nick, I guess that was an important part of the game?
Yeah, there were, I think, about 20-odd runs to win, maybe 30-odd at the time. I think it was possibly 34 runs needed to win at the time, with 3 wickets in hand, which then became 34 with 2 wickets in hand. If it had been 28 then with 3 wickets in hand. Down the pitch comes Ward, called for a quick single. He could be in trouble here. Sisodia with the throw. Horton whips the bails off, not out. just scrambling back in time. Harrison Ward, who had come a long way down, and Tom Haynes, probably rightly, was not interested. It would have been a very tight single, and Sisodia could easily have hit the stumps at the non-striker's end had Haynes responded to that call.
Yeah, it was a poor. I mean, it was Ward's call, but it would have been. I think Tom Haynes would have been run out for by a country mile if he decided to respond to that. That was. Yeah,
well, either man could have been out really.
He's desperately keen to make an impression here, Harrison Ward. He's had a really stop-start career here at Sussex. He's got an opportunity here, but he.
McIlroy in, bowls, and forward defensively there. Here's Ward, no run.
I just wonder in those sort of situations, Nick, I mean, in fairness to the fielder, sometimes with fielders, you don't know.
No.
I mean, sometimes you can have a catch where you dive forward and you're not sure. And particularly with feet on rope, that can be very, very difficult for the field. And I don't know, you would just hope that with the spirit that cricket is played in, that players would be honest. But he may not have known.
No. McIlroy in to bowl, clipped on the leg side, backward of square. This one may run away towards the dressing rooms, it will. And McIlroy has strayed twice down leg side in this over, and he's been punished twice. That is another 4 onto the Sussex total, which goes on to 36 without loss, and Ward has 16 of them. I mean, if Brooks had just shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm not sure, then I suppose it has to be not out.
Yes, I would agree with that. And the benefit of the doubt goes the way of the batsman.
But there were some very irate people in the crowd and on social media. I just thought, had that been a Glamorgan fielder, would you have said the same thing? I'm not entirely sure. But I understand people's frustration with that. McIlroy in again to bowl, and Ward is forward, playing on the leg side, and there is no run. But really, no more social media posts on that one, because I've read an awful lot and had some interesting advice myself from one or two.
Oh, really?
You've got to call it as you see it, and
no, absolutely.
People don't always remember that you're commentating for a general audience, not just a Welsh one, as that's driven down the ground, not timed by Ward, and there is no run. It's not like you're commentating on a England-Wales Rugby International for BBC Radio Cymru, where you can be as biased as you like, because there are not going to be many England supporters listening in the language of heaven, to be fair. Might be one or two, but not very many.
You'd get a bit of stick, would you, Nick, if you were giving England any praise?
No, you have to be. You have to acknowledge when the other side's done something well, and England got more points on the board.
Tim van Hookton's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road, and we'll an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment. Elsewhere in this group, Warwickshire are blazing a trail at the top of the group, and they're playing at New Road against Worcester today. And Worcestershire already 16 for 3. Van Hookton bowls to Haynes, whose forward plays it all down the ground.
Yeah, I'm told that was expected to be pretty packed ground for that local derby.
Right, yeah. And it's probably one of those, you think, well, hang on, we need Worcestershire to get some runs. You get a big crowd in it. And Worcester, who have won, I think, 3 out of 4 games. Warwickshire have won 3 out of 3. Sussex go to Worcester next Sunday. And Hookton in bowls, Haynes forward, plays that into the offside, and there is no run, fielded by Carlson.
Not a great day for the Welsh Fire franchise yesterday in Cardiff. The women lost off the last ball in a pretty close game by 2 wickets, and the men, well, they barely came second against Southern Brave.
Yeah, we're too...
Tamal Mills, hat-trick boy.
Yeah, and I noticed George Garton had very good figures as well, which will be... Well, I suppose good news for Sussex when Sussex get George Garton back at the end of the 100. In comes Van der Hookton bowls to Haynes, who's forward, placed to mid-off, and there is no run. The problem I think a lot of Sussex fans have is that he's barely played for the county this season. Played just the 1 championship match against Durham, a handful of T20s, but he's had various injury concerns, as we understand. But I think yesterday, I have to look at his figures, if I can find them. he bowled. Just wait for Van der Hookten to turn. Yeah, 15 balls. Van der Hookten in, bowls to Haynes, who cuts away and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's Tom Haynes. He goes to 19 and the total to 37 without loss. Yeah, he bowled 15 balls and took 3 for 8. But he certainly wasn't showing that form for Sussex early part of the season. So Sussex will be hoping with a pretty packed calendar in September if he's back and able to play 4-day cricket. Big game against Durham, the first match in September, when Sussex are also hoping Ollie Robinson will be back in the Sussex fold. Probably Sussex needing to win at least 2 and probably 3 of their remaining championship matches to mount any sort of promotion challenge. Could be an exciting month. Van der Hookten in, bowls, Ward takes the step down the wicket, and is he going to be caught? No, he just lofts the ball over mid-on. In fact, it races away for 4 runs. Chancing his arm, Harrison Ward, but he gets away with it and picks up a boundary. He goes to 20, and the Sharks to 41 without loss. Just avoiding the reach. Who's that out at mid-on? Is that Byron? Yeah, it is.
Eddie Byron, yeah. Several bearded players in this Glamorgan 11, along with McIlroy and Ul Hassan.
And Hookten again, one more ball remaining of this, his 5th over, in and bowls, and clipped away, and more runs here, and this could race away for 4 more runs. And it's going to be fielded literally down on the boundary as the throw comes in at the fine leg boundary. Fielded there by Tom Bevan, but 2 more to Harrison Ward, who goes to 22, and at the end of 9 overs, the Sussex Sharks, after a very slow start, are 43 without loss. Ward on 22, Haynes is on 19.
Glamorgan captain Kieran Carlson was sort of almost bearded when I spoke to him in midweek. Is a man of ever changing hairstyles, is Kieran Carlson, so there's no use looking at archive pictures, trying to use archive pictures of him, because he's always got something different going on. Not sure if it was quite a beard, but it was certainly very heavy stubble, which is now gone for today's game.
Just to say, Worcestershire now 18 for 4 against Warwickshire. 2 wickets there for Ed Barnard, former Worcestershire player.
McIlroy bowls, played on the offside, quick single called by Haynes. Ward responds, and they're safely home as the ball hits, I think, Ward's bat on his way through to complete the single. I'll just do this over and then call in Kenneth Davis if that's all right, and you can chat to him about the rugby as well as the cricket. 44 without loss.
Probably, Nick, I'd imagine that both these sides will want, I mean, if Warwickshire won 3 out of 3, you probably want them to win every game, and then which leaves more places available in the group.
McIlroy in to bowl, played back down the pitch, no run. Update for BBC Radio Sussex coming fairly shortly. 44 without loss. As ball is lobbed back to McIlroy, and a shaft of sunshine passes over the county ground at Hove. McIlroy then turns, comes in to bowl to Harrison Ward, who drives down the ground. Sisodia will get to that well. They'll go through for a single, but Sisodia doing well just to get down on the ground, make a diving save at mid-off and prevent the ball racing down the slope for the boundary. 45 without loss in this 10th over, so Sussex 14 after 5. They've accelerated in the last 5. McIlroy bowls, no run.
Away at Nottinghamshire, but at home at Hove for Sussex. Versus Glamorgan. Who else but the award-winning Adrian Hogg?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sean. Sussex batting first here, having won the toss this morning. They've made a steady start. They're 45 without loss in the 10th over. Harrison Ward making his first appearance in the competition today. He's been brought into the side at the expense of Archie Lenham. He's on 23. Tom Haynes is on 20. The Sharks 45 without loss in the 10th. Meanwhile, up at Nottinghamshire, it's raining. Surrey a 1-for-1. Dom Sibley out for a duck, and say just 1.3 overs possible before the rain arrived.
Another quick single taken by Tom Haynes off McIlroy's bowling. 46 without loss. As we get to the last ball of the power play, so Glamorgan can push a couple more fielders back after this for the middle 30 and then one more for the final 10. McIlroy in bowls, and that's lofted on the leg side by Ward and will make the boundary at mid-wicket. So Sussex on the charge then. Harrison Ward in particular playing a range of big shots. He's on 27. Haynes has 21. It's 50 exactly without loss after the power play 10 overs. Adrian Harms will be joined by Kenneth Davis.
Thanks very much, Nick. If you're just joining us, a very warm welcome to Hove, where the sun is out. There's a lot of really dark, heavy cloud above the South Downs, but that seems to be drifting away. And a few patches of blue sky. Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first. Wherever you're listening from, whether you're watching the live stream provided by Sussex County Cricket Club or via the BBC, a very good morning to you. Sussex, after a slow start, have picked up the pace, as Nick was saying, 50 without loss. I'm delighted to welcome Kenneth to the commentary. Hi, Kenneth, good to see you again.
Thanks, Adrian. I'm glad to be down on the south coast. The second time for me to visit this year, after the T20 match early in June. That was in the middle of the mini heat wave we had. It was
that's a distant memory.
Everything was barren, scorched earth at that point, and it was in high season, but it's a bit murkier, but sun piercing through the clouds here at Hove, so we should get a decent day's play.
Let's hope so. The first change in bowling, Tim van der Hoekten has come out of the attack. 5 overs, no wicket for 21. Bowled a good opening spell from the Cromwell Road, and he's been replaced by Ben Kellaway, the off-spinner. He's in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who works out immediately through the covers and picks up a single. As Nick was saying, we're into the second power play of the match, which means that Glamorgan are allowed 4 players or 4 fielders outside of the circle. You don't have to have 4 fielders outside the circle. You can have more inside if you like, but they've got 4, so 1 on the cover boundary, 1 at mid-off, a wideish mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket. As Kellaway just waits. I don't know much about Ben Kellaway, so you can tell me all about him.
Well, handy with ball and bat.
He's in around the wicket, bowls to Harrison Ward. He stretches forward, plays down the offside of the track, no run.
He's taken 2 3-wicket hauls, but he really came in to the batting lineup and struck a quick 567.
Kellaway in again, bowls to Ward, who plays this without conviction through the covers, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Using his feet, Ward goes to 28, the total to 52 without loss.
Yeah, Chepstow product, and he looks one for the future. I think he was very nervy, started the T20 campaign.
Kellaway in bowls, and Haynes looking to drive, doesn't time the ball, dribbles into the offside field by Horton behind the stumps.
But certainly, Adrian, one I think they're going to earmark for the future. He looks a promising young product.
Well, he's settled into a good line here. He's got the advantage of bowling to 2 left-handers as he bowls to Haynes, rather, looks to play it on the offside. All he does is play it back to Kellaway, who's on a very tidy opening over here. Just the 2 singles conceded. 52 without loss are the Sharks, having won the toss. Can Kellaway get out of the over without any damage? Bowls to Haynes, who drives to extra cover, fielded by skipper Carlson. That's a very tidy over by Ben Kellaway. Just conceded the 1 run. The Sharks are 52 without loss. Ward 28, Haynes on 22. So you've had a busy weekend at
I have indeed.
Yesterday.
I have. I was up in HQ yesterday with the Prawn Sandwich Brigade, and yes, as Nick was alluding, a bizarre game. I lost count of the amount of cards Nika Amashukeli brandished by the end. 2, the 1 red card in the end, Owen Farrell. There could have been 2. Freddie Stewart was quite close. So everything was happening. England somehow surviving.
Steady on, you're in England now.
I know. Hats off. They were down to 12 men at one point and still won close encounter. But I think Steve Borthwick is still going to cop a fair bit of flack and will will be under some considerable pressure as Kieran Carlson comes in from the C end, although I might be corrected on if it is the actual C end. I'll be given a ticking off in due course. I'll call it the C end.
Yeah,
from a promenade end. Kieran Carlson, who's really come to the fore with a bat, but some off-break bowling. But that swept over squares. He's going to go all the way. One bounce, and it evades the sweeping fielder on the boundary, and it'll trickle over for 4.
Yeah, good shot by Harrison Ward. It's a big innings for Harrison Ward. He's a player who hasn't been given much opportunity, and when he has had opportunity, perhaps hasn't quite made the most of it. If he can make runs here, that's a good book his place for the next 3 games as well.
Carlson, if memory serves me right, as he comes in past the umpire, bowls from the C end, and it's driven, and it'll be an easy single to the man, Tim van Hoogten, at wide-ish mid-off. Took a couple in the T20 game down here. I think he copped an injury as well. I think he went down and might have dislocated his finger. Glamorgan have been in the wars generally. Lost Eddie Byram down here as well in that game as Carlson comes in and bowls a bit wide-ish, and that's cut dangerously, but misses the stumps, and there's no run.
I'm impressed by your pronunciation of the referee in that game yesterday. Do it again.
Nika Amashukeli.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, my Georgian has improved, I'm told, as that is a run down to mid-on.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Where does that gentleman come from? But you've answered the question, Georgia. Okay.
Yes, he's not shy in dishing out the cards. As Captain Carlson comes in, and that's a good length ball, but that's cut away into the offside, but there's a man at deep extra cover, and it's hurled back into Horton, just a single to add to the tally.
I've seen Georgia play rugby, actually. Sorry, that's the end of the over.
59 for no wicket, so Sussex methodically going about their business here, especially have hit on after the first 5 overs.
No, I would agree. And building a good base. Yeah, that was the last World Cup, and we desperately tried to get some tickets, and we got some tickets for Cardiff, and I'm sure we saw the All Blacks play Georgia.
They did play Georgia.
House.
Yeah.
In comes Kellaway, bowls to Ward, and that's well fielded by Carlson, who's such a good fielder. I wonder how many runs he saves in a season. He's hurt his hand as well.
He does cop an awful lot on his fingers because he's in there because he's such a good fielder. Still wearing that sun hat though. It's there's not much need for it at the moment.
Kellaway in again, bowls and cut away by Haynes. Nice looking shot through backward point. They're going to take one. They'll come back for a comfortable second. Fielded out on the boundary there by Zainul Hassan, who gets in the throw. 2 more to Haynes. He goes to 25. The Sharks to 62 for loss. 62 without loss, I should say, in the 13th. Sun trying to break through, a bit more blue sky above the ground. Kellaway in bowls, and Haynes works this into the offside field by Carlson. Risky single, and he's out. Well, that's a poor bit of running, and they picked the wrong fielder there, Tom Haynes. And Harrison Ward looks dejected, and I'm not surprised. Tom Haynes has really sold him short there. He's a brilliant fielder, Kieran Carlson. You just cannot take liberties. It was to his right hand, and Harrison Ward looks dejected. He wanders off. And I'm afraid his skipper has run him out there. I think that's a poor run.
Well, as you mentioned, Adrian, you can't keep Kieran Carlson out of the game. He's been busy in the field. He saves you runs, and that was a sharp bit of fielding. The run wasn't there, especially to his right arm, and it was a pinpoint throw into Horton, who struck the bails off, and that is a breakthrough that Glamorgan needed.
It was, and I do feel really sorry for Harrison Ward, because he's waited for his chance. He's got himself in here, 35 off 32, 5 fours and a 6, and I think he has every reason to feel hard done by there. But Kieran Carlson is such a good fielder. We said it with the previous ball. I mean, everybody knows, and Sussex have played enough cricket against Glamorgan in the last few years to know what a good player and what a good fielder Kieran Carlson is, and that was a suicidal single. End of rant.
Well, it was a justifiable rant, Adrian, because it was never on, it was never needed. They were just settling into a decent partnership, these two, Harrison Ward and Tom Haynes. They saw off, there was a few fens in the early part, especially from Timmy van der Hoogten from the Cromwell Road end, but they were getting in to their stride, really, and that's a big blow.
So, funny enough, even before that run out, I was going to say, talking about Kieran Carlson, there was a debate during one of the rain delays in the recent Test series, and they were talking about players who might come through for the next Ashes series here and younger players who make an impression. And Kieran Carlson was one of those names who was mentioned in the pot. They weren't saying he was going to be in the side, but he was one of those players. He always makes runs against Sussex, or seems to. In comes Kellaway Bowles. What backward point? There is no run.
Well, he had a sticky start, I think it's fair to say, to the T20, but came into his own in the latter part and struck a quick fire 50. I say quick fire. It was absolutely electric, 50 or 15.
Kellaway in bowls. Forward comes Tom Alsop, who's the new batsman. Plays into the offside field by Carlson. No run.
50 or 15 against Middlesex in the last game.
Away in again, bowls, and also works this one away through the covers, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Al Hassan. Gets in the throw. A nice tidy over again by Kellaway. Just the 4 runs conceded, but more importantly, the run out of Harrison Ward, who was run out for 35. We had 13 overs of this Sussex innings, having won the toss and decided to bat. And the Sharks are 63 for 1, with Haynes on 25, Alsop on a single.
I suppose the worry from a Glamorgan perspective, and I was speaking to a few of the faithful at the Knoll at Neath on Thursday regarding Kieran Carlson. I'm not sure what Nick thinks about this, but the more he creates an impression, he will gain some coverage from other counties as he passes umpire Long, and that is out. His bowl has missed everything. Well, that caught everybody by surprise. I think Alsop was trying to cut a ball that wasn't there to be cut. There wasn't much width on it, and it missed everything and clean bowled him.
Well, he's not been in the best of nick recently, Tom Alsop. He was back in the runs down at Taunton on Friday when he batted very nicely and made 60. Prior to that, he'd been a little short of runs. It's not a criticism, because he's been excellent, Tom Alsop, since he came from Hampshire. Initially on loan, then as a permanent signing, but it really wasn't a ball to play that shot to. He's on his way, and it's just strange how a game can change. Sussex cruising along with Ward and Haynes, a silly run out, then Alsop out for a single, and Sussex now not in trouble, but in a situation whereby they can't press on here. 63 for 2, and very much the man of the moment for Sussex. Cheteshwar Pujara will be the new man in making his way down the steps, fresh from an unbeaten century at Taunton on Friday.
Well, it's true what they say. A wicket, anything, they usually come in clusters, and that run out, exactly what Glamorgan needed. And Carlson's everywhere at the moment in the field, and obviously not a part-time bowler, Kieran Carlson, but.
Do you think, we were just discussing Kieran Carlson there before that wicket.
Yeah.
Kenneth, you were talking about, other counties being noticed.
I think it'll be only a matter of time. I think, we've seen David Lloyd. There were other factors there regarding his departure to Derby. But I think the more that Kieran Carlson does perform, I think it's inevitable, unfortunately. You wouldn't think he's a real power hitter. 5'9", 5'10". He's not that much taller than that, but he makes up for it with the bat, and that is the worry. But I'm sure Mark Wallace and Glamorgan will be doing everything to keep hold of Kieran Carlson.
And it is such a shame. I know it's almost inevitable, isn't it, in terms of all sorts of sport with players moving on. We've got a situation here with the football, with the Albion, with a Caicedo who's come signed for virtually no money, and then the big clubs all come looking. I know it does happen in all forms of sport, but it just feels a shame, doesn't it, when you've developed a player like Kieran Carlson.
He's coming over over the wicket to the new batsman, just drags that short, and Pujara just knocks it into the ground. There's no run. Yes, Caicedo. If I'm looking briefly at my phone, Twitter, or X as it's now called, Adrian, it's because I'm a Liverpool fan, and I was hoping that Caicedo would go to Liverpool. That's just dragged down leg side, and it is called a wide by umpire Long. That's been a saga in itself the last 2 days between Chelsea and Liverpool.
Who play each other today?
They play each other today at 4:30. So again, I might be looking briefly at the phone as Carlson comes in. That's played nicely for a single into the offside, and Pujara off the mark. So it's like 65 for 2.
But with Kieran Carlson, Glamorgan is a ground that hosts international matches. They've got 100 franchise as well. I wonder whether... So there is quite a bit of exposure.
Yes, there is. And as he comes in, Carlson, and that's dabbed into the onside, he feels and there's no run. I think that has been the big disappointment with the Welsh Fire. There isn't that relationship between fan and franchise because of the lack of Glamorgan players that have been involved. Carlson coming in, and that is short, and that's cut. And my esteemed colleague Phil Steele's gag was no Fire and no Welsh either. I think that has changed slightly with Dan Douthwaite and Chris Cook involved. Although they have been having good crowds at Cardiff for those games. There's one on Monday where the women and men played. That's played into the onside, and there's no run. And there's a double header next week as well. Welsh Fire against London Spirit. 66 for 2. That's the end of Kieran Carlson's over.
Well, much depending again here on Cheteshwar Pujara. Just looking at his statistics from last year, Kenneth, he made 624 runs with a high score of 174 in this competition. He averaged 89 for Sussex. And this year already, he's made 2 centuries in the 4 games. He batted beautifully at Taunton the other day. As in comes Callaway, bowls to Haynes, who plays up a sheet to backward point, and there is no run. And you think sooner or later there'll be a game when he doesn't make runs, but he's just looked in prime form. Callaway in again, bowls to Haynes, who lofts this down the ground.
There's been a few uppish shots, but that was safe.
Tom Haynes goes to 27, and the Sharks to 67 for 2. Callaway and Carlson have done well here since coming into the attack, but Sussex, of course, having lost those 2 wickets, now just have to pick up the 1s and 2s and rebuild the innings again after losing Harrison Ward, run out for 35, a suicidal single really, and not his fault, I hasten to add. And Tom Alsop bowled by Kieran Carlson for just a single. Pujara on strike. Callaway comes in and Pujara defends away into the offside.
Warwickshire made a huge partnership. Yates made 100 in the game at the Knoll, and
Callaway again bowls. Pujara plays that to short fire. Think about a single. Oh, again, absolute. I don't know what Tom Haynes was thinking of there. Well, maybe that was Pujara. It was played by Pujara to Van der Hookton at short fire leg. No, it was Haynes' call, who's at the non-striker's end, but I'm not sure there was ever a single there. He gets sent back. Callaway again bowls to Pujara, who's forward, plays down the offside. This is impressive by Ben Callaway in his 3rd over, keeping things very tight. Callaway in again, bowls, and Pujara lets that one go by outside of the off stump. Again, there is no run. End of the over, just the 1 run conceded, 3 overs for 8 from Ben Callaway.
Good stuff.
Very good indeed. And the Sharks 67 for 2, 15 overs gone. Haynes on 27. Cheteshwar Pujara on just 1.
I was interested to find out about the Mr. Bopara's story. Obviously, he was down here the last time. A contract wasn't offered. Of course, I think the previous game before we were here, the T20, he missed the game because there was a crash on the getting to Hampshire, if I remember, and he didn't even get to the game.
Oh, you're thinking about Ravi Bopara.
Ravi Bopara,
yes, yeah. So he didn't get to that game, Ravi Bopara. He was he drove himself to the ground and didn't get to Southampton. But then he captained right through the T20, and then the contract not renewed. Change of bowling.
Prem Sisodia. And it's interesting on the Biogs, left arm slow bowler. He's very, I don't know, sometimes, yeah, that does him a disservice. But first appearance in this format as he comes in, bowls. That's wide-ish and that's lofted over. Can the man at long on cut it off? No, he can't. That is Tim van der Hoogten. And confident shot, confident stride down the wicket by Tom Haines.
Very difficult once the ball gets past the infield here, Kenneth. The ball races away down to this sea end of the ground. Outfield pretty quick. I mean, it looked beautifully lush, doesn't it? There's been so much rain, but it's still a very fast outfield.
Sisodia coming in, bowls, better length that time from Prem Sisodia. Well, they did remarkable work at the Knoll on Thursday because it was rain sodden on Tuesday. But we had a great game against Warwickshire. Sisodia comes in, stride by Haines and chipped and will be fielded by Tim van der Hoogten. They come back for a second. At one point there's a bit of indecision there, but they come back safely in the end. But the running between the wickets hasn't been convincing.
Totally. We've already had one run out. And Tom Haines has been in both in 3 episodes, one resulting of the run out and 2 others now.
Haines on strike on 33, Sisodia coming in, drags that one in and fields. There's no run. Pujara just on 173 for 2 is Sussex's total. As Prem Sisodia comes in, drags that one down leg side, but wasn't dished out as Haines would have liked, and there's just a single to add to the total. 74 for 2 wickets.
He's lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, he was.
Tom Haines will be very annoyed. That should have been pulled away for 4 runs. Just looking here, Kenneth, I mean, extraordinary. We've had an hour's play, and this has been the case throughout the 50-over competition. 16 overs have been bowled. Now, I just maintained in the county championship side should be able to bowl 16 overs an hour. And consistently through this competition, sides have bowled 16 overs an hour. So you can do it in this. But how often do we see, and Nick will tell you this in championship cricket, you know, you're still sitting at a cricket ground at 7:15 at night with sides bowling 12, 13 an hour. It's crazy. Kellaway is in, bowls to Tom Haines, who drives through the covers, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a decent crowd in here at Hove now. The Sharks stand away to our left is probably about half full. Haines goes to 34 and Sussex to 75 for 2. The corporate area away to our right.
Cow corner.
Yeah, it's also quite full. Kellaway into Pujara. Pujara eases that through the covers using his feet.
Well, it was a theme during the Ashes series, isn't it? England were just been penalised for slow bowler and slow over rates.
They were horrendous in the Ashes, both sides, just so slow. I think the public gets shortchanged. Kellaway in, bowls, Haines back cutting. In the end, plays a forcing shot only as far as Carlson. There is no run. This is really impressive by Ben Kellaway. He's in his 4th over. He's just conceded the 10 runs so far. He's back in again, bowls to Haines, who pulls away onto the leg side. Just as I say that, he's pulled away for 4 runs. The first boundary he's conceded. Tom Haines hitting the ball away over wide-ish mid-wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 38, and the Sharks to 80 for 2 in the 17th. Shot from Tom Haines. You'll find with Cheteshwar Pujara that he'll just take his time here. He'll assess the conditions and get used to the pace of the pitch. Haines at the moment the aggressor. Kellaway again bowls to Haines, who tucks this one away through mid-wicket and picks up another single. Just keeping up to date with other matters in the group. Haines goes to 39. Sharks 81 for 2. Worcestershire now 42 for 5 down at New Road. Kellaway over the wicket to Pujara, who plays as to short extra cover. Nice and tidy from Ben Kellaway. He conceded 7 in the over, but I think it's a good effort by the young off spinner. So, the end of the 17th over, the Sharks are 81 for 2, but 81 for 2. Pujara on 2. Haines is on 39. Time for me to hand over, and it'll be Kenneth, who will be joined by Nick Webb.
Of course, easier for Glamorgan to race through the overs with the two slower bowlers at the helm at the moment. Callaway from one end, and Prem Sisodia will continue from the C end. And Tom Haynes on 39 from 57 will take guard. Sisodia comes in, and that's hit back down the ground, fielded by Sisodia himself, and there's no run. 81 for 2.
Yeah, interesting. Carlson only bowled a 2 and actually took a wicket before whipping himself off.
Left arm over. That's the reverse sweep. That was the attempt anyway from Haynes. Ricocheted off the pads, and there's no run. So as Nick was saying, wickets have been a problem up top for Glamorgan as Sisodia comes in, and that's dabbed down to long on, and there'll be a single. They'll look for a 2, and they will easily, nonchalantly come back.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten wasn't quite at full pelt there, was he? Slightly weary looking Tim Van der Hoogten, who's played a lot of cricket and bowled a lot of overs there.
Bowled the first 5. He was looking impressive. He beat the bat on a few occasions, found his line length as Sisodia comes in. Left arm over, Haynes on strike. That's stabbed into the exact space. This will be a single. As Tim Van der Hoogten lobs it back to Sisodia, and Sussex moving along nicely on 84 for 2.
Yeah, so we've just got Ul Hassan to come on the seam front. It's likely that Glamorgan will bowl quite a lot of spin overs today.
It has been an issue during this season as Sisodia comes around, and that's just dabbed back to Sisodia. There's no run.
I wonder if they're looking at the used pitch and thinking that a bit of extra spin today would be the way to go because of that. Similarly with Haynes' decision to bat first.
In comes Prem Sisodia, and that's a good length ball. Good over here from Prem Sisodia. That is the end of the over. So Sussex Sharks are on 84 rather for 2. Haynes is 42. Pujara is still there, just trying to get in on 2. Some grey clouds still hovering above the county ground at Hove, but we are safe to say I think we'll get a full day's play.
Yep, fingers crossed. John Noakes on Twitter. Glamorgan would have needed 22 off 25 balls with that catch against Warwickshire.
Still going on.
Still going. The decision impacts all teams, not just Glamorgan, Warwickshire. Well, yep. Lawrence, on the question of using camera footage, says the differing problem would be the differing number of cameras and their positioning and quality at these group games. Yeah, I fully accept that, but if you have got camera footage that is, going out to the nation, then here's Ul Hassan to bowl, and Haynes cuts and will pick up a single out to point.
It's always good to hear from Lawrence, an old colleague of ours.
He says, at least in the games shown live on television and football as well as cricket, those aspects of coverage are standardised. It's a shame that on occasions like this, it's literally 6 or out. There isn't an option to call a dead ball.
I think there were more Glamorgan supporters irate because I think they were partially egged on by those who were working the cameras.
Ul Hassan sees this one slide down leg side and just flicked away by Pujara. Hit it very fine and beat the dive of Van der Hoogten at fine leg. 4-2 Pujara, who moves to 6. It's 89 for 2. Well, certainly the camera operator thought it was 6 runs. And the fielder reacted, and well, yes. Ul Hassan bowls to Pujaru's tucked up there and gets one off the inside edge and jabs it onto his pads. The ball
I agree with you. If it was absolutely a howler, you wouldn't have said it, complained, but I don't think it was at all.
Well, what can the umpires do? They haven't got a great view from 55 yards away. and they have to take a fielder's word for it.
Yeah.
Same if there's a catch in the outfield in this game. Al-Hassan bowls and Pujara whips the wrists on that one, turns it down to fine leg. There should be 2. No, there won't be 2 this time. As Van der Hoogten, who's getting a lot of action in these middle stages of the innings. 90 for 2 Sussex, and we are in the 19th over of the innings. So reasonable progress. They're just starting to make headway again after the double loss of Ward for 35 and Allsop for 1. Al-Hassan bowls and Haynes drives and misses. Horton doesn't take it cleanly, but it is a dot ball. See, hauls it away to Carlson to do some polishing at cover. The Glamorgan skipper. Talking about Kieran Carlson, I mean, the expectation I would have thought is he's favourite to be skipper in all formats for next season, which is obviously a draw, as that one is played away through the offside by Haynes for a single. 91 for 2.
But in the end, money talks, Nick.
Money talks, but you know, if he's captain in all formats, then there's extra money for that captaincy, and you know, it's possible that players get to the situation that James Harris did, where he felt compelled to leave just to boost his England prospects, and came so close, really. Played lots for England Lions and was actually featured in England's senior squad in T20 without making an appearance. But those are the harsh realities, as Worcestershire, for example, have found out this season, with no fewer than 3 of their players going off to Nottinghamshire next season. Right, what's going on here?
Bit of a conflab between Carlson and Prem Sisodia, and Nigel Long is... There's
something moved.
Yeah.
Part of the screen next to us. It's not us. Umpire Long is shouting to someone to do something. Van der Hoogten is peering up at the board. Maybe there's a window that needs moving.
Is it the glare of the window?
There are windows of office or hospitality areas just next to the sight screen.
I think we're all ready to go.
Sisodia, well, he's bowling left arm, I think, over as he was in the previous over. So I'm not quite sure why that's suddenly happened, but oh no, he's coming round the wicket. There we are. That's the reason for the umpire's concern.
So Haynes is on strike on 44, Pujara on 7, Sussex 91 for 2. Sisodia coming in, and Haynes skips down the track and paddles that into the onside for a single.
Yeah, my view is basically, if you've got any technology, you might as well use it, whether it's standardised across the matches or not.
Sisodia in fuller that time, and that's whipped into the onside for the right-handed batter Pujara. I mean, well, this debate will rumble on.
Yeah. In terms of runouts, I mean, most footage will give you a better option than doing it with the naked eye in real time.
Haynes on strike, comes down, and again it was uppish to long on, but it was safe and fielded by Tim van der Hoogten.
Yeah, I think Haynes is realising where the fielders are and not afraid to chip it where they aren't.
Yeah, he's done that on a few occasions, but they've been under control as Sisodia comes in. Well, yes. A big shout of no. And given what we've seen in terms of... we've seen one run out. Could have had a few more. So they decide against it as Prem Sisodia comes past Nigel Long, the umpire. Good length ball, and that's cut into the offside, and Sussex will collect a single as the man comes in from deep extra cover. Hurls it back to Horton, the wicket-keeper for Glamorgan in this competition. This, unfortunately, now by counties viewed as the 3rd competition and more of a development competition. That's leggish from Sisodia, just kicking the turf in frustration, just strayed offline there. There's another single. So Sussex going along nicely. In after 20 overs, they are, 96 for 2. Haynes on 47, looking strong. Pujara 9. And they've regrouped after losing the cluster of wickets. Harrison Ward run out 35 of 32 balls, and also clean bowled Carlson for 1.
Indeed, well, Cheteshwar Pujara with 2 centuries and a half century already in this competition really has been Mr. Reliable for Sussex. And fairly experienced batting order around him, youthful though many of them are.
We've got another email, but we'll...
Ul Hassan is in to bowl to Haynes, who slaps that one backward of square on the offside, beats a diving point fielder and beats the boundary sweeper as well. Callaway, that's raced away for 4, and that is Tom Haynes' half century. It's included 7 boundaries and it's come off 68 deliveries, so decent enough time.
We've got an email from Duncan Evans. Good afternoon, Adrian. Prynhawn Nick. Good to see the next spinners coming through, and with Andrew Salter retiring at the end of the season, presumably Ben Callaway will play some red ball for the rest of the season.
Ul Hassan into bowl, turned on the leg side by Haynes, and they will come back for 2 because it needs quite a run from Bevan round the boundary to field.
He also goes on to say, keep the wonderful work going on both streams and the BBC sites. Duncan is in a bright Tunbridge.
Thank you, Duncan. 102 for 2. Yeah, I haven't really thought about the configuration of the Glamorgan side for those last 4 matches as yet. 102 for 2, 3 matches rather, in the 21st over. It may depend on the nature of the overseas bowler they sign. There was nothing firmed up last time I checked on this, and Morgan very much in the hunt for an overseas bowler, and I think it's the best quality bowler available, so it could be a seamer or a spinner. Well, Hassan bowls and Haynes blocks it on the leg side. No
it is
run.
Difficult to keep up with. We'll be back to Championship cricket. It does remind me of Dai Young's assessment of the rugby season a few years ago being a dog's dinner and an organised mess. But I suppose it is to say, depending on what happens with 100, Nick, there are murmurings that might not continue.
As Ul Hassan bowls, Haynes drives, bowler almost gets a hand to it, just rolls to mid-off. Well, there was a slip of the tongue by the outgoing managing director, wasn't there, Sanjay Patel, who said in this final, third season of the 100. And you wonder whether that was a Freudian slip, although he is going so personally, so maybe he just meant for himself. Ul Hassan bowls, Haynes looks to play it on the leg side, just flicks it down to
That's why we've had Ashes cricket finishing in July.
Yeah.
That is the reason.
Yeah, no more England matches until I think the last day of the month, when they play some one-day internationals against New Zealand and Ireland to round off the season. Ul Hassan bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side by Haynes for a single. 103 for 2.
It's certainly a splits opinion, the 100. You have the purists that will say not at all. And of course, those, the revolutionaries of the game will say, well, we have to market the game, we have to push it in various forms.
Absolutely. Well, you can't deny that there are a lot more bottoms on seats at some grounds, in Cardiff notably, than there have been for T20 cricket in the past. But on the other hand, there is a lot more in the way of millions of pounds of marketing gone into getting those extra bottoms on seats.
Yes, it is a debate. The anomaly, one would say, with 100, it's not a format played around the world like T20. So where does it go? As Prem Sisodia comes in round the wicket, that's wide, and it's given width, and it's given license for Haynes to chop into the offside. They thought about a second again, but the throw was hurled back to Horton. So they can't sell the product.
They can sell it, when they put their... they can sell it to the British public when they put their minds to it.
But it's not a worldwide concept
they were hoping,
at the moment. And Sisodia comes in, that's dabbed into the onside, and...
Well, if you're setting up, say, the league in America, why do you pay the ECB for a 100-ball product when you can lose 10, 15 or 20 or whatever you want for your own league?
Sisodia coming in, Fuller, and that's a decent shout there. Was that caught behind shout?
I think that was a double shout.
Everyone was interested. Horton went up, Carlson went up at cover.
Horton appeared to appeal to both umpires then for a catch behind and a stumping, and neither gave him the nod.
He hedged his bets.
Yes. Well, you don't have to say what you're appealing for.
Anna Harris at square leg, not interested in the stumping. That's cut away and evades the diving Kieran Carlson. No, it wasn't Kieran Carlson, actually. Kieran Carlson was... Who's that? That was...
Yes, Carlson in the...
Jamie McElroy.
Oh, he was up, yeah.
I made him a disservice there. Yeah, McElroy came in from deep extra as Sisodia comes in around the wicket. Ooh. And again, that's a bit leg side. And Haynes has a feeling that he missed out there, trying to cash in on not a great ball that time from Sisodia. 105 for 2.
Yeah, something could happen at any moment, couldn't they? Haynes is giving them the charge now and again.
Sun piercing through the clouds as Sisodia comes in, drags that one in short and gives Haynes a time just to nonchalantly, it could go all the way, just stopped on the square boundary. God, the outfield was very, very fast. That ball raced away. It was just cut, just a push really, and they picked up a couple and they moved to 107 for 2. So Sussex have regrouped. And they've lost the service of Ward and Haynes. 2 wickets coming one after the other. But these two, Haynes and Pujara, have stuck at it. And they're going quite well at the moment.
Further comments on dismissals. Neil says, well, these are more general points. This one, I do feel for the umpires now. Every LBW and other decision is shown live and can be slowed down. Well, that is the point that I'm making. If the umpires can send it upstairs, we've got a live stream that we're commentating on.
You've really started something here.
Well, I've been sort of niggling away at this for a year or two. I think we are sort of moving towards tipping point on it. Ul Hassan to Pujara. The informed Cheteshwar Pujara on 10 not out as he turns the wrists on that. Turns it down to fine leg for a single. Thank you to Andrew Strong as well for your contribution.
Keep them coming in. I mean, it's a contentious issue, isn't it? I mean...
Yeah, I'd suggest that since the ECB is employing a third official, then they might as well be sitting in front of a laptop with the ability to say yes, no or maybe. As Haynes plays to mid-wicket and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to email us. The Twitter accounts at BBC Sussex Sports, at NetWeb 2017, at Kenneth Davis if you want to get Kenneth involved, and if our English listeners can spell Kenneth.
I've had many versions over the years.
As that one is played back to Ul Hassan by Haynes.
It's quite simply the Welsh version of the Kenneth. But if you saw it in plain English, you wouldn't recognise it because it starts with a C. But a C in the Welsh language is like K. So it's C-E-N-N-Y, and instead of T-H, it's a double D, which is the same sound in the Welsh language.
As Ul Hassan bustles in, bowls to Haynes, and he's played that one backward of square on the offside. It's a chase for Van der Hoek. He picks it up on the boundary, and they're back for 2 runs, 110 for 2.
Nick, of course, knows all about this, having done Welsh lessons for many a year.
Yeah, not very successfully in some cases. So 110 for 2, Sussex.
You would have competed in the Eisteddfod that's been, Nick, in the Llyn Peninsula over the last week up in North Wales in the village of Boddian.
As Ul Hassan bowls to Haynes. Slower deliveries bowled him. Middle stump's gone. Haynes has gone. And Sussex are 110 for 3. Haynes gone for 59. Well, that seemed, with the naked eye, to be distinctly slower. And Haynes probably threw his shot and played all round it. And for the second time in the day, we see the middle stump knocked out of the ground. So Ul Hassan claims his first wicket, and Haynes on his way back to the pavilion, trying to give that one the treatment, hitting through the leg side, and basically yorked himself. 59 off 82 balls, 7 fours.
Well, that was a wicket that Glamorgan needed again, because these two started to regroup and were starting to look quite comfortable, just knocking it about, manipulating the bowling. And having lost the earlier 2 wickets, they were starting to get into rhythm. So wickets that Glamorgan dearly needed.
Yeah, Sussex are playing the extra batter in this side, with Ward coming in for Lenham. So Clark it is, who is in at 5, the third of the left-handed Toms in this Sussex lineup. Still to come, well, Coles, Hudson Prentice and Carter. So there's strong lower order for the home side here.
Ul Hassan, just looking at him in the game against Warwickshire on Thursday, it seems to be the quickest in terms of his action. Seems to get a bit more zip, where McIlroy is all about movement off the seam as well.
Yeah, it's been a valuable addition to Glamorgan's attack. Jamie McIlroy being a left armer who can move the ball around, as you say, but it is an attack that is a little short on out-and-out pace after the departure of Nisa. And we very much hope that he will be back in Glamorgan colours next season. So wearing 27 in the pink of Sussex, it is 22-year-old Tom Clark. And Ul Hassan comes right arm around, bustling in, and first ball gets him off the mark. Will it be with 4? No, Andy Gorvin, the substitute fielder, makes the stop on the boundary. Has Tim van der Hoogten gone off, possibly for a change of boots, if he's going to be bowling again mid-innings? It's the end of the over anyway, and it is 112 for 3 after 23 of the 50 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
So it will be Prem Sisodia continuing from the C end. Ujara and Clark. Tom Clark. Sisodia comes in. Tom's everywhere, as Nick was mentioning in this Sussex side. Alsop, Haynes and Clark. Clark on strike, and that's just caressed into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. Glamorgan, of course, winners in 2021 and in previous guises, 93, the old Sunday League. Tony Cotty, a servant of this parish as well, with the winning runs, if I remember. I was only a 12-year-old in that season, but dabbed into the offside, and run is taken by Clark, and then they won in 02 and 04 as well. Obviously, the one-day competitions have changed in various ways over the years. As Prem Sisodia comes around the wicket towards Pujara, and that's cut, but there will be no run. Man at gully stroke backward point.
Yeah, list day cricket covers everything from 40 up to back before I can remember, but 65 overs for one season.
Of course, there were 2 cup competitions then. The old Benson and Hedges, other products are available.
It's a nice little cut shot from Pujara for a couple of runs.
The NatWest Trophy, which was the Friends Provident, the Gillette Cup.
Yes, a whirl of advertising. Used to be given free fags back in the 80s when you were covering matches. How times have rightly changed.
Our old colleague, John Evans, as Prem Sisodia comes in, dabs that in the offside. They run quickly. He used to go up to the World Championships, which was sponsored by Embassy, and he used to take orders from various people and bring them back. Anyway, the thoughts of Nick Webb, and then it'll be Adrian Harms to take over.
Thank you very much indeed, Kenneth. It's probably a good job for all our health that the sponsors are changed these days.
No, absolutely. I remember thinking back though to those darts and snooker days when everyone would be smoking and drinking, playing darts.
Oh, yeah.
You watch now; it's all highly professional. Just a quick break in play. I'm just very indebted, and I'm going to give a shout out to Stuart McPherson, who has been in touch, and I've just received a wonderful mounted photograph of that's a photograph taken in Northern Ireland,
right,
at a place called Port Ballantrae. My sister-in-law's family owned a property in Port Ballantrae. I went over there for my 60th birthday a couple of years ago, and I know you're on the ground, Stuart, and you are listening, so I'll try and find you at lunchtime and thank you in person, but thank you for just a wonderful photograph of Port Ballantrae in Northern Ireland.
As Callaway starts a new over and bowls to Pujara, who defends it back down the wicket, no run.
And I presume, Stuart, that you lived over there. Maybe you do, and you've just come over for this game, but it'd be great to meet you.
Pujara driving up towards long on, single taken as the sun illuminates the county ground. 118 for 3. Pujara 16. Still plenty of batting left for Sussex. It's not all on Pujara, but presumably he will be looking to bat in and let others bat around him for the next 20 overs.
Absolutely. I wonder where Sussex would have been without him, really, in this competition.
As that's pushed on the offside by Clark, but a shout of no from the non-striker's end.
Been very impressed here by Ben Callaway, Nick.
In comes Callaway bowls. Clark plays into the offside. No run. Oh, there could be an overthrow. There is an overthrow. As that was pushed on the offside by Clark. Carlson had a shy at the wickets. There's a little bit of confusion. They got an overthrow in the end. Pujara pushing forward defensively. 119 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online.
So it could be in the high 20s.
Playing it into a gap on the offside, Pujara there. It was just a defensive push, but it was steered deliberately between two fielders, so it was a comfortable single. 120 for 3 are Sussex at the halfway mark of the innings. 25 gone, 25 to go.
Yes, I mean, so much depends on Cheteshwar Pujara for Sussex. He batted quite beautifully down at Taunton, but I spoke to him afterwards, and he was saying how it does put pressure on when wickets are going down around him, and you just feel on a pitch where Durham made 427 that the Sussex will need to accelerate in this second half of the innings if they're going to set a target that they feel they can defend. But no, you're absolutely right. He's key to what Sussex may achieve here. It's going to be Kieran Carlson, the skipper, who just bowled the 2 overs so far. He accounted for Tom Alsop. Coming into bowl to Pujara, who's forward, plays down the track, and there is no run. Sussex left out the spinner Archie Lenham in this game for Harrison Ward to give himself another batter. Carlson in again, over the wicket bowled. Pujara using his feet, plays the ball down too long on and picks up a single. Fielded by Colin Ingram. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sean. Let's start with that game involving Surrey, because actually it's been rain affected already. They've just got back underway in Nottingham. Surrey are 3 for 1 in the second over. Looks like that game has been reduced to 40 overs a side, as I say, because of rain this morning. Meanwhile, down here at Hove, no rain. Sussex 121 for 3. We're in the 26th over. Tom Haynes has just got out for 59. Harrison Ward made 35. Unfortunately, run out, a mix-up with Tom Haynes. Ward out for 35. Tom Alsop made a single. So much as usual, depending for Sussex on the form of Chetishwar Pujara. He's there on 18. Tom Clark is on 5. Sussex 122 for 3 in the 26th over. Carlson. In again, bowls, and Pujara just flicks that one backward of square on the leg side and picks up a single. He goes to 19. The Sharks to 123 for 3. Sussex are going to quite reach those dizzying heights of 427 that Durham did on this pitch. The groundsman Ben Gibson was saying he thought it may be a little slower. And you'd have thought that may get slower and slower as the pitch gets a little older. Carlson in bowls to Clark, who looks to drive. Carlson fields of his own bowling. There is no run. End of an over. Tidy enough from Kieran Carlson. Just the 3 singles off the over. Sussex Sharks 123 for 3. Vipara on 19. Clark is on 5.
Yeah, on Twitter, Steve West agreeing with me on the use of video for umpires. In county cricket, he says it may not or may not help, but at least there'd be fairer decisions. I'm not sure you can describe the Warwickshire player as a miscreant, but because generally he may not know whether or not he touched the rope with ball in hand. Callaway starts a new over. Pujara takes a single on the leg side, 123 for 3. Pujara just seems to be able to place the ball exactly where he wants.
I think that's a really good observation, Nick, and we've seen that so much. And when the bad ball comes, he rarely hits a fielder as well.
124 for 3. Callaway bowls to Clark, who pushes forward. Beaten. There's an appeal from Horton for stumping, but I don't think Clark had dragged his back foot. It seems something that the classy players have. Colin Ingram on the Glamorgan side. If you see 2 fielders on the boundary, his ability to find the midpoint between them is uncanny. Callaway bowls. Clark back on his stumps and plays out to backward point. Hassan, the fielder, single taken.
What Sussex need here is one of these young players, Clark or Coles. Ollie Carter did it on Friday, to play big innings around Pujara and just take some of the pressure off of him. And that's Tom Clark's role here, to get in, make runs, so that Pujara doesn't feel he's got to do it all on his own.
Short from Callaway, played away on the offside by Pujara. Single taken down to Bevan, who is patrolling in front of the clock tower scoreboard. Hospitality Suites,
quite full. Yeah,
quite full for a one-day cup match. And driven back to Callaway by Clark. No run as he fields on the bounce. So Ben Callaway not among the wickets yet, but tidy so far. As forward comes Clark, defends on the offside, and if he shows this degree of maturity at the end of his over, it's 126 for 3. They may just consider him for a championship place as well. As I say, may depend on whether Glamorgan pick up a seamer or a spinner, or possibly no one, but let's hope that's not the case for the overseas contingent.
Yeah. Well, I think he's been excellent. Just conceding the 3 runs in that over, Nick. Sussex. Well, it's really difficult to tell from both sides of batting, but batting doesn't look particularly easy. Whether that's due to very good Glamorgan bowling, whether it's due to the pitches, it's a little difficult to get the ball away, but certainly Morgan have relied on their spinners. Sussex have left out a spinner. And Archie Lennon, I have to say, hasn't bowled particularly well in the 2 games that he's played. They will have James Coles and Jack Carson bowl spin, maybe Harrison Ward as well. But it's going to be Kieran Carlson. The spin theme continues, comes in a bowl to Pujara, who plays that short fire leg. They thought about a single, it wasn't there, so Sodia was in very quickly. Prevented one being taken.
Is the running always this edgy from Sussex?
What, in terms of the running?
The running between wickets?
Yeah, it's been very uncertain today. There was never a single there. Carlson again, bowl short, and Pujara just plays that one straight to mid-wicket, and again there is no run. And Glamorgan is just good captaincy, I think, from Carlson. He's got his spinners on, rattling through the overs. This is the 28th over. Carlson again. And bowls, Pujara is forward. He finds the gap through mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 22, the total to 127. 3 elsewhere in the group. Worcestershire now 82 for 6 against Warwickshire at New Road. Durham 86 for 5 against Northamptonshire. This side were going well. Is he caught? Tom Clarke is caught. Well, it's a soft dismissal, really. Carlson picks up his second wicket. In fact, his second wicket. He just looked to turn it on the leg side, did Tom Clarke. He got a big outside edge. The ball ballooned in the air and a comfortable catch to mid-wicket. And Tom Clarke is on his way. A 4th wicket goes down. And Glamorgan in charge here. We're in the 28th over of the innings. I said someone needed to play a big innings around Cheteshwar Pujara. Well, it's not going to be Tom Clarke. He's on his way for 6 of 12 balls. And Glamorgan on top.
Yeah, it just lobbed up that ball, didn't it? As possibly off a leading edge.
Yes, it was, yeah.
He was through his shot, I think. Didn't come on as was anticipating, and he's back in the hutch for 6. James Coles, the 19-year-old all-rounder, is the new batter, making his way out. Tall figure out from the pavilion or the dressing rooms. 127 for 4. Well, yeah, Sussex, I suppose, have got Coles, Hudson, Prentice, Carter, and Carter's a top order batter in Championship cricket, potentially coming in at 8.
Yeah.
So they've got plenty left, but they can't quite put the foot down with the freedom they would have wanted, I think.
No, I would agree completely, Nick. And when you think after 10 overs, Sussex were 50 without loss, we've now around the 28th over, so the next 18 overs have only delivered, 77 runs? Yes, that's right. So Glamorgan have done a really good job here. James Coles, fine player, hasn't really performed with the bat in this competition so far. He's played well in the Championship this year. He made 12 against Durham in the opening game. Then 29 up at Northampton.
Ben Callaway was the catcher, by the way, for that last wicket.
27 at Derby on Wednesday. And then 21 down at Taunton on Friday. So he's due a big innings here, James Coles. And Sussex needs, as I say, somebody needs to take the pressure off Pujara. In comes Kieran Carlson, in and bowls to James Coles, who flicks it onto the onside. He's on his way straight away. James Coles, 128 for 4. And he won't take an easier catch, will Ben Callaway.
No, it really was chipped up. It was just a question of strolling a couple of metres and waiting for it to arrive in his hands.
He's had a disappointing campaign, Tom Clarke, with the bat, really. In comes Carlson, bowls to Pujara. Again, that just seemed to stop on Pujara, and maybe that's what's happened with Tom Clarke's delivery as well. Pujara does a bit of gardening and looks rather suspiciously at the pitch. 128 for 4, Pujara 22, Coles on 1, and maybe it's not quite as easy to bat out there as we're thinking, Nick.
No, looking at the used pitch, there were a few areas that appeared to have cracks on, and a couple of areas rather short on grass. And Carlson is not giving it a good deal of flight. He's forcing the batters to do all the work, really. And Callaway will look to continue the pressure from the Cromwell Road end, tossing the ball from one hand to another. The tall teenager, one tall teenager to another, James Coles. Callaway in to bowl, and Coles pushes rather suspiciously at that one, just sending it straight back down the pitch. So looking from a third man position for this over, as that is driven back to Callaway on the bounce by Coles, no run. So Sussex just faltering as that slammed back to Callaway on past him, and McIlroy makes a left-handed stop at mid-off. Oh, he's left the ball behind, and they're through for 2 runs. Careless, really, from McIlroy there, who I don't think was aware of the danger, and Pujara was quick to dart back for the second. McIlroy got the ball, but then just stopped it and ran past it. 130 for 4, driven by Coles up to McIlroy on the edge of the circle. Comfortable single there. 131 for 4. Bit more sunshine. So the pitch, well, it looked very much like a used pitch. And we were out in the middle. Callaway to Pujara, comes down the wicket, drives wide of mid-wicket, single out to the sweeper on the leg side boundary. 132 for 4. And we're not going to have to worry about timings, I think, because Glamorgan have already bowled the 16th over of spin as Coles defends Callaway on the leg side. This is Callaway's 7th. Carlson's bowled 4 and Sisodia 5 as the ball is tossed back to Anna Harris. At the end of the over, reminder they use a different ball from each end. So 132 for 4. Pujara has 23. Coles has 4. And we've had 29 overs bowled here on BBC Sport Online. So, yeah, we're going to be rattling through these overs, and 50 overs will surely be done and dusted by 2 o'clock.
Kieran Carlson's carrying on from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Pujara, who clips to mid-wicket, fielded by the north-east, but before Pujara has gone through for another single. He goes to 24, 133 for 4. William's been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk as Tim van der Hoekten warms up just down below us here from our commentary box, looking out up the ground. Kieran Carlson bowling up the hill, comes in and bowls, and Coles eases this one down towards third man. They've taken one. Nice looking shot by James Coles, comes back for a second as McIlroy chases back. Coles goes to 6, Sussex to 135 for 4. Williams says, as usual, enjoying the commentary, the suicide running out of Ward was a travesty. It surprises me that Sussex, unlike Glamorgan, have not included a third spinner in their lineup. Well, it's a very good point, William, and Archie Lenham left out. In fairness, he hadn't bowled particularly well in the previous matches. As Carlson comes in, Coles eases that to square leg, fielded by Byram, and there is no run. But thank you for your email. I mean, Harrison Ward could bowl a little bit of spin, which may be an option for Sussex. Van der Hoekten's warm-ups are getting more rigorous, which suggests he's going to come back into the attack. Carlson again bowls to Coles, who plays firmly down the ground to mid-on, fielded by Colin Ingram. Very fine player for Glamorgan, who gets in the throw. One more to Coles. He goes to 7, 136 for 4. Michael's been in touch. He's enjoying the commentary. Carlson again bowls. Pujara again looks suspiciously at the pitch. He played with a square leg. There was no run.
It's just not coming on, is it? It's sticking in the pitch for Carlson anyway. In comes Carlson. Over-wicket bowls. Full toss. And Pujara doesn't make the most of it. He eases it down to deep backwards square and picks up a single, just Cheteshwar Pujara. So just 5 runs coming off of the over. 137 for 4. 30 overs gone. Pujara 25, Coles on 7. Stuart McPherson has been in touch. Stuart, who's I've just received this beautiful photograph of Port Ballantrae in Northern Ireland. And Stuart's been in touch. He says, hello Adrian, it's the first time ever at Hove, and I have to say what a lovely ground. Hope you like the photo I brought over with me. Thank you, Stuart, it's wonderful. He says, I flew in this morning from Belfast and heading back home this evening. Wow.
I only live about 10 miles from Port Ballantrae, which is on the northern coast of Northern Ireland. I know you'd mentioned it before. Enjoying my day so far in the Sharks stand. Best wishes for the rest of the season. So that's some effort, isn't it?
That is...
Belfast to Hove and back in one day to see the cricket.
And they say there's no interest in county cricket in August.
There you go.
Well, not many people say that these days, but there is certainly on social media quite a vigorous campaign, I think, from the county faithful to defend their product. As you're right, as Van der Hoogten will come back into the attack, probably for 2 or 3 overs. They'll leave him 2 or 3 at the death, I would have thought. As into bowl, and Pujara drives to mid-on, and there is no run.
So thank you very much, Stuart. And as I say, I will try and meet you. There's a cafe at the front of the ground called Greg's, not as in Greg's the bakers, but as in Greg's, as in Tony Gregg. And we pop in there to get a sandwich at lunchtime. So if you find that, Stuart, I'll try and pop round at lunchtime and thank you in person for the photograph. But great to hear from you, and thanks once again.
As Van der Hoogten will come in from the Cromwell Road end towards us and bowls to Pujara, who again turns the wrists and plays it out to square leg for a single. 138 for 4. You're going to have to advise us on timings of our luncheons here, aren't you? Because
yeah, it's going to be early.
We're going to be rattling through these overs. Do we take it in turns to nip off to the cafe before then, or do we risk whether there's enough food afterwards?
No, I think we need to go in stages, because the food does tend to disappear a bit sharpish in Greg's.
Van der Hoogten bowls, cut by Coles, just steered down really to Ingram at third man for the single. Colin Ingram wearing a sleeveless sweater, as are several of the Glamorgan players. It's not just shirts for everyone. It's a bit blustery and blowy on the south coast of England. It's extremely blustery last night. There seemed to be a howling gale on the seafront. A couple of 100 metres behind us. Van der Hoogten bowls to Pujara, who again just plays that wristy little push on the leg side, but this time doesn't quite time it, and it's straight to Carlson.
Sorry, Nick, I was saying, just for the benefit of Stuart or anybody else who's visiting the ground for the first time, or indeed has been here many times before, the Sussex Cricket Museum will be open. It's just at the end of the Spend Karma Pavilion. You can see the sign that says Museum. Staffed by volunteers and well worth a look.
139 for 4. Van der Hoogten bowls. Oh, it's dropped by Horton as Pujara looked to cut, and Horton got both gloves to it and really should have held on. He stays down. They've gone through for a single, and that really could be a vital moment in this game, as looked a relatively routine catch. His chest, neck high, wasn't really at full stretch. Pujara dropped on 26 as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Coles takes a single. Well, that could be a big moment if you allow Pujara to get away a man with so many runs in this competition. And young Alex Horton, I'm afraid, is likely to be mulling that one over for a while to come, unless he gets another chance very, very quickly.
Yes, I mean, no one means to put chances down. Pujara's going wandering off, actually. Looks like he's getting a new bat. But as I say, he had to dive to his right, but he got both hands through it, as you say. I think that was a relatively straightforward chance. It also looks, and I may stand corrected, and the guys in the museum perhaps could let me know, it looks as if there might be a book sale over by the museum as well today. So I know they raise a lot of money to the volunteers around the museum, Keith Ridge and all the people over there. So perhaps you could let me know, fellas, if there is a book sale today. But certainly the museum will be open if you want to go and have a little wander around and look at some of the memorabilia in there. And it's not all old sort of fuddy-duddy stuff. There's some really good stuff over there in the museum. So if you get a chance, go and have a little look. So the bowling change nearly worked for Glamorgan, but the chance goes a-begging. And Kieran Carlson is going to carry on from this sea end. comes in over the wicket and bowls to Coles, clipped by Coles to back. Straight to Sasodi, and again there's hesitation between the two. I think Coles will be disappointed not to get a run there. It was short, it was down the leg side. He played it straight to short fine leg and there's no run. Coulson in again, bowls. Coles clips this one through square leg, and this time does pick up a single. He goes to 10 and Sussex to 142 for 4. Kieran Coulson in his 6th over, figures of 2 for 20 before this over. Pujara on strike with the 32nd over. Coulson again, bowls Pujara down the wicket driver, and this time he is caught. He's caught and bowled. Well, Alex Horton will have feel a whole pile better by that, and I think that was all about the pressure. Driving away was Cheteshwar Pujara. Coulson is far too good a fielder to put that down. He gleefully accepted the chance, and Sussex in real trouble here. 142 for 5. Pujara is gone for 27, and Glamorgan, that's a massive blow, and Alex Horton will feel a lot better about that drop chance.
Yeah, it was firmly hit by Pujara just to Carlson's right. He took a good smart catch, chest high, getting across in front of the non-striker. And just a little bit surprised that Pujara felt the need to take the attack to Glamorgan. It might have been left to his colleagues at the other end to try and get on with it while he knocked the ball around and acted as the backbone of this Sussex innings. But still batting to come. Hudson Prentice coming in now. Carter and Carson knows how to hold the bat as well. But Glamorgan will have hopes now of putting a bit of a squeeze on, getting Sussex caught in two minds there, as maybe Pujara was in terms of his approach, looking to hit straight, looking to hit down the ground, and a 3rd wicket for Kieran Carlson, who has really come into his own on the bowling front in this competition in the last couple of seasons, and his hands may well be battered, but he managed to cling on to that one. He's got, I think it's the little finger strapped the one next to it on the left hand, and his right thumb is very firmly bandaged up as well. So it's amazing. He can carry on really. But he's doing well. Yeah, it was a good catch, and I tend to agree with you, Nick. I just wonder whether Pujara felt at the time that Sussex were going to have to get a move on here. There's only 18 overs left after this one. Whether Sussex have misjudged the pitch, whether it is difficult to bat on, or whether Pujara is thinking, well, actually it's not that bad and we're behind the game here. Sussex only going along at 4.5 and over. Finn Hudson-Prentice is the new man, and look at this attacking field from Glamorgan. They've got them all in. In comes Carlson, bowls. I'm not sure that's a great shot first up. He's going to pick up runs here, is Hudson-Prentice. In fact, he's going to pick up a boundary. Well, he was looking for the reverse sweep. It's run away for byes. I'm not sure I like to see that first up, a reverse sweep. Well, if you're confident, the likes of Billy Roots plays that a lot, but fortunate really to get runs there off the byes, as Horton was unsighted.
Carlson in bowls, and forward comes Hudson Prentice, plays to short mid-wicket. Just to give you an idea, Glamorgan here have got 7 men inside the 30-yard circle. They've only got 2 men outside the circle. They're allowed 4 at this stage. A deep mid-wicket and a sweeper on the cover boundary. In comes Carlson, bowls, and forward come Hudson Prentice, plays to backward point, and there is no run.
Bulletins updates summons me next door, so okay. Kenneth can pop in 5 minutes extra.
So, end of the 32nd over, and the Sharks 146 for 5. Hudson Prentice yet to score. James Coles is on 10. Kenneth back with us, and Glamorgan will be delighted with the way this is going.
They will indeed, and what seems to have become apparent, Adrian, is not as easy to score out there. We saw a few balls prior to Pujara's dismissal. It was just sticking in the wicket, and it's not coming on as easy to the bat at present. So, as Nick was saying, as Tim Van Hoogten comes in from the Cromwell Road end, that's driven firmly. They'll take a quick single, and I think if that had hit direct, he was gone.
Definitely. Sussex's running between the wickets hasn't been good at all, and I think just the reaction of, we're a long way away.
I think it's McElroy.
Yeah, the reaction of the Glamorgan fielders was, Kieran Carlson can't believe he's missed the stumps. He wasn't that far away, was he?
And again, we've seen many a run that weren't on, and a direct hit, and there would have been another wicket. As it stands, Sussex 147 for 5, but Glamorgan hoping to put the squeeze on here, with Tim van der Hoogten coming in from the Cromwell Road end. Fullish delivery, good length ball, and that's well fielded by Callaway at backward point. Interestingly, that in relation to the email from Stuart, I'm actually going out to Belfast on Tuesday.
Excellent.
I am.
For pleasure or?
For pleasure.
Excellent.
My wife said, we had babysitters. We've got 3 daughters, and we've got babysitters. Let's go somewhere. And I was thinking San Sebastian. I was thinking Valencia. And she wanted to go to Belfast. I'll pick up after Timmy van der Hoogten comes in from the far end, from our vantage position, and it's a good length ball, and it's dabbed down. She really wanted to visit, and I've been there many a time on rugby duty with the United Rugby Championship. So it's a cracking place, and I said, really, do you want to go to Belfast? And yes, she really wanted to go to the Titanic Museum.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we're going to visit there, and hopefully a place that I haven't been, even though I've been to Belfast a few occasions, I haven't been to the Giant's Causeway. So hoping to go there as Timmy van der Hoogten comes in. Slightly short, and that's cut off the inside of the bat, luckily, and it's going to roll down fine, and it's going to evade Prem Sisodia, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary. A bit streaky, but they all count.
Well, if you're going to the Giant's Causeway, you could walk to the Giant's Causeway from Port Ballantrae, where this beautiful photograph is taken.
Well, it looks a stunning landscape there.
Yeah.
So, hopefully I'll get out there. Not been. So, yes, looking forward. As Tim van der Hoogten. Not having much luck at the moment, to be fair to him. He's bowling well, but he had that drop chance which Horton put down, and then a streaky 4. So not getting perhaps the luck he thinks he deserves at the moment. Sussex 151 for 5, so we're in the crucial point of the match, really, in terms of Sussex's innings.
And not a huge amount of batting to come. I mean, they can't afford to throw the bat here, Sussex. Still Ollie Carter to come and Jack Carson.
Last ball of Tim van der Hoogten's over. Bangs it in short, and that gives the opportunity for Finn Hudson-Prentice to cut into the offside. Takes a single that moves Sussex to 152 for 5. The end of the, 33rd over. So, yes, and runs are a must now. They need to push on in the final 17.
Yes, I mean, I just wonder whether, the pitch, whether perhaps there's been a slight misread of the pitch. I mean, Sussex won the toss and decided to bat, so maybe Sussex knew it was going to be a difficult surface that would get more difficult.
How has it been playing recently?
Well, this pitch, in the game against Durham made 427 here, and Sussex made the best part of 300, and talking to the groundsman this morning, he said, he thought it might be a little slower, but, it still looked a good pitch with plenty of runs, and there's generally a lot of runs here. It's in the Championship, sides have really struggled to bowl sides out here this season. So it is surprising. In comes Carlson, bowling to Hudson-Prentice, who works the ball down the ground and picks up a single. He goes to 6, 153 for 5. But you'd have thought in any 50-over game these days, you've got to be looking around the 300 mark, you'd have thought. But maybe not on this pitch. We'll have to see. Carlson in again, bowls. Coles plays this firmly through backward square leg, picks up a single. He goes to 12, 154 for 5.
Of course, Glamorgan have got a few bowlers of the same awkward pace, which makes it difficult to hit it off the square. In Carlson, Callaway as well has been tight and economical.
Carlson in again, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice plays slightly in the air to mid-on fielder by Ingram. It's another single, but I think Glamorgan will be very happy here just to let Sussex round and pick up the ones.
But another one that just jabbed on him slightly.
He did. Carlson again in his 7th over. He's taken 3 wickets. Bowls to Coles, who plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run.
Yeah, Carlson with the 3 wickets, and of course we forget that run out that started it all.
We have to remember Sussex were 50 without loss. Carlson again in and bowls. Coles drives, but he doesn't beat Coles. I think it's fair to say that they just seem to be struggling to time the ball, which will perhaps make Sussex think that 300 isn't on here, and maybe 250 may be something defendable. But it's a powerful looking Glamorgan batting lineup. Carlson in bowls. Coles tucks this one to short fine leg. Sisodia runs around the field. 1 more to the total. End of the over. 156 for 5. Coles to 13. Hudson Prentice is on 7.
Well, it is a powerful batting lineup, but especially with the man in front of us, Adrian. Number 41, Colin Ingram, back in the lineup. He missed the game against Warwickshire at the Knoll. I just wonder he would have enjoyed himself shortish boundaries at Neath. They missed him, so he is the danger man if he gets going. He scored a ton against Derbyshire in Glamorgan's victory. I mean, he's so destructive in all formats.
It looks like there's another spinner coming on. Prem Sisodia coming back into the attack. So Glamorgan are racing through their overs here. We've had just over 2 hours play, and they bowled 34 overs. They're bowling 17 overs an hour. So good stuff from Glamorgan.
Prem has been used from the C end, so this is a switch from Kieran Carlson. Alex Horton obviously standing up to the slow left arm in inverted commas. He's got a bit of zip about him, past the umpire Anna Harris, and that's driven to wideish long off, and there is a single taken.
So you're going to be in Northern Ireland next week. I'm going to be a little further north. I'm going to the Edinburgh Festival for a couple of days.
The Fringe.
Yeah, just for a few days.
As Sisodia comes in, good length ball, that's paddled away, and there's a quick single taken, and that time of running, the call's made early, and they came actually, that was Finn Hudson Prentice, The Fringe Festival, all through August in Edinburgh. And Sisodia comes in, and that's just pushed into the offside. Actually, my best man was in the Fringe last year. He was performing a one-man show of Grav, the former Wales centre, Ray Gravel, who sadly left us about 15 years ago. That went down well, but the atmosphere in the Fringe is brilliant as Sisodia comes in, and that's just pushed to mid-off. And there's a run. Now you'll have a good time there.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I love Edinburgh as a city.
It's lovely.
Just there for 3 days, then back here on Friday for the game here against Gloucestershire.
Sisodia past umpire Harris. Fuller that time, and it's fielded by Sisodia himself. Well, I'll be back, and then I will be prepping on Friday. Of course, Wales have got 1 game left in the World Cup warm-up series for them, South Africa, as Sisodia comes in, and that's manufactured into the onside, but it's fielded by Carlson at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So it's tough stuff for Sussex at the moment. Boundaries are hard to come by. They're 160 for 5. Hudson Prentice is on 9. Cole's 15. But the order of the day, Adrian, would to be putting that foot on the accelerator now in the final, 14 overs, 15 overs.
Yes, I agree. I mean, I'm just looking at the way these two are playing. I mean, from Sussex's position here, Ollie Carter to come, who made runs at Somerset, and Jack Carlson, the off-spinner, who can bat. But, there's still, 15 overs to go. I think we might see Sussex pushing the ball around 1s and 2s and trying to get themselves somewhere near it as Hudson Prentice reverse sweeps. An attacking shot from Finn Hudson Prentice is going to race away for... No, it's not. It's a brilliant piece of fielding in front of the players' pavilion. That's very good indeed. I think that's Zayn Hill Hassan out there. And Hudson Prentice picks up 3. The total goes to 163 for 5. And possibly we've misjudged the pitch from here. Possibly Sussex have. Who knows? Maybe they've judged it correctly and they knew this was going to be difficult to bat on later on. Carlson in his 8th over, 7 overs before this, 3 for 25. In comes Carlson bowls, clipped onto the onside by James Coles, picks up a single. He goes to 16, 164 for 5. So I'm looking forward to the Fringe. There's lots and lots of shows, and we're going to go to the Tattoo as well in the castle, so looking forward to that. I don't think the weather's meant to be great, but there you go. We can have a wander around and see what's going on. In comes Carlson over the wicket, bowls and swept by... And did he give it up? No, he's not. I thought for a moment he got a positive decision there, but he was the only one who appealed. I
think he was just outside the line, possibly.
Leg by. Every run vital for Sussex. 165 for 5.
Well, they'll be in party mode at the Grass Market in Edinburgh.
I'm sure they
are. the three sisters there up there.
In comes Coulson, bowls, and Cole's surprised to get there by one. I thought that was coming onto the bat, and in the end he had to play a defensive shot, and he looked suspiciously at the pitch as well. And there is no... The Three Sisters, is that a pub?
The Three Sisters is a famous pub in Edinburgh, which is always full to the rafters on Six Nations weekends.
Coulson in bowls to James Cole, defensive to the outside, and there is no run.
Of course, I couldn't possibly say I'm always too busy on international
you're busy
days,
commentating. Yeah, I was going to say, how do you know, Kenneth?
These are my youth days.
Comes Coles, bowls, and beaten outside the off stump. On that one, now third man is excellent bowl hit by Glamorgan, just a 5 off the over. 165 for 5. Hudson Prentice on 13, Coles on 16. Actually, you talking about rugby earlier on. And it was a couple of years ago now, and one of my daughters graduated from Cardiff University, but the graduation ceremony was post-COVID. It was held in the Millennium Stadium, or the Principality. And the biggest roar of the night was not for people getting their degrees, but because Warren Gatland,
right.
he walked onto the stage. I think he may be an honorary something or other of Cardiff.
Probably. He's got a gator named after him, so he's probably got a fellowship.
The ovation was amazing.
So in, and that's chopped into the ground, the offside, the man coming in from the extra cover boundary, and it's a single.
So yeah, everyone knew who he was, and people were standing and cheering. And
Sisodia past umpire Harris, Fuller into the block hole, and that is not even the despairing dive of Kieran Carlson can say the single there. Well, he's a man that divides opinion amongst the media and journos in Wales. He's not a fan of us usually, that's full. And that's pushed down to long on. But if he can turn Wales's fortunes around the World Cup, he'll be given the freedom of the country. As Sisodia comes in past the umpire, bangs that one in short, and that's guided down to the man at short, third man, and there's a quick single.
Well, this has been better from Sussex in this over. I mean, I know they're only picking up singles, but at least Sussex are getting the scoreboard ticking along and maybe laying a platform for the last 4 or 5 overs to really have a go at the bowling.
In comes Prem Sisodia, good length ball. That was upish for a while, but through the covers for a single. And they're just trying to manipulate the field in this over. 170 for 5. Crowd still coming in. Good crowd.
It is a good crowd
for this one-day cup match. Sisodia, full, chopped into the ground, and they'll have to be quick, and they are. As they come through, the throw comes in from Sam Northeast, but they get home safe and well.
6 off the over, 6 singles.
Yeah, that was better, as you mentioned. They're just picking them off. So they need more of this tempo.
Yes, they do. So you'd have thought, Sussex from here, 13 overs remaining. If they could score at 6 and over for 13, what's that? That's another 78. That's they get Sussex around 250. I mean, it's so difficult. You would normally say in a 50-over game here, relatively short boundaries. You'd have thought that 250 is never enough, but maybe this pitch means that it's not sort of a 427 pitch, which we saw here against Durham. Just around the country, some very low scores down at New Road. Worcestershire bowled out for 108 by Warwickshire. Nick was saying they were hoping for a big crowd down at New Road today. That's not to say Warwickshire may not get bowled out cheaply, but just bowled out in 30 overs are Worcestershire. Kieran Carlson bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Horton, and there is no run. Kieran Carlson, his 9th over, figures for 3 for 30. And at Durham 128 for 6 against Northamptonshire, both of those games in this group. Carlson in again, bowls, and Coles deflects that onto the onside, backward of square, picks up another single. He goes to 20, Sussex 172 for 5.
Well, you would have had good money on Kieran Carlson's figures at the start of this match. 3 for 31 now in after 8 overs.
He waits again, comes in over the wicket to bowl to Hudson Prentice, who's down the wicket driving, and again, I mean, he's looking to use his feet there, Hudson Prentice. There's a long on, so he might have felt, I think you either go for it full bore here, but he kind of went halfway and very nearly chipped the ball to North East, who's in there at shortish mid-wicket.
Yeah, shouts of catch. I think it just died on Sam North East.
Carlson in again. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who back on his stumps and pushes that one back to the square on the leg side, picks up a single. You always get the feeling here, Kenneth, by the way that Sussex are batting, that they realise that this isn't an easy pitch to bat on. There certainly is not too much aggressive intent. Hudson Prentice to 17, 173 for 5. Coulson in again, bowls to James Coles, who just works this one down to third man, fielded by McElroy. Comfortable single to Coles, he goes to 21, 174 for 5. Of course, if Glamorgan come out and smash it around the ground, also there's nothing wrong with the pitch at all. And wait and see, but it's just interesting how the spinners have played such a key part here for Glamorgan. Carlson in again, bowls and work down the ground by Hudson Prentice. He picks up his 18th run, Sussex to 175 for 5 at the end of the 38th over.
Of course, Sussex need probably to win the lots now, don't they? After their record so far, lost 3, won 1. Glamorgan 1-1 lost to 1 rained off. Games to come against Gloucestershire, Somerset and Northants. For Glamorgan, Gloucestershire this week, then Somerset a week today, which incidentally clashes, unfortunately, with the Welsh Fire game against London Spirit. So they might want to think, if the 100 does continue, about the scheduling and the clashes between the franchises and the county sides. So, is that young Ben Kellaway coming back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end, just straying down leg, which gives the batters a chance, and they've come back for a quick second. Throw is fired in, and they did well. Good running between the wickets that time.
Yes, it was. I mean, Sussex have got 3 very difficult fixtures to come. They've got Gloucestershire here, then they go to New Road, Worcester, and then Warwickshire to finish up with, so they're going to have to do it the hard way.
Kellaway in its 8th over. Fuller swept, and that's going to bisect. No, it isn't. That's Tim van der Hoogten. Good fielding.
Very good.
Because he saved a boundary there, that's for certain. That was hit hard into the onside through square, and it felt like 4 all the way. Good work by Tim van der Hoogten. The Dutch-Australian player that's paddled into mid-wicket, and it's Carlson. You can never be certain taking on Kieran Carlson's arm. That wasn't dissimilar to the run-out we saw earlier. That time, Carlson a bit wayward, 180 for 5. Hudson Prentice 23. Coles 21. So good partnership here. Rearguard action from Sussex, and much will depend on this pair staying in. That's a reverse sweep. But it won't get through mid-wicket. Fielded by Sam North East, who scored 69 against Warwickshire on Thursday. In comes Kellaway. Fuller, good length delivery, but there is a single down to long on.
Just working the ball away here, sign of a little more intense. 6 off the over so far. Do you know, I'm struggling to think when the last boundary was hit.
Yeah, there haven't been many in the last, certainly 5 overs. They've dried up, and again, that's down to long on. An easy single for the batter, which is Hudson Prentice. So Hudson Prentice moves on to 24, Coles 22, 182 for 5. At the end of Kellaway's 8th over, he has figures of 0 for... It hasn't changed. I think he's 0 for 30.
Yeah, 0 for 34.
34.
Kieran Carlson's going to bowl himself out here. Skipper, 9 overs, 3 for 34. He's going to come in from the C end of the ground. Coming to bowl to Hudson Prentice, who's 24 not out. Hudson Prentice plays that straight down the ground, and Carlson can't field cleanly even of his own bowling. Hudson Prentice picks up a single. He goes to 25, 183 for 5. The game that really Sussex should have won was at Northampton last Sunday.
Yes.
When they conceded 70 runs in the last 6 overs. lost the game. In come Coles. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. He drills the ball down the ground. Is this going to be a boundary? It is a boundary, and a welcome boundary as far as Sussex are concerned. Using his feet, James Coles. He didn't quite time it driving the ball down the ground. Nonetheless, he picks up a boundary, and a welcome boundary at that for the Sharks. Coles to 26, 187 for 5.
I think he was worried just for a millisecond that it was misdirected and he was going to hole out to Tim van der Hoogten, but it bisected both van der Hoogten and Ingram and went all the way.
I think perhaps demonstrated it's not that easy to time the ball on this track. Finn Hudson-Prentice just adjusting his laces. He's at the non-striker's end. Carlson in bowls to James Coles, who flicks this one back to the square on the leg side, picks up a single as James Coles. He goes to 27, 188 for 5.
So is Greg's the recommendation for food then?
Well, that's where we go. It's pretty much the only place really on the ground. And but as I say, you tend to get a queue when there's a big crowd like today. So we'll have to go around in stages, I think. In comes Carlson. That's a full toss. Probably the worst ball he's bowled, in fairness, but he gets away with it. And Hudson-Prentice plays it down to long on. Fielded by Colin Ingram. One more to the total, 189 for 5. There will just be 10 overs remaining after this.
Well, Nick Webb has departed the commentary box here, so I just, as he wandered, meandered to Greg's early on.
I reckon he has. In comes Carlson, bowls to James Coles, who flicks this one back to the square. This is probably the most profitable over for some time that Sussex have had. They've had 4-8 off of the over. One ball remaining. Hudson-Prentice on 26, Coles on 28. These two have now added 48 for this wicket. So in comes Carlson, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice eases that down the ground to long on, fielded by Colin Ingram. That will be the end of Kieran Carlson's spell. It's got a good spell by the skipper. He's conceded 9 off his final over. Nonetheless, he's picked up 3 wickets, and it's a good spell by the Glamorgan skipper, as well as the run out of Harrison Ward much earlier on. 191 for 5 are the Sharks. Hudson-Prentice 27, Coles on 28. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Online. If you're watching the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, a very warm welcome to you as well, or indeed listening around the ground. A good crowd here at Hove. It feels like Sussex are a little bit under par with 10 overs to go, but you never know, and it certainly doesn't look like the wicket where you can score 427 as Durham did a few weeks ago. It's Adrian Harms and Kenneth Davis here on commentary.
Thanks, Adrian. And Callaway continues from the Cromwell Road end, and Hudson-Prentice dances down, takes a step, and will collect a single down to long on. Yeah, probably need to try and get after one of these bowlers now. Good shift with the ball from Kieran Carlson. Callaway puts width on that, and that, I thought he was flirting with a wide ball, and it's been called by the umpire, Anna Harris, who Andrew Hignell informed us is completing her medical studies at Cardiff University. Full delivery from Callaway, bit of width as well. That's whipped down to wide-ish long off. They thought otherwise have taken the second on for the arm.
Yeah, I think there was a second there. Nick has done the sensible thing. He's got to go his lunch.
We were deliberating that Nick had gone first. As Callaway comes in, again a bit of width, which it's paddled down. It's a reverse sweep of sorts by Hudson-Prentice, and they come home for a single.
I miss the 50 partnership actually, which has now come up between these two.
Well, the shouts of catch, that was aerial-ish through mid-wicket, but safe as the man hurls it back. And there is another single, 196 for 5. Hudson-Prentice 29, Coles now 30. There are singles out there. They picked it up, but as you mentioned, Adrian, we've been short of boundaries.
Yeah, we have.
There's been a dearth of them.
Yeah. You two just trying to back Sussex into a position where they've got something to defend.
In comes Callaway. I don't think he's managed his line in this over, just dragging a few down short, which has giving the opportunity for the batters to pick up singles. So they're moving along 198 for 5, but still you think this is under par at present.
Yes. Shall we send Kenneth to get his lunch?
I shall go. I shall go and I shall go to Greg's.
Yeah, donate all the food. As Kenneth goes, we'll be back with us a little later. Nick back with us, 198 for 5, Hudson Prentice 30.
Sausage rolls, pasties and sandwiches.
Right.
198 for 5.
Drinks being bought out for some of the Sussex. It's so difficult to read this, Nick, isn't it? I mean, I don't... My own feeling is, Sussex obviously had first use. They won the toss, decided to bat. Normally in 50-over cricket these days, you're looking 300 plus, aren't you, as any sort of a total. But just maybe it's not as easy to bat as we think.
I think anything over 260 is potentially challenging here today, given that the ball doesn't seem to be coming onto the bat hugely fast.
Sussex have left out their third spinner, who's Archie Lenham. As I say, Harrison Moore can bowl some spin.
From Sisodia then to bowl left arm around, and that's cut away by Coles. They're through for a quick single down to short third man. Maybe there shouldn't have been a single there, but they ran it hard.
Well, the spinners, I reckon, are going to bowl... Kieran Carlson's already bowled 10, Kellaway's bowled 9, and Sisodia here in his 8th. So the spinners could well bowl 30 overs here for Glamorgan.
Yeah, Sul Hassan's only got 3 under his belt so far as Sisodia's next ball is played away. Oh no, there's Hudson Prentice almost fell over mid-wicket there.
He did.
He tripped over his own feet, and for a moment I thought he was going to go flying and end up on the turf, but the applause is for the 200 up as Hudson Prentice eventually got home relatively unscathed. He's on 31. Cole's on strike on 32. Plays a big shot over extra cover, 1 bounce 4. He's found the gap there, racing away the ball down the slope and into the advertising hoardings. And Sisodia has probably not made quite the impression that he would have wanted on his first game in this campaign. Featured in T20, has played 1 championship match. As he's fired that one in faster, it's belted through the onside for 4 more. And, that one was well placed as well. The fielder's out at mid-wicket and at long on, but Coles again bisected them, and he's hitting strongly in this over. He's on to 40 not out, and it might be the end of Prem Sisodia and the attack. And he comes, bowls 2 Coles, again fired in, this time a bit back of a length, and Coles turns it down to square leg for a single. 209 for 5.
We didn't seem to have any trouble timing those 2 boundaries, did he, James Coles? I just can't work out whether it's a difficult pitch to bat on or not.
Sisodia in, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays it to cover. Carlson comes racing in. Says, you're not having a single on my watch, sunshine. 209 for 5, 8 overs to come here on BBC Sport Online. I think we've got to the stage where Sussex think, well, we've got 2 men fairly well set. Hudson Prentice, 31, Coles on 41, and Ollie Carter and Jack Carson to come, that it is time to come down pitch, start taking a few risks, and get Sussex somewhere nearer to 300 than 250 maybe.
I think I can see Jamie McElroy warming up down at the long on.
He's got the full 5, so he can bowl out.
In comes Kellaway, bowls to Coles. There should be 2 here. Plays it out to long off. They're going to think about it a second, but it isn't there. In fact, there's a very good bit of fielding out there by, is that? It is Eddie Byram who gets in the throw.
Distance, yeah.
Just the 1 to James Coles. He goes to 42. Finn Hudson Prentice surveys that leg side boundary. You can see there are 2 men guarding it. As in comes Kellaway again, bowls and played slightly upper sheet, a short extra cover by Hudson Prentice, fielded by North East.
Yeah, these 2 are going along nicely. It's nearly a runner ball now, both of them.
Yeah, partnership between the pair is worth, that's we get down 142, so 58-68. Much needed runs for Sussex. Changing the field. As in comes Callaway bowls and Hudson Prentice sweeps and gets a single out to, or almost a slog sweep out to Al Hassan, who's fielding in front of the Spenkama Pavilion on the leg side. One more to the total. Hudson Prentice goes to 32, 211 for 5. Yeah, 3 men saving one on the offside, 1 on the leg. Callaway's in again, bowls swept by James Coles, and that's going to be a boundary. Hasn't bowled many poor deliveries here today as Ben Callaway, but that was swept away nicely. Just too much room for James Coles, and he helped it on its way down towards deep backwards square or fine leg, take your pick. Coles goes to 46 in 46 balls, and this has been a very important knock by James Coles. 215 for 5. Sussex edging towards giving themselves at least something to bowl at. Callaway again. Cole pulls this onto the leg side. They've taken 1. They'll look for 2 here. Hudson Prentice running to the danger end. But in the end, it's a comfortable second as the throw comes in from Al Hassan. And James Coles goes to 48. 217 for 5. 7 overs remaining after this. Callaway in bowls to Coles, who again plays it onto the onside. They'll look for 2 here again. It's well placed by James Coles, and this will bring up his half century. And a very good half century as well for young James Coles. Just 19 years of age. He's making quite a name for himself this season with a couple of county championship hundreds. He goes through to his half century, raises his bat around the ground. 50 in 48 balls, including 4 fours. And it's just bringing an air of respectability to this Sussex score, which looked to be well below par when Cheshire Pujara was out for 27. At that stage, Sussex 142 for 5. Now 219 for 5. It remains to be seen as to whether it's enough. But at least Sussex are giving themselves something to bowl at.
Yeah, it's respectable going and decent half century from young Coles, given that there are only 4 boundaries in it, but still better than a run of ball, so it suggests that he really has played it around nicely. Sisodia will continue despite getting some stick in his last over, and he'll get some more stick here as a low, flat slog sweep for 6 by Finn Hudson Prentice to mid-wicket. Rattled towards those hospitality areas there. Thought it might take a window out, but just flatter than that. 225 for 6. Sisodia into Hudson Prentice. Hits inside out over extra cover. That'll be 4 more, 1 bounce. Taking the attack to Glamorgan, and the left arm of Prem Sisodia really suffering at the moment.
Good shot that, wasn't it? Using his feet inside out, as you say.
229 for 5. Looks as though Hudson Prentice could well get to a half century here. He's galloping along. Sisodia in to bowl. Full toss and hammered back to the bowler, who fields gratefully in his follow through.
Well, they got away with that. That's an annoying alarm that's going off.
Sisodia to Hudson Prentice. Dinked on the onside. They'll look for 2. Ingram comes in, but Coles says no, we won't risk it. As Ingram's throw comes in from long on. 230 for 5. Hudson Prentice goes to 43. Not out. Thank you to whoever turned that alarm off. Got back to their car. Sisodia to Coles. Drives hard on the offside. Callaway is at long off. Just the single taken. Throw direct to the bowler on that occasion. Glamorgan not messing around in the field. We should get the innings finished well before 2 o'clock. Sisodia to Hudson Prentice. Comes down the wicket, low full toss by the time he'd got there. Jarred the hand slightly as he hit it up to long on for another single. So another productive over for Sussex. 232 for 5. And Sisodia taking some stick in his last couple of overs. We have got 6 remaining for Sussex. So 280-ish still on the cards, despite being 5 down for 142. These two really have led a fine recovery from the home side.
Yes, Yes, they have. I mean, it's a partnership of 90 now between these two, and that partnership of 90 has come in, 12 and a half overs. So they took their time, and just in the last 2 or 3 overs, they've really stepped on the accelerator, particularly taking a lightly to Prem Sasodi, who's gone for 11 and then 13 in that over. But when you see Coles and Hudson Prentice batting like this, you think, well, there isn't too much wrong with the pitch. So maybe Sussex were, maybe it was good bowling and poor batting. We shall see. But at least Sussex supporters will feel they've given themselves something to bowl at. McIlroy back into the attack, 5 overs, 0 for 28. He's coming into bowl to Hudson Prentice, and Hudson Prentice drives over the infield. It's going to race away over on that far side, lofted. I don't think it's going to go for 4. Yes, it is. Good shot by Hudson Prentice, using his feet. Didn't quite time it as he expected, but he drilled the ball away over extra cover and picks up a boundary. Does Hudson Prentice? He goes to 48. And Sussex to 236 for 5. Giving Kieran Carlson something to think about here. It's been fairly straightforward for Glamorgan so far, but these two certainly set about the bowling. McIlroy in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice is forward and plays that down to long on, picks up a single. Does Hudson Prentice, 237 for 5. He goes to within 1 of a half century. His 49 has come in just 41 balls. James Coles now surveys that leg side boundary. 3 men sailing, 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg. As McIlroy in his 6th over runs towards us. He's in and bowls. Coles hammers that one away to extra cover. Didn't time it as well as I thought. Fielded there by Sam Northeast. 1 more to the total. McIlroy back to me. Just to give an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. McIlroy in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice pulls that onto the leg side. They take 1. They'll have to look for 2 here. Coles is quickly in. He could get caught out. The throw comes in. Is he run out? No, he's not. James Coles just got back. And he's given not a... Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sean. Recovery here by Sussex. They're 238 for 5. Half centuries for Finn Hudson Prentice, who's on 51, and James Coles, who's on 52, rather rescuing the innings after Sussex had slumped to 142 for 5. The applause you can hear is for that half century for Finn Hudson Prentice. Sussex with 5 overs remaining after this one, now 240 for 5. Meanwhile, Surrey playing Nottinghamshire today. There was early morning rain, a game reduced to 40 overs aside. Surrey are 78 for 2 after 16. In comes McIlroy, round the wicket, bowls, pulled away by Hudson Prentice, and he's going to be caught at... No, he's dropped! Oh, that's a poor drop. Pulled away onto the leg side, and I think that's the skipper. Is that Carlson who's put that down?
Yeah, got to it. It was a little bit low down. He was falling forwards and couldn't hold on as it hit the ground. So he hit the ground and the ball did at the same time.
So a life for Hudson Prentice, who's put down on 51. McIlroy on his way from the Cromwell Road end, in and bowls to James Coles, who clips this one onto the leg side. They won't take 2 on this occasion to Kieran Carlson, I wouldn't have thought. And Carlson gets some ironic applause. He's such a fine fielder. You're always surprised when a chance goes down. So, end of the 45th over, and the 100 partnership comes up between Finn Hudson Prentice and James Coles. A very fine partnership as well, coming in just 81 balls in 42 minutes. And a partnership, Nick, that really has rescued this Sussex innings, because they were looking in all sorts of trouble on 142 for 5.
Yeah, intelligent work from these 2 middle order batters, and as you say, it looks like being a challenging total now, I think, for Glamorgan to chase. They had the door open when Pujara went on 142, and you thought, well, maybe Glamorgan will be able to bowl Sussex out, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen now, as Tim van der Hoogten comes into the attack from the sea end, bowling 2 Coles, 242 for 5, 5 overs remaining, and a thick edge will run away to 3rd man for 4 runs.
Well, Sussex getting the rub of the green here, aren't they, in the last... Well, these two have batted extremely well, but, they all count. But it's, from a Sussex point of view, it's good to see... I mean, he's such a fine player, Cheteshwar Pujara, but Sussex just cannot simply rely on him all the time to get them out the mire. These two at least giving the Sharks something to bowl at.
Run out was close with Coles looking back at it as Van der Hoogten bowls it, hammered back at him, and he can't take it.
Ooh, that would have been a catch and a half.
On the full, Van der Hoogten just getting in the way of it there. Really.
Yeah.
It was. He didn't even have time to put his hands in place.
I'm not going to put that down as a chance. There was, that would have been miraculous if he'd have caught that.
Yes. Hudson Prentice on 52 not out, faces up again to Van der Hoogten in the yellow of Glamorgan, and he's hit that one many a mile over deep square leg and into some neighbouring houses somewhere. That must have cleared the road. That's gone a long, long way as he got up and underneath that. A big full swing of the bat from Finn Hudson Prentice. He moves to 58 now off just 44 deliveries. It is quite the innings, this.
It is, and from a Sussex perspective, you think, well, it's good to see these two piling on the runs. However, it makes you think, is this track as difficult to bat on as we thought earlier on, where they said your ball did seem to stop, but these two have put bat to ball. It's been a tremendous partnership. You wonder whether Sussex are undercooked here. Only time will tell.
They may yet get to 300 if they carry on hitting like this. 253 for 5 with 4.5 overs left as Glamorgan put their fielders as far out as they're allowed to. And that is a swing and a miss, a reverse swing and a miss, and a bit unnecessary really from Hudson Prentice.
Do you know, I mean, it's easy to say from here. He's batted so beautifully, Hudson Prentice. He'd almost made his mind he was going to play that shot, I think, before Van der Hoogten delivered the ball, and he's done so well playing authentic shots. I'd like to see Finn carrying on doing exactly the same, but, I'm not going to be critical, because without his 58, Sussex will be in dire straits.
In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who hammers it full toss down the ground to Bevan for a single. 254 for 5. Coles may be slightly fortunate still to be there, having been given not outs on a run out.
Really?
Yeah, let's say, well, vis-a-vis my remarks earlier on that they could benefit from a third official technology. Van der Hoogten bowls a slower, low full toss, driven straight by Coles to cover, and there is just the single to be had. 255 for 5. The lunch rota continues as Adrian Harms departs. We don't want to be hungry through the second half of the innings. Kenneth Davis rejoins us. 255 for 5. 4 overs to go. Sussex well placed at the moment now, Ken, with that this tremendous revival from these two.
Yeah, they put the foot on the accelerator. A few costly overs from Glamorgan, Prem Sisodia being one, and well, we were talking about a respectable total. It could turn into a challenging total.
Yeah.
So Zainul Hassan takes up the reins from the Cromwell Road end, and he wheels round, steaming in, passes the umpire, fullish, and well, it was an attempt, I don't know if it was a cross between an attempted ramp and a sweep.
Yes.
And in the end, it was neither, and went through to Horton by James Coles. So there's no run, 255 for 5. But yeah, brilliant partnership. They're both on 59, are they? Yes, they are. Hudson Prentice and James Coles. Glamorgan just letting it slip at the moment. That's gone in and out skywards. It's going to be taken by Tim van der Hoogten. And James Cole's got in an awful tangle there. Went to hit it on the onside through mid-wicket. Leading edge, toe end of the bat possibly. And it went skyward, and Tim van der Hoogten didn't have to move at all. So the partnership has come to an end, and Glamorgan gladly seeing the back of James Coles.
Absolutely tremendous innings from him at just over a runner ball, looking to hit through mid-wicket. Got the leading edge again. Not the first to go to a leading edge today, but he has done considerable damage on his team's behalf. Caught TVDG. Second wicket for ZUH, Zain ul Hassan. And Ollie Carter, who's certainly done Glamorgan damage with the red ball in recent seasons. A career best championship score in Cardiff, and one of those who salvaged the draw for Sussex in the championship match at Sophia Gardens. But a different role in this comp. He's coming in at 8, and we'll just have to fling the ball fling the bat at everything with 3.4 overs to go. Yep,
but they have at least taken Sussex to total. Well, they'll be looking 280-ish.
Yep.
If they can,
they should get to
have a final flurry here. But Glamorgan should be confident of getting to a total of 280 mark, given that they have Colin Ingram back in their ranks today after missing the Knoll on Thursday. Zain ul Hassan coming in, and that's prodded into the onside, and the man coming in from backward square, it's just a single. 256 for 6 with Carter off the mark. Yeah, difficult task to come in and swing the bat. You just don't have to worry about your average really in circumstances like this. A quick 10 or 15 might be the way to go. And try to slash the kitchen sink at it. They will look for 2 here. It's going to be tight. Well, no, in the end it was placed well, and they came back with something to spare.
Yeah, well, McIlroy running in from the long on boundary got there first, but it was
just
wrong side from him, wasn't it? He had to run round it to pull off the left arm throw.
So that was the second wicket for Zain ul Hassan after bowling Tom Alsop earlier. Full delivery right in the block ball, squeezed out. This will only be a single because it's struck firmly out to the man sweeping on the boundary.
Yeah, 4 wickets in 2 games for Zain ul Hassan. Needs to contribute with the bat really in this format to show what he's about. Just the one chance so far.
Used sporadically in the T20 campaign, former Worcestershire player. In he comes. Rapid action, it has to be said, but it seems to be a slow wicket that's pulled in. That's another shot that on another day perhaps would gain more reward, but the ball seems to have died on the batsman on a few occasions.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten hasn't, ul Hassan hasn't quite got the pace to bang it in short, certainly on this wicket, and it really was tennis ball bounce, pulled to mid-wicket for single. 260 for 6. Sussex with 3 overs out of their 50 remaining. The skies still mostly cloudy with just the odd view of blue poking through above. So how are Glamorgan going to get these 3 overs then? They've got options.
McIlroy's going to come back here.
McIlroy has bowled 6, Van der Hoogten 8, and ul Hassan 4 now. So 29 overs of spin used by Glamorgan, with Carlson the most economical, 3 for 43, Callaway 0 for 48. Sisodia took a bit of tap in his last 2 overs, 0 for 57 off 9. So Carlson making sure that everyone is where he wants them to be, and it'll be the newer man Ollie Carter on strike. The smallish figure of the Sussex wicketkeeper.
Not as small, not as shortish as Kieran Carlson. I say that in the nicest possible way.
Neither of them is going to win many line-outs in rugby union. Is Ollie Carter still mulleted, by the way, Adrian? Yes. He is, yes, there we are. A brave fashion choice. Some of us remember it from the 80s when we thought it was rubbish then, and our views haven't changed. 260 for 6, our Sussex.
Were you mulleted in the 80s,
No,
Nick?
I was not. McIlroy bowls. Carter slams that one away on the offside, and we'll pick up just the single, well fielded.
Well, that was a cracking shot for one.
That was absolutely off the meat, wasn't it? Raced away. 261 for 6, but not quite far enough away from the fielder. Patrolling the pavilion ropes. 261 for 6. McIlroy left arm round. Bowls, and that I think has flicked the pad of Hudson Prentice. It's gone down leg side, well intercepted by Horton, and therefore it's not a wide.
There's a bit of frustration. He probably thinks he's just missed out on a boundary there. He just stepped across his stumps to make room, with McIlroy coming round.
Yeah, might have been a wide had he not played it. Flick something on the way through. McIlroy in again, wide outside, off stump. Nigel Long ponders and then stretches out his arms with a laconic swivel to point up towards the scorer's room next to the Spencana Pavilion.
Good season for the Bilthwells product.
Yes, he really has played a lot more first-team cricket than in his first 2 years on the staff. It's been worked hard. McIlroy bowls. Driven away off a thick edge down to third man. They'll turn, look for 2. Hudson Prentice had to put his foot down, but the throw reached Horton, I think, on the second bounce. It wasn't of the fullest, and by the time he'd stooped to whip the bails off, Hudson Prentice was back home.
I think, had that been a better throw, it might have been game over.
Yeah, I think it's Zul Hassan in the deep, but needed a little bit more power on that occasion. 264 for 6. McIlroy into Hudson Prentice again, who drives hard down towards long off. Good sliding stop by Callaway. Will they rest the second? No, they won't, to the arm of the youngster Ben Callaway, who had a tidy spell with the ball, 0 for 48, and is active in the field as well. Gets a little applause from the bowler McIlroy. 265 for 6. Carter on strike. Oh, he's got himself in a right muddle here, and McIlroy's run him out, as he with his left foot. Oh, they're going through for a single. That was chaos there. And McIlroy saying, "What's that all about?" And for the second time, Jamie McIlroy is denied by umpire Anna Harris, who said, "What's that all about?" He hit the stumps with his left-footed side foot, but it was given not out, and therefore they ran through for a single after the ball had struck the stumps.
Brilliant footballing work, but for all for nothing.
As McIlroy bowls, and could be another run-out opportunity. McIlroy's missed it though in his follow-through, and this time they will go through for a single. Chaos in the middle. That one off the toe end of the bat. I think Jamie McIlroy must have nicked umpire Harris's parking spot, because she hasn't given him the benefit of the doubt on either occasion. 267 for 6 for Sussex, and we've now got 2 overs to go.
We saw Callaway there, brilliant piece of fielding. He's been making strides with the bat and ball, and good that there's a young nucleus of young players coming through, because it has been a problem in the last 10 to 15 years. Homegrown talent, Nick, not quite coming through as you would have liked.
Yeah, the likes of Roman Walker departing didn't help up to Leicestershire, a move that I still can't quite understand.
But good seeing Callaway, Bevan Prem Sisodia in front of us here. As Zain Hassan comes in, again the ball just died on him.
Well, he's into position for the reverse a little bit too soon, and as you say,
dug in short as well.
Dug in short. It's just coming through very soggily, isn't it? It's like bowling on the beach. It's just not coming through.
As Hudson Prentice taking guard as Zainul Hassan comes in, bowls, and that's clean bowled. Straight through the gate. Hudson Prentice realised he had to go for broke, and it went straight through, and that's a third wicket for Zainul Hassan.
Yeah, first time he's managed that in a one-day cup competition. So it's a CB for him, and a very respectable 66 from Finn Hudson Prentice, who, along with James Coles, has given this Sussex innings substance. His runs coming off 54 deliveries, and he hit 3 4s and 2 6s in the course of that. Looking to launch Ul Hassan somewhere into the pavilion, but hoiked all round it and back. Went the middle. I think that's the third time today we've seen the middle stump knocked out of the ground, which is always a good sight for the bowlers.
Yeah, Ul Hassan, that was his second bowled.
Yeah.
And I think Kieran Carlson had one earlier.
Knocked the middle stump out of Tel Molsop, even though it's not exactly with express pace in the case of Carlson. But the wickets shared between these two men then, 3 for Zainul Hassan and 3 for Kieran Carlson, who also got the run out, and Jack Carson, the 22-year-old Northern Irishman, mainly in the side for his off-spin, but will be called upon to strike a couple of blows if he can in the remaining 10 balls of this innings.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be trying to polish off the tail here in the penultimate over, 267 for 7. So a new partnership, and as Nick was saying, very difficult as late in the day as this to create an impression as Zainul Hassan races in, and that's stuck in short once more. They'll go, and well, the shy should have been to the non-strikers,
but there was no one on the stump, so it probably wasn't worth risking it. I think that just popped off Carson's glove or something. They went through for the single. I didn't see a signal of leg by. Maybe there was.
Jack Carlson with 16 on his back coming through for a single. 2 6 8 for 7.
Carson's not off the mark, so it must have been given as a leg by.
So what are we, 3 to go?
3 to go in this over. Carter on strike.
In comes Ul Hassan, steaming in, and that's going to be caught at what is now fine leg, because it was a reverse by Sisodia, and another batter departs. It's Ollie Carter. He got that one all wrong, and Glamorgan mopping up the tail.
It's strange, isn't it, that we saw that really good partnership for the 6th wicket, 113 between Coles and Hudson Prentice, both men getting to half centuries, and Sussex are just trying a little bit too hard to be too funky, aren't they? There's a lot of reverse shots coming out, and a lot of them they were doing all right, playing the more normal shots.
Well, that's when they put pressure on the bowlers, and as a result, the boundaries came then. They had that profitable over from Prem Sisodia, which pushed them on, and there's been a bit of panic since then. They've been probably more in T20 mode than conventional 50 over mode, and as a result, as you say, the wickets have tumbled.
Yeah, Carter going into position very early for the reverse hit, and just ended up a harmless little top edge up to Sisodia at on the edge of the circle. So that's a 4th for Ul Hassan, who will be very grateful for all contributions. 268 for 8. New man, Henry Crocombe.
Yes, who played in the T20 match here against Glamorgan earlier in the season. Ul Hassan coming in, and driven firmly through the covers for a single. And Tom Bevan coming around is the fielder. So the last ball of the over, with Glamorgan hitting back here. It's just ebbed and flowed. Ul Hassan eyeing another wicket. Good length ball, and that's just flicked into the onside. And Ingram feels there'll be a single. So Glamorgan will be hoping to restrict Sussex here to, well, the 280 at the very most, if they can.
Yeah, the projected total for Sussex must have been seesawing all over the place during this innings when they were 142 for 5 in the 32nd over. You thought they'd do well to get to 250. Then we saw that century partnership between Coles and Hudson Prentice. And I thought, yeah, maybe 300 was even on at one point. They were going at 10 and over. But the loss of both the well-set batters plus Ollie Carter. This means that it's 270 going into the last over of the Sussex innings, which will be done at approximately 2 o'clock. So well bowled Glamorgan as that's carved away off the edge and fielded at short third man. I thought for a moment it was going to go through for 4 as the batter there stretch for a wide delivery. Jack Carson might have been given a wide had he not played it, and it beat the diving keeper but was picked up by the equally diving Sisodia. In the Hove sunshine, McIlroy is in to bowl to Crocombe, who plays that one square on the offside. They'll look potentially for 2. In comes the throw from northeast. They decide otherwise, and Horton just runs the ball along the track back down to the bowler. Would be frowned upon at most stages in the innings, but they don't really mind anymore. 272 for 8, 2 singles off the first 2 balls of the last over. Carson this time flays away into the offside, but will just pick up the single.
Hasn't had much luck, has he, Jamie McIlroy, during the course of the Sussex innings. There's been a few close shaves in terms of run-outs and so on.
Yeah, he might have had a couple of run-outs given in his favour. As it is, he's into his 8th over. Nothing in the bowling column either, as that is a Yorker that's dug out well by Crocombe. They might look for 2. They will look for 2. Carlson comes pelting in and hurls it at the non-striker's end. But that was one where it wasn't hit that cleanly, so they were always going to go for 2 to the outfielders. And Crocombe was back. It was Carson's the danger and the non-strikers, but the throw just missing the stumps. So 2 balls to come. 275 for 8. Crocombe on 4 on strike. McIlroy is into bowl, and it's a swing and a miss.
Oh, that's it.
And there's someone's out, either stumped or run out. The throw from Horton hit the stumps, and it is
Jack Carson.
Carson who's trudging off. Umpire may need to clarify that one. Right. So it was credit to Alex Horton, really. And did they cross or not? Or is it being given as a stumping? Actually, Crocombe is being told to get on his bike now by umpire Harris.
Yeah, I think it was finally an easy decision for Anna Harris to make.
Someone was out. And Ms. Harris rules in the end that it's Crocombe who has to march. Well, that was chaos. 275 for 9, last ball of the innings to come, as the scoreboard wonders what to put up. So credit to Horton for hitting the stumps from standing back. It was Crocombe who was facing, and it's Crocombe who's been told to go. So we'll see whether that pops up as run out or stumped. They were attempting a run, so probably going to be run out. And it will be last man Sean Hunt to face the last delivery of the innings from Jamie McIlroy. In he comes, balls, Hunt drives on the offside. They will go through for a single. By consent, the throw was not attempted. 276 for 9 is the Sussex total. Hunt is not out 1. Carson is not out 2, and 3 major contributions in that innings from the opener Tom Haynes, who made 59 off 80 balls to give them a platform at the start, and then after a mid-innings stumble, including a rare relative failure by Cheteshwar Pujara, who was bowled by Zain, who was caught and bowled rather.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, inside edge.
Hold him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! It's short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, onside edge.
Held him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. And bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Players make their way back on to the field. The Sussex lads in a huddle in front of the pavilion. You really do feel for Sussex that this is last chance saloon. I don't think 4 wins is going to be enough to get Sussex through. They've probably got to win this game and their 3 remaining games. For Glamorgan, with a win and a washed out game, losing today wouldn't be the end of the world, but they would still be coming from behind as well. So there's a lot on this for both sides. As the openers, Ed Byron and Tom Bevan make their way out for the visitors. They need 277 to win, and it looks as if it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to open the bowling for Sussex from the end of the ground. Various opinions, Nick, around the ground during the interval. Spoke to a couple of people who said to me, "Oh, Sussex, Sussex has got enough. That's a good score, and the spinners will see Sussex home." Someone else I spoke to said, "I reckon we're 60 or 70 short." So nobody quite seems to know.
Yeah, it seems to be one of those days when you're set, you can score with some speed, but it takes a while to get set, and we saw some ins and outs on that Sussex card, didn't we? 3 half centuries, but a number of single-digit scores as well. So Glamorgan's batting has been firing relatively well, even though they've lost 2 out of the 3 games, which seems odd to say, but it's been the bowling that has been the weaker half of the equation. As Hunt will open up then, bowling to the right-handed Tom Bevan. And in he comes. Left arm over, and well, I think that one's beaten Bevan. He tries to give the impression that he was playing inside the line, but anyway, it's gone through to Ollie Carter, and it's a dot ball.
Well, Sean Hunt, this is only his 2nd appearance in the competition. Hasn't played very much cricket at all for Sussex this season, but bowled very nicely down at Taunton on Friday. He got a bit of stick towards the end of the innings, particularly from Curtis Camphor. But did enough to keep his place today.
And in bowls, and Bevan fiddles at that one. It was too close to play that forcing shot. Bevan is a hard-hitting batsman when he gets going, but as I say, you need to get going on this surface first, and you need to give himself a little bit of time to have a look at the pace of the wicket, I think. 3 half centuries for Sussex. Hudson Prentice's 66 was the best of them. Haynes and Coles both hitting 59 as Hunt is in to bowl to Bevan, who pulls and doesn't time it, and it's gone straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
That game down at New Road could be over any time soon, because Worcestershire bound up for 108 in this group in 30 overs. Warwickshire 80 without loss in the 14th.
Oh dear.
So they were expecting a big crowd, but a big crowd will be very disappointed, I think.
Yeah, the home members, certainly probably be a few down from Birmingham as well. As Hunt is in to bowl to Bevan, who prods forward. There's an appeal, a quarter of an appeal. It didn't last very long for catch behind the wicket.
And Wimble down at Bristol, Somerset have got very much a second 11 side. They've lost something like 11 players to the 100. They're playing at Bristol today. And after 48 overs, Gloucestershire 428 for 3. James Bracey 223 not out. So that will be Gloucestershire's. I think that will be maybe their 3rd win of the competition as well.
As Hunt is in to bowl to Bevan, who will get underway finally with a single down towards backward square, just clipped off his legs. Oh no, it's a leg by. Gosh, he's got good pads on. That ran to the edge of the circle, and it's been given a leg by Mr. Long.
Yeah, so Warwickshire, if they win, will have 4 wins out of 4. It just keeps it. If Durham were to lose, that sort of benefits both Glamorgan and Sussex. Anyway, we shall see.
And that, not surprisingly, is the highest limited overs score for Gloucestershire. James Bracey's double century there. Hunt is in to bowl to the left-handed Byram, who defends that ball back to the bowler. There is no run, just the leg by off the over. It is a maiden for Hunt to start with. Glamorgan 1 for 0.
Just the other game in this group, Durham making 198, Northamptonshire 13 without loss. In reply, interesting to see how many runs Prithvi Shaw makes. He made a double 100 in the week. He looked in terrific form against Sussex last week before playing on for, I think, 26. He's already 12 not out today.
3 boundaries in the first over. That's the man in form.
Absolutely. So, both of these sides will feel they need to win this match to give themselves Sussex an outside chance. Glamorgan perhaps slightly better than that, but the game's starting to run out. It's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice, who top scored with 66. Lovely innings from Finn today. And he's going to come running in from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to, I was going to say Ed Bevan. Tom Bevan. Ed might be listening. In comes Hudson-Prentice over the wicket, bowls, and Bevan is surprised by one that got a little bit more bounce, but he played it well with soft hands, played to backward point, and there is no run.
No relation.
We should be doing an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, but they've probably had a changeover in terms of programmes, so I'll just... do you mind just doing the commentary for a minute, Nick, and I'll just ring the studio?
It's all right, usual fee. One without loss, Glamorgan in the second over, chasing 277 to win. 2 slips posted by Sussex as Hudson-Prentice, the star with the bat, is in with the ball and beats Bevan. There's a big appeal and Bevan is on his way, caught behind as he pushed forward, and Finn Hudson-Prentice makes the breakthrough. Tom Bevan not looking hugely convincing at the start of that innings, and Sussex strike an early blow.
Okay, take it, wait.
As Ben eventually walked there without I think it was just a nod from umpire Harris that sent him on his way. And Sussex will have a chance to bowl at Glamorgan's key man Colin Ingram very early on. Tom Bevan goes without scoring.
Well, perhaps it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice's day. No update coming up. The producer was late to the studio, car problem, so no update to come. But an early breakthrough for Sussex. Good delivery by Hudson-Prentice. He opened with the new ball down at Taunton as well, which was a bit of a change from the way it has been operating. But I think this man is key for Glamorgan. Such a fine player.
Yeah, Ingram with innings of 8. Well, he was unluckily run out by a ricochet from the bowler up at Worcester in the first game, and then 115 not out. Half the innings on one leg up at Derby. Did not play at Neath. He was scheduled to miss both matches. Well, the first was rained off anyway. And he's back at the crease, hoping that his calf muscle stays intact as he does a few limbering up exercises. The left-handed South African, 40 international appearances, but vastly experienced as a gun for hire in white ball cricket around the world. As Hudson-Prentice is into bowl, and Ingram is off the mark first ball, working one through mid-wickets, and they think about a second. They look up, see that Crocombe hadn't got the ball, and they're comfortably back, ambling back for 2. So Ingram is up and running. The first run's off the bat for Glamorgan. They're 3 for 1 in this second over. Those Sussex shirts really are the pinkest of pinks, aren't they? Absolutely neon pink. Expect they sell a few. 3 for 1 Glamorgan. Hudson-Prentice to Ingram on the back foot, defending, but plays it into a gap on the leg side, and they can go through for a single as Hunt comes round from fine leg to field.
I had a message earlier on, actually, which I don't think it was a wind-up, but there was a spectator sitting above us with a pink replica shirt on. Mm-hmm. And when Bajara and Haynes were batting, apparently they asked the guy if he could put a sweater on over his replica shirt because it was too bright. Well, I don't know if that's a wind-up or not from Julian, but I would assume not.
Comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls to Byram, who I think that was a Byram leave. He tends to play inside the ball quite unobtrusively and at the last moment, and it's quite difficult to work out when he's been beaten and when he's just played inside the line deliberately. 4 for 1 Glamorgan. Ingram has all 3 off the bat. And Hudson-Prentice steaming in down the slope to bowl to Byram, who just angles it down into the gully. There's no run. gentle applause for Hudson Prentice's wicket-taking over. Spreads around the county ground. 4 for 1 after 2, chasing 277.
Yes, indeed. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Online, BBC Sussex, BBC Wales. Adrian Harms, Nick Webb, and Kenneth Davis here, your commentary team on what is now a lovely sunny afternoon down at Hove. There was early morning drizzle, which has cleared away, and it's very pleasant watching. And I have to report a very good crowd in here at Hove as well. The Shark Stand is very well populated, maybe, I don't know, it's sort of 2/3 full. There's been such a dearth of cricket here at Hove over the last few weeks. I think people are just keen to get out and see some cricket, and now the weather's brightened up. It's a very presentable crowd, or a respectable crowd even. In comes Sean Hunt running away from us into bowl to Ingram, who sit on the 5 pad. The ball bounces out on the offside. There's a sliding stop by Harrison Ward. He's a very good fielder at backward point. Eddie Byron had backed up a long, long way. There was never a chance of a run out. But good to see Sussex eager in the field. In the words of Coach Paul Farbrace, Sussex were atrocious in the field at Derby in the week.
Really?
Yep, they were dreadful. In comes Hunt over the wicket bowls, and that's a good delivery, and that's a pacey delivery as well, and he beats Ingram outside the off stump, and they just moved a little bit as well, and Ingram has to come down to a bit of gardening. Good start by Sean Hunt.
Was that atrocious in terms of catching or ground fielding or work rate? Or
there was one very easy catch that went down, another more difficult chance, but I think just in the ground fielding, everything went wrong at Derby. The bowling was poor, and Paul Farbrace tells it how it is, and his description was absolutely right. Much better at Taunton on Friday. In comes Hunt and bowls, and that's another good delivery. I'll give benefit of the doubt there to Ingram, or do you think he had a little fish at that?
Looked like a shot to me.
Well, this is very much a key wicket. Colin Ingram, who is such a fine player. I mean, there's still plenty of batting to come in the form of Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson. Guys have been talking a lot about Ben Kellaway, how well he's been playing. But Ingram would be a big step in the right direction for Sussex if they could get him out. In comes Hunt, bowls down the leg side. That'll be signalled as a wide. And indeed it is.
Yeah, Ben Kellaway's played 2 innings in this format, 82 and 67.
Right, well, that's a decent return.
And that 67 was last man out, knowing that he had to have a slog, basically, because it was up to him to score the last 20-odd runs.
Hunt, in lovely sunshine now, runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Colin Ingram, and Ingram, very, very nearly plays on. He was going to play that one away into the offside, and perhaps that shows that it's not the easy. Well, he's rehearsing a shot as if he was playing to pull that, is Colin Ingram. But mistimed it, the ball very nearly went onto his stumps, and there is no run. I'm just looking away because for those of you who don't know Hove, the ground is surrounded by flats, and particularly to the right of where we're commentating from, there's sort of 3 stories of flats which all look very nice. And I noticed I think one of them is up for sale, which you don't often see here at the county ground. But that's on for a few quid. In comes Hunt and bowls cut away by. Oh, he's dropped! Oh, that could be a crucial miss. It's dropped by Harrison Ward at backward point. It was belted away by Colin Ingram, but he got both hands to it. The chance has gone a begging, and you cannot afford to give Colin Ingram chances. He'll be so disappointed, Harrison Ward. It went quickly, but I think that's the sort of chance you've got to take.
Yeah, I think having got both hands to it, he'd probably have expected to hang on. Dropped
on 3. In comes Hunt, bowls to Ingram, who defends onto the onside, and there is no run. That's a really good over by Sean Hunt. It would have been a maiden over were it not for the wide. But the important thing is a chance has gone down. Harrison Ward comes running across. He doesn't make eye contact with Sean Hunt, which is probably advisable. End of the over. And Glamorgan are 5 for 1 after 3. Ingram on 3. Eddie Byram yet to score.
So Sussex on top in these opening overs. And Glamorgan struggling to get off the launch pad at the moment, having already lost Tom Bevan without scoring. P. Hudson Prentice, the man of the moment for the home side, to bowl to Byram. And 2 slips, and Byram deflects that one down into the gully, and there's no run. Ward, the fielder.
Yeah, it's an expensive part of the world down here, particularly around the cricket ground. So I don't know if that's a 2-bedroom or a 1-bed apartment. Anyway, it's well out of our reach, or my reach. And about you, Nick and Kenneth. But I reckon these rugby commentators are paid a few quid.
Perhaps if we all club together, we might get the deposit between us. Hudson Prentice bowls. Byram drives into the offside, but intercepted at cover by the sun-hatted Coles. It is a white sun hat. There's no pink one to go with the shirts then.
No, good question. I'm not seeing.
There we are. Sussex marketeers have that idea for free. The pink sun hat for next summer.
Nick's already claimed the patent on that.
5 for 1, 4th over. Glamorgan a slow start, and Byram is forward defending. But I think they need to be watchful, as I keep on saying, for most of this competition. 50 overs is a long time, really, and you come to this having played T20 earlier in the season, which is necessarily crash bang wallop stuff. But you get to 50 overs and, you can afford to play yourself in for 5 overs sometimes, as long as you get runs after that. As Byram plays that defensively out on the offside, he's yet to get off the mark. But even the stand between Coles and Hudson Prentice, they didn't play huge shots to start with. They just got themselves going. It's worth 113 in the end, off just under 15 overs, so very decent run rate of 7.5 or thereabouts off the top of my head. But Sussex's seamers on tap early on as Hudson Prentice bowls to Byram, who drives and has pierced the field on the offside. It's being chased by 2 fielders. Coles flicks it back to Ward, and they're through comfortably for 2 runs to get Byram up and running. 7 for 1 Glamorgan.
Ed Barnard has enjoyed a really good day for Warwickshire on his return to New Road. He's a very fine cricketer, Ed Barnard. I think incredibly underrated. He's bowled 6 overs and took 3 for 14 as Worcestershire were bowled out for 108. Then he opens the batting in this format, and he finished 65 not out.
As Byram defends that one up to mid-on, there is no run. That's going to be particularly popular at New Road, isn't it? Against his old side. 7 for 1 after 4 overs. Glamorgan chasing 277.
And needless to say, Warwickshire have won that game down at New Road by 9 wickets, so a thumping defeat for Worcestershire. Thumping victory for Warwickshire, who have now won 4 out of 4 in this competition, looking odds on to finish top of this particular group.
Good afternoon to Random Female on Twitter. Sims an uncertain wicket, she says. Can Glamorgan get this target? I'd say Sussex are marginal favourites, but not much in it.
In comes Sean Hunt running away from us from the sea end of the ground, comes in and bowls, pulled by Ingram. He didn't time that at all, and he could so easily have pulled that to mid-on. He completely miscued, and he just has a look back at the track as if to say, how on earth did that happen? And it's just perhaps proving the point that this perhaps isn't as easy to score on as we thought earlier on when the game started. Anyway, he gets a single. He goes to 4, and the total 8 for 1. Brendan from Copthorne has been in touch. I'll read your email in a minute, Brendan. Thank you. As in comes Hunt. Bowls, well pitched up and driven nicely by Byram. Back to Hunt, who fields of his own bowling now. Well, he says, I've enjoyed watching the enterprising Finn Hudson Prentice more than almost any Sussex batter this season. But he can also be a tad frustrating. He gets to 50 or 60 playing terrific cricket shots, but then seems to suddenly lose patience, despite almost always rattling along at a very good rate, and tries all the funky stuff and gets out needlessly. He just needs to keep doing what he was doing. In comes Hunt, bowls, cut away, and that's going to be a boundary. That's too wide from Sean Hunt. And I think Eddie Byram had rather been waiting for that, and he cracks the ball away through the covers for a boundary. Nice shot. He goes to 6 and Glamorgan to 12 without loss. He needs to keep doing what he was doing. Is it a confidence thing, I wonder, or does he just get bored? If we could get past that hurdle, he could play some really significant match-winning innings, and Sussex need a batsman like that. I'll come back to that in a minute, actually, Brendan, because it's a good point. Just break off as Hunt running away from us. It's a lovely afternoon now. Comes in and bowls, and Byron plays is comfortably down to third man and picks up a single fielded way down in the distance by Henry Croker. Or is that Jack Carson? Jack Carson. One more to the total, 13 for 1. Brendan goes on to say, in fact, Sussex generally have been overdoing the funky reverse stuff. The reward is rarely worth the jeopardy. He says, P.S. I feel 30 to 40 short of a winning total to me, hoping I'm wrong. Well, that was the view of someone around the ground who felt Sussex was short. Someone else I spoke to said he felt Sussex had enough. So I think the reality is we don't know. But you were saying, though, they had tried that funky stuff, and
yeah, they just got a bit ahead of themselves, didn't they, in the closing stages, Sussex? If they'd kept on doing what they were doing, they'd have probably got a few more, but it's an easy game from here.
In comes Sean Hunt running away from us. Ingham bowls. Ingham struck on the pad. The ball bounces on the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, Finn Hudson-Prentice had a wonderful season. Brendan, I agree with you. 5 county championship half centuries. He's provided some middle order stability, and he's also proved he can score quickly, and it's something that Sussex haven't had really since, I was talking about this on Friday, since David Visa left the club, the ability of someone to come in, bat 6 and 7 and can really take the attack to the opposition. In comes Hunt, bowls, and Ingram back on his stumps, doesn't time that, played into the covers, and there is no run. 6 off the over, Glamorgan 13 for 1 at the end of the 5th over. Byram 7, Ingram on 4. Ingram has had a life, he was dropped at point by Harrison Ward when he was on just 3 man out. Tom Bevan, who was bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice for a duck. And actually, when you look at David Visa, you can't reflect too much on people who have left. I'm not quite sure why David left here. Perhaps I don't want to go into that, but he's been a miss. And you look at the way he plays in the 100 and he plays in one-day cricket around the world. He's still had life in him, David Visa. And I think he would have been a terrific player around some of these Sussex younger players over the last couple of seasons. However, he's now gone.
As Bevan... Byram waits for Hudson-Prentice, turns one on the leg side for a single, 14 for 1. I thought that Tom Bevan had been given out caught behind at the time, but
yes, I did.
It transpired that the ball did flick the top of the stumps on the way through to Ollie Carter, and
I'm with you. I thought that as well. It was only when I saw
rather unobtrusive at the time, so apologies for that. Certainly they were appealing, and the ball was in the keeper's hands, which tends to think it's caught behind. As Ingram plays and slightly pushing leg side, but safely for a single, 15 for 1.
Gloucestershire finished in their 50 overs against Somerset on 454 for 3. James Bracey making 224 not out of 151 balls with 34s and 5 6s. So I think fair to say Somerset up against it in the West Country derby, if there is such a thing. I'm sure there is.
Oh yes, oh yes. There's a bit of feeling there. Hudson-Prentice into Byram, drives, bowler gets a hand to it. Will they the single? No, it's fielded on the edge of the circle at mid-off.
Just can't stress how important in this game that drop of Colin Ingram might be. I mean, he's a quality player, and poor Harrison Ward. And I think I was saying what a good fielder he is, but he'll be desperately disappointed that chance went begging. You don't get too many chances against quality players.
Hudson-Prentice bowls. Byram tries to work on the leg side, is called through for a leg by Ingram. Was it a leg by? No signal from umpire Harris.
Of course, although we have quarter-finals in this competition, it is not the top 4 who go through. It's only the top 3. The side who tops the group goes straight through into the semi-finals of the competition, which Sussex did last year. I quite like that idea, actually, and I think they should do that in the T20, to be honest.
It does give a reward, doesn't it?
Definitely.
As Hudson-Prentice bowls, Ingram drives uppishly through the covers wide of the fielder. It's a chase on for Coles up towards the dressing rooms, and he will pick it up just inside the ropes, but they are comfortably back for a 3rd run as he had a way to go there, backpedaling back up towards the dressing room steps. 3 runs to Ingram, who is not timing the ball as he would hope as yet.
No, it's been a feature, hasn't it, throughout the game. Players looking to drive have just been surprised. Maybe the ball just stopping on them slightly. I think James Coles has just moved a little wider at cover there, more towards extra cover.
19 for 1. Byram plays this one on the leg side. No run. End of the over then. 19 for 1. Glamorgan after 6 overs.
Yeah.
Chasing 277 to win. I'll adjourn to do a radio update. And it's the man described by Random Female as having a fabulous voice on Twitter. Thank you, Random. Kenneth Davis.
Check in the post.
Well, I don't know what to make about that. Glamorgan currently going along at 3.2 and over. The required run rate is 5.9. They won't even be thinking about that at the moment. As I say, you can't hark on about too much about missed chances, but he's such a good player, Ingram, that was a life. Sean Hunt's going to run in from the sea end of the ground up the hill, number 21 on the back of his shirt, bowls to Ingram, who tucks that one away through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes into double. No, he doesn't. He goes to 9 and the total to 20 for 1.
That was a chance. And I was at the back of the commentary position. He struck it well, but one, as you mentioned, Adrian, that should stick.
Yeah.
And Ward and Hunt will be thinking, because he's hit his line and length very well as Hunt at the start of the Glamorgan innings, but you don't want these two to start motoring. And
Hunt in again, bowls. That's down the leg side, and that's a good. Oh no, it's not. It's gone away for 4 wides. Actually, it's been given as. Oh, did he get a tickle on that?
He might have had a tickle on it.
Well, in that case, that wasn't far away from Carter, you know. I mean, I'm not saying it was a chance, but I thought for a minute that had gone. It looks as if it was swinging in that direction. I thought that had gone down for 4 wides. They came off the bat. Well, hang on. It hasn't gone on to his score. I thought the signal was that they were runs. So unless I misread the signal from the umpire, which perhaps I did, but it's been given as 4-leg bye.
Oh, right.
Is that 4-leg byes or 4 byes? Can't quite see at the angle we're sitting at here.
No.
Either way. In comes Hunt. Bowls, that's a much better delivery, and forward comes Byram, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by... Who's that in there? Is that Tom Clark? Yes, there is no run.
Of course, Byram was the recipient of a nasty blow by Tamal Mills in the T20 game.
God, you've got a good memory.
Which resulted in him... Well, he lost all of the T20 campaign after that. Had to retire hurt in this fixture.
Crumbs, you've got a good memory. In comes Hunt and bowls, and forward comes Byram, plays to backward point. There is no run, fielded by Ward. Was he hit on the head?
He was struck on the hip, and many have been...
Ah, yes. Yes. Just looking back for when that game was. Sussex v Glamorgan.
It would have been start of June, I believe.
That's right. 4th of June, and he retired hurt on 17. He was dropped on 13, and then retired hurt on 17. Well done. In comes Hunt and bowls, played into the offside.
It was all about the weather, you see.
Yeah.
It was the cracking weather.
So presumably got hit on a place where there was no padding, because that would have been painful from Tamal, who's a little bit sharp.
Indeed. Many have fallen foul of his fast bowling.
Yeah. And it's such a shame that he... Well, I mean, even if he could bowl 10 overs, which Tamal now is limited to bowling 4, that's the format of cricket he plays. So he wouldn't play in this with the 100 going on, but if he could, he'd be terrific in this format as well. In comes Hunt, bowls to Byron, who plays to backward point, fielded by Ward. That's a good recovery by Sean Hunt in that over. And at the end of the 7th over, Glamorgan are 24 for 1. Ingram and Byram are both on 9. The current run rate is 3.4. The required run rate is unchanged at 5.9.
I'm just trying to consolidate after losing the early wicket of Tom Bevan, which I have to admit, from our vantage position, I thought it was caught behind as well. I had not seen the tickle onto the bail, but it was out bowled rather than caught behind. So Tom Bevan, the man to fall without scoring. So the 2 men at the helm, Eddie Byram, and taking guard is number 41, Colin Ingram. In comes Hudson Prentice. Handy knock with a bat, 66 in, what was it, 54 earlier on, to give Sussex a fighting chance in this fixture.
Yeah, vital runs, weren't they?
They were, especially after they were 5 down for 140 at one stage. In comes Hudson Prentice from the Cromwell Road end, and Ingram launches into that.
Wow, that's gone miles.
That has gone all the way over mid-on for 6.
That landed on the roof of the little cabins at the far end, the little offices there. That went miles.
Well, that's how destructive Colin Ingram can be. Once he's in, once he's got his eye in, and that's why, well, it'll remain to be seen, but that dropped catch could be costly.
No, I couldn't agree more.
But that was the shot of the innings so far for Colin Ingram. Hudson Prentice trying to hit back. Good length ball that time, and not out of the meat of the bat by Ingram, and there's no run, just trickles up to mid-off.
It's awful, isn't it, when you are the player who's put someone down as just struck, because every run that he takes must, you must be like a punch in the stomach, really, and you think, oh, crumbs. And in fact, Pujara was put down, wasn't he, by Alex Horton, but it didn't cost, I think it cost Glamorgan 1 run. That was all.
Coming round is Hudson Prentice and tucks Ingram up.
So we got a little nick on that. I thought that was going through to Carter for a moment.
There's been a few shots, if we're hypercritical of Colin Ingram, that have been uppish, apart from that chance that he gave away. But once he's in, he is a destructive stroke player in every form of the game.
Yeah.
Chris Cook, the highest run scorer for Glamorgan in T20 competition this year, as Hudson Prentice comes in from the Cromwell Road end, and that's played firmly to mid-off, and there's no run. 30 for 1, Ingram 15, Eddie Byram is on 9, so no fireworks as of yet, but they don't need to.
Just looking here, that game here, Colin Ingram in the game against Sussex in the T20 made 48.
Scored, yeah.
Chris Cook made 50, Glamorgan made 219 for 5.
Hudson Prentice comes in, bangs that in shorter, and that's played into the offside, but there is no run. So decent over again from Hudson Prentice, apart from that 6 by Colin Ingram, and Glamorgan have moved on to 30 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, every ball of every game of every county right through until the end of the season. There's a lot of cricket to be played. Both Glamorgan and Sussex will harbour chances of getting promoted out of Division 2 of the County Championship. Those matches, of course, will be covered right through in September. Durham look as if their home and hose are going to win the second division, but second place is up for grabs. As in comes Sean Hunt with the 9th over of the innings, running into bowl to Byram. That's down the leg side, and that will be signalled as a wide. Why is that not a wide?
Well, I thought that for everything would have been signalled a wide.
Well, I just can't understand why that isn't a wide. I mean, it's swinging away, it's down the leg side. I thought that sort of delivery, unless it. Well, perhaps I don't understand the rules, but I thought that was down the leg side, and that should be a wide. Nonetheless, it isn't given. 30 for 1. Unless it moved a long way after the ball pitch, perhaps, but either way, Hunt away from us in bowls and pitched up on the off stump and eased away down to third man by Byram. He goes in double figures, he goes to 10, and Glamorgan to 31 for 1.
Yeah, in terms of Glamorgan's championship aspirations, Adrian, unfortunately it's been a case of too many draws. They haven't lost at all. 7 draws. Just the solitary win early in the season against Worcestershire, but yeah, just a few too many in the draw column. Hunt
in and bowls up at his toes is Ingram, plays into the offside. There is no run. Same as Sussex. Sussex have played 10, won 1, lost 1-1, drawn 9. So, and you look at Worcestershire, I think have now won 4 games. They won a game just before this break for the One Day Cup, and I think they're in pole position now, although they have played a game more than the others. But I reckon Sussex will need to win at least 2, probably 3 out of 3, 3 out of the 4 to have a chance. Hunt in again, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Now that is a cracking delivery. He almost cut Colin Ingram in half. The ball is taken going down the leg side by Ollie Carter, and Ingram looks rather suspiciously at the pitch.
Yeah.
It was a good delivery.
A few have tucked him up uncomfortably so.
Yeah.
And that was another one. Just got in a bit of a tangle, and as you say, just went through, straight through him to the keeper.
Well, it was a terrific delivery by Sean Hunt, who bowled very, very nicely down at Taunton. It's just his second appearance in the competition. Runs away from us again. In and bowls, and Ingram helps that. That shows what a class player he is. He just stepped away and just eased the ball away over fine leg for a boundary. It wasn't really a delivery that deserved to be hit like that, but it was a lovely bit of batting by Ingram.
It was a classic T20 shot. He was on that in a flash. He's got such an array of shots as Colin Ingram. He's strong on both sides of the wicket and just helped that one along the way.
35 for 1. Colin Ingram goes to 19. Recovery here by Glamorgan, who at one stage were 1 for 1 when Tom Bevan was bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice without scoring. In comes Hunt. Bowls drilled away. That's going to be 4 more. Too much width there from Sean Hunt, trying to overcompensate. That's a glorious shot by Colin Ingram. He didn't belt the ball, he just timed it beautifully through extra cover for a boundary. So back-to-back 4s for Colin Ingram. He goes to 23, and I'm afraid from a Sussex perspective looks rather ominous here, and Glamorgan are 39 for 1 after 9 overs.
Well, once he gets going, it's very hard to dismiss Colin Ingram. We saw that against Derby, 115 in that match that Glamorgan won, and it's been him and Chris Cook in the T20 format.
Well, that was a beautiful. Got a change of bowling at the far end. It's Henry Crocombe who's coming to the attack, Kenneth, as a replacement for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who I thought bowled very economically, but Tom Haines will want to keep some overs up the sleeve of Finn Hudson-Prentice, who'd bowled 4 overs and taken the 1 wicket for 17.
Yeah, Henry Crocombe took a few in this T20 game early in the season. In he comes from the Cromwell Road end. Good ball, good delivery to start, and there is no run from Eddie Byram.
I just wonder when Tom Haines might decide to turn to his spinners, and that could be the decisive part of the match if Sussex can bowl as well with their spinners as Glamorgan did, and if the ball is as difficult to get away.
There's just a bit more cloud cover at present, no chance of rain.
You've got a great memory. 3 for 38, Henry Crocombe.
I thought he took a few, yeah.
He did, yeah.
And he wheels round from the far side to our vantage point, and Eddie Byram launches into that cover drive through, placed beautifully for 4.
Yeah, it was. Just took a step down the track, didn't he, and just belted the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. It's such a strange game, this, because on occasions this has looked a really good track and you think, wow, you can get after the bowling here. But he took a premeditated step. I can see Jack Carson warming up, the Sussex off-spinner, down at deep backwards square, so I just wonder whether perhaps Sean Hunt will have a bit of a break and Sussex will get the spinner in early, but just waiting for the power play to finish.
Crocombe, in he comes, bowls, good length delivery, that's paddled into the onside, but there is no run at mid-wicket. Yeah, it could be a day for spin, just to try and take the pace off the ball and make it difficult for Glamorgan to get it off the square, much like Kieran Carlson did and Ben Kellaway. Because there was a bit of a lull in that midpoint of the Sussex innings before flurry came towards the end. As Crocombe ambles in. Fuller that time, and it's going to beat the man at cover, and it's another boundary. So both Ingram and Byram getting their eye in now.
I think we've lost the commentary for some reason, so I'm just going to dial the studio and see what's happened. I think it's only on the radio it's lost, so keep going around the ground and on the stream.
So Byram trying to cash in here with Henry Crocombe coming around the wicket from the far side. That's flicked, and Byram really, this is a profitable over from a Glamorgan point of view. Another boundary, and it's an expensive one for Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, well, it shows the virtues really of giving yourself time to have a look at it on this slightly slow pitch, doesn't it? Get your timing right. We saw one or two miss hits early on, but they're just starting to accelerate.
That just evaded the man at fine, well, it's not fine legs, coming up on the 45. The last ball is pushed into the offside. There's no run, but that an expensive over. Glamorgan have moved past the 50, 51 for 1. Ingram is 23, Byram 22, and these looking comfortable at the crease.
Well, very similar to the Sussex situation. They were 50 without loss exactly after the 10 over mark. So Glamorgan lost Bevan early on. And since then, Byram and Ingram should have been back in the pavilion, dropped by Ward off the bowling of Hunt at point. Sharp chance, but seemed to get both hands to it, and that was when he was on 3. Will Sussex live to regret it, as the power play regs are flashed up on the scoreboard? No more than 4 fielders permitted outside the fielding restriction area, in other words, the 30-metre circle. If you have just joined us on the county streams, welcome along. There's something of a hiccup on the BBC front, which Adrian is trying to sort out. As Carson then, from this sea end, is into bowl, and that's wide and cut away, turning wider, cut away by Ingram, who had to stretch to reach it, with a bit of turn for the young Northern Irishman. Single taken, 52 for 1. Ingram to 24. 2 left-handers at the moment. We had 4 towards the top of the Sussex order for one of the first 5, apart from Pujara, as Byram drives down into the ground. Ball bounces up and then into the covers for Clark to field. No run. Still clouds high, moving past relatively quickly. Fingers crossed that we will escape the rain. As forward pushes, Byram is beaten by that one through to Carter, who didn't take entirely cleanly. Gives the bowler a round of applause anyway. Carter bowling in sunglasses to reduce the glare somewhat. As, and he comes, and the slog sweep comes out from Byram, and he's nailed that one. It just beats the diving coals on the mid-wicket boundary. That one really was hit like a bullet by Eddie Byram. Nailed it absolutely off the middle of the bat for 4.
I think I quite optimistically hear the shout of catches. Very optimistic.
56 for 1. Didn't get a finger on it even at full stretch. Carson bowls, and Byram forward, playing gently out to cover, and there is no run. Did ask the former Glamorgan Kent pro Mike Powell about this, and he says it's not all affectation on the part of the players. It does reduce the glare and the work on the eyes, as Carson bowls and Byram sweeps again, and will get at least a couple of runs here. In fact, he will get more than that. He'll get another boundary, as he swept it just backward of square, and there was too much work for Coles to do on the boundary, despite his despairing dash in front of the Spen Karma Pavilion. And Glamorgan with a couple of boundaries in that over, and they move on to 60 for 1 in 11. The target is 277 in 50 overs. Sussex 276 for 9, half centuries from Hudson Prentice, Coles and Haynes up top. 4 for 25. A career best at this early stage in his career for Zainul Hassan, and Kieran Carlson chipping in with 3 for 43. In fact, those were 3 top order wickets, so he bowled really well, the Glamorgan captain. Adrian's trying to get his bits of string and sellotape together and put 10 pence in the slot, Adrian.
Crocombe comes in, and that's fended on the offside by Ingram. There's no run. These two looking comfortable at the moment. Have notched up the 50 partnership after the early departure of Tom Bevan without troubling the scorers. He was bowled by Hudson Prentice, and there is batting to come in the shape of Northeast, Carlson, Callaway. So a strong batting lineup, and that's gone fine, and too fine for the fielder to stop, and it's all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it certainly runs down the hill fast, and in fact it's run so fast that it's found a gap in the advertising hoardings, and probably somewhere in the ice cream van by now.
All Greg's. Helped on the way by Colin Ingram, and it went fine past third man for 4. Yeah, you don't want to be giving Colin Ingram too many chances.
Well, they gave him a chance on 3, didn't they?
Ingram has now raced on to 28. In comes Henry Crocombe. Just a bit of width that time, and that's squeezed away just down to the man at third man. There's a single taken to add to Colin Ingram's tally of 29 now. Byram is 30. So Glamorgan going on at a reasonable pace here in the 12th over. Sussex similarly were 50 after the first power play. Crocombe, that's flicked, and that could be fine on the leg side. Is it going to be stopped at the boundary? No, it isn't. And went down to the man at fine leg, and Hunt couldn't intercept it.
Oh, it was a tremendous effort from the big fast bowler. He absolutely hurled himself full length. Might just have got a finger on it, but couldn't stop it, and well, picks himself up rather gingerly. It's a fine margin for fast bowlers, isn't it? Do you risk your health and safety trying to make these diving stops?
Henry Crocombe hasn't got his line in this over, but that's went big on Byram, and I think it was a leave in the end through to keeper Carter. But he hasn't found his range so far, Henry Crocombe.
So there's obviously a problem, maybe your end, is it?
Yeah, fast bowlers hurling themselves. They wouldn't have dreamed years ago. Crocombe coming in, bangs that one in short, and Byram is on it in a flash, but it's not going to go all the way to the boundary. Man out there sweeping, backward square, and it's a single.
Yeah, I thought for a moment Byram had bisected the men at square leg and fine leg there, but making good progress around the boundary was the man at square leg, and it's 70 for 1 then after 12 overs. 277 is the target, so Glamorgan more or less on the run rate as Mr. Harms has departed from the attack at the moment to try and sort out the technical issues that have cut the strings somewhere between Guildford and Salford and the listening world. So Carson then continues from the C end.
People texting us saying they can't hear, so what do you recommend I do?
That one is driven away on the leg side fairly gently by Byram, and they go through for a single.
In Guildford, who was there as well, because they've dialed the string from Guildford.
71 for 1.
They just need to knock it about here.
7-3.
Yeah, it is one of those stages of the innings where Glamorgan can afford to do that, but
Mel, she's the producer there.
Sussex bringing in a couple of fielders to prevent the cheeky singles, one on either side of the wicket, as Ingram is forward defensively.
Yeah, this is what Carlson and Callaway did so well in the Sussex innings, where it was difficult for them to get it off the square.
Yeah, they've got Coles to come in the spin attack. As back on his stumps goes Ingram and just guides it ever so delicately away down towards third man for a comfortable couple of runs. 73 for 1. Ingram moves on to 31 not out. Byram has 32. Bevan bowled Hudson Prentice. No score.
Slip in now.
As Ingram pushing defensively. He's not taking liberties, Colin Ingram. He is waiting for his moment. And if you were listening earlier and thought I described a catch behind, well, if the ball ends up in the keeper's gloves and the keeper is appealing, you tend to think it's an appeal for caught behind. Which it was. So that's slapped away by Ingram, but straight to cover, and there's no run. Carson, right arm around the wicket. Bowls a little bit of width, and Ingram is able to cut and finds the cover boundary. Apologies to those of you on the stream who might hear a few oddless bleeps in the next couple of moments. .74 for 1, Glamorgan chasing 277, and we have had 15 overs gone. And
There's going to be changes on this. Change from the Cromwell Road end.
more spin, I think. It's Harrison Ward.
The man who put Ingram down on 3. So he'll be trying to make amends.
Yeah, just a little surprised to see him enter the attack before Coles.
In he comes, leisurely, ambles up, and Ingram launches into that. Lovely cover drive, and it's been spilt, and that gives the batters a chance to come back for a second.
Yeah, a little bit of a fumble on the boundary by Coles, but was drilled extremely hard by Ingram, so it is understandable.
76 for 1 now, Glamorgan in reply to Sussex's 277, just cut into the offside. There will be a single. Eddie Byram takes guard. So Ingram is on 35, Byram on 32. Good partnership developing here between the two to push Glamorgan on. In reply to 276 for 9, 277 to win, and that has gone very, very fine, and it's going to beat the field at third man rather. It was Hunt sprinting after it, but the outfield here is very, very fast, and once it beats the keeper, it is going to go all the way.
Yeah, just wondering if that was actually a bottom edge.
It's not Byes, is it?
It's not Byes. No. It was went basically directly behind Ollie Carter.
Byram, and that's chopped down into the ground, out to extra cover for a single. So there are boundaries, and there are singles. Sussex finding it hard at the moment to curb the run rate. Again, just nonchalantly driven out to extra cover. An easy single for Colin Ingram. Just manipulating the field at the moment are these two, Byram and Ingram. 83 for 1.
Yeah, Haynes probably wouldn't have wanted Ward to be brought into the attack this early, but Crocombe going for 18 off 2.
Here comes Ward, Fuller, but again, an easy single for Byram, and it's exactly the same spot, out to extra cover. And they need to stem the tide here.
Yeah, that's the end of the 14th over. Glamorgan at 84 for 1. 15 overs, Sussex were 67 for 2 because they just suffered that double setback with Ward being run out by Carlson, who then bowled Alsop early on. 84 for 1 in 14. Adrian Harms will be back with us in due course once he's got to the bottom of it.
Stuck for 10 pence in the slot machine.
Yeah. It's that bit of string I told him it was looking frayed. Here comes Carson to bowl to Byram. Still a slip in attendance. Reverse sweep from Byram, despite that slip being there, and he's played that one nicely. And that one will race away to the boundary at third man for 4 off the middle of the bat, despite the attendance of the slip. And Byram moves into the 40s. He has 42, 88 for 1.
Looking very strong here, Eddie Byram, as is Colin Ingram, with plenty of batting to come.
Ingram a runner ball, but it is 277 is a demanding total, even if the run rate is being relatively easily achieved at the moment. But new batters will take time to work out the pitch as forward pushes Byram and beaten by a bit of turn there from the young off spinner Carson. He's got his left arm strapped up with one of those sleeves rather than the bowling arm. As back goes Byram on his stumps, turns it on the leg side out towards mid-wicket. A single taken. Pujara, the fielder, there.
It's a slight breeze at Hove, but still good conditions in comparison to the drizzle of the morning. Carson
in. Bowls. Oh, that's turned and I think gone over the top of off stump. Well, that was an excellent delivery and Ingram was beaten by it. And just a little bit too much bounce, otherwise might have trimmed the off bail there. Carson in again to Ingram, who plays that one comfortably through the offside for a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 91 for 1. Or was that single gone up very quickly?
I think it might have that time.
90 for 1.
It's not as slow as the Chelmsford scoreboard.
Oh, don't mention Chelmsford. As Byram drives on the offside, takes the single. So the 4 off the first ball of the over took off the pressure really. 7 were garnered with little problem. 91 for 1 Glamorgan, and we have now had 15 overs, at which juncture Sussex was 67 for 2. Their acceleration really came in the back half of their innings. Overs 40 to 45 yielded 51 runs, which is their most productive 5-over spell.
Yeah, and just a feeling amongst the Sussex faithful that they need something to happen quite quickly in order to get one of these at the crease, and it is Byram taking guard. Ward in, and that's just prodded back and fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Short run-up of Harrison Ward, and that's plenty of width there, and it's cut, but there is a man sweeping on the offside boundary, so just a single to add to the tally. 92 for 1. Ingram is on strike, looking strong, looking composed, and that's just dabbed down, and there are singles there all day out to the man at long off. Just methodically going about their business, Glamorgan at the moment, in reply to the 276 for 9. Might have been better for Sussex, might have been better for Glamorgan at one stage. They were 140-ish for 5, Sussex. Cut by Eddie Byram, straight picking off the fielder there, out on the boundary. Just a single once more. Yeah, they were 140... ish for 42 for 5.
Yeah, when Pujara went and the key wicket, you thought they'd be lucky to make 250. But then Coles and Hudson Prentice going, maybe 300.
So it did ebb and flow in that regard. And stabbed down by Ingram, but out to the man at cover, no run.
Well, that's the best way of one-day cricket, isn't it, from the neutral point of view?
In comes Harrison Ward, dabbed back, and there's no run, end of the over. So Glamorgan comfortable. We've seen boundaries. They've dried up a bit, but Glamorgan have got runs in the bank in comparison to West Sussex. We're 93 for 1 at this stage.
Brief break. We'll be back with you in a moment for County website listeners.
Keep it clean, Adrian. Two down straight, the string. You can keep commenting.
Carson, then from this C end. Apologies for the Star Wars impersonations in the background. Carson bowls, and forward comes Byram, plays it out on the offside, and there is no run. 94 for 1. Ingram 38, Byram 46.
Straight into you.
Carson in, balls turned away on the leg side by Byram. Comfortable single.
The Star Wars beeps are fine. It's the long, elongated beep that you don't want to hear, which I was hearing quite often at Twickenham yesterday when I arrived.
Yes, speaking of Star Wars, we've managed to name Harrison Ward correctly so far.
Yes.
As Carson is in, slog sweep from Colin Ingram through the onside for 4 runs, raced away, nailed that one nicely, did Colin Ingram. For people on the BBC Sport website who have just rejoined us, thank you for your patience. Glamorgan in 99 for 1, chasing 277. Byram has 47, Ingram has 42, and we're watching Jack Carson bowl his off spin from the C end of the ground in the pink of Sussex. Ingram on strike in the yellow of Glamorgan, and playing one through the offside for a single out towards Crocombe, the sweeper on the cover boundary, and that will bring up Glamorgan's 100. Cue ripple of applause. Just about in the far distance.
What a two.
What a two Welsh supporters down here. So the Glamorgan travellers are in the house as Carson bowls, and Byram plays that one into the same gap on the offside. And again, they take the single, and again, Crocombe fields. It's almost cricket by arrangement at the moment, with Glamorgan going along at 6 and over. And quite frankly, that suits Glamorgan, really. It's Sussex that need the wickets at this juncture. Even more problems. Here's this one played into the offside by Ingram, and there is no run. Adrian will sort out.
He's been technical advisor. He's now fireman as well.
Whether we really need to jump out the window or not, or whether it's just the. Well, I thought it was warm in here, but it's not quite that warm, I don't think. Hey ho, 101 for 1. We do apologise, dear listener. We'll just turn it off between overs and be back with you when. So there's a brief break. We'll be back with you when they come back. Maintenance staff are trying to work out what's occurring at 101 for 1. Yes. Ingram has 43, Byram 48.
Apologies for the alarm. You can hear the airwaves. They haven't told us to leave yet, so we're okay, I think. Harrison Ward coming in from the Cromwell Road end.
Well, There's a very large window in the next door media box and a relatively short drop, so we're not about to be incinerated.
Coming in is Ward. That's cut by Byram. It's not going to evade the field at cover, and there's no run.
Not sure whether the applause out there is for the end of the alarm or not.
Yeah, but it's intermittent at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah. And we've just been notified by
evacuation
Adrian that there is
necessary. So we'll be back on BBC Sport Online and on the county websites as soon as we're allowed to be.
Well, hopefully we're back on commentary. As Finn Hudson-Prentice comes in and bowls to Byram, who plays down the ground. There is no run. He's on 61. Glamorgan here 118 for 1.
Yeah, whilst peering through the gates, I could see that Byram has notched his 50 in the meantime, whilst we've been out of the building.
Yeah. So Glamorgan at the moment are really cantering along. They only need another 159 to win. We're in the 21st over. And Hudson-Prentice is in, bowls, and Byram forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And the longer this goes on from a Glamorgan point of view, you just get the feeling that Sussex were just undercooked.
Yes, and with the batting prowess that is to come, and I realise when a wicket falls, it takes the new batter time to regroup, resettle, but the further these two carry on, runs required coming down.
Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls, played into the offside by Byram. He goes through for his 62nd run. A total to 119 for 1. So apologies everybody if you've been listening on the stream and even around the ground. The media centre here was evacuated. The fire alarm went off. So we were all asked by the stewards to evacuate the building, which we've all done. So that was the reason that there was no commentary. So apologies for that, but fortunately nothing. I think it seems to be a fault in the system more than anything else. As in comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls and drilled down the ground by Ingram, picks up a comfortable single. Haynes' throw misses the stumps, but Ingram was safely home. He goes to 48 and Glamorgan 120 for 1 at the end of the 21st over. So Glamorgan needing another 157 to win. Required run rate is just 5.4 and over, 9 wickets in hand, and Glamorgan in a very, very strong position here.
And difficult to see, Adrian, where the breakthrough comes at this juncture. They're looking comfortable. They're strong. We know they're stroke players. Very little to trouble, apart from the odd one that darted and batters flirted with it outside the off stump. As it is.
Yeah, Harrison Ward.
Yeah, continues.
Well, he's very much a part-time spinner, is Harrison Ward.
Sorry, I completely missed that. That was pulled towards the leg side, and that has brought up Colin Ingram's 50, and a very fine 52. 52, and I would say a supporting act to Eddie Byram, because they've been level pegging, 10 behind Byram's total at the moment. Ward coming in from the Cromwell Road end. But Ingram just a bit frustrated there. Thought he just missed out on one.
Just struggling for control here, isn't he, Tom Haynes, the Sussex?
Yes. Ward drags one in short. That's played into mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, you look, Crocombe 2 overs for 18, Carson 4 overs for 27, and Ward now in his 4th over for 18. I'm quite surprised James Coles hasn't bowled.
Fuller that time by Ward, but it's an easy single out to wideish long off, hurled back in towards Ollie Carter. Ingram moves on to 53, and they don't need simply to chase now. This is good enough for them. Ward, and that's pulled aggressively by Byram, and it's going to beat the fielder at backward square, and that's another boundary, the second of the over, and they're making hay in the sunshine at the moment.
Well, you just can't afford to bowl there to players of this quality, to be honest. It's, you know, they're down the leg side, you're hitting towards this relatively short leg side boundary, it's down the hill, they're just gimmies, really.
And we've seen the outfield is extremely quick, despite the rainfall we've had in recent weeks. But yeah, Byram just picking off at the moment. That's another one that's gone fine. It won't go to the boundary. They'll try and race for the 2. No, they won't, as Hudson Prentice slings it back towards the keeper. Just a single then, an expensive one in terms of Sussex. And Harrison Ward, Glamorgan at 130 for 1, and these two playing impeccably at the moment. Ingram 53, Eddie Byram 67.
Yeah, 10 off the over from Harrison Ward. As I say, he hasn't bowled this season, and Cheteshwar Pujara having a chat to Tom Haynes. Well, we are going to see some James Coles. I'm a little surprised that Harrison Ward bowled ahead of James Coles, who I'd have thought would have been second in the spinning pecking order. But he's just struggling for someone to go to here who can give him some control. Is Tom Haynes. Probably the best has been Finn Hudson-Prentice, who picked up that early wicket. But you have to look back at that missed chance for Colin Ingram. You know, you just cannot give a quality player like that an opportunity. And unfortunately, Sussex did. The chance went a-begging. And you just felt that Ingram just needs an opportunity like that, and he's going to make you pay.
And just, 147 required now?
Yeah.
With plenty of overs in the bank.
Well, Finn Hudson-Prentice, 6 overs, 1 for 29. He's been by far the most economic. Well, actually, to be fair, Sean Hunt, 5 overs for 17. So the opening bowlers were economic, but...
Well, he bowled well and didn't get the rewards.
Yeah, Ward's gone at 6 and over. Carson just over 6 and over. Henry Crocombe at 9 and over, so... Sussex definitely needed some control here. But they need wickets. They're not going to win this game without taking wickets. Is it me? Yeah. In comes James Coles running in over the wicket. Bowls. And is he going to be caught? No, he's not. Oh, well, the ball... Well, he was looking to reverse sweep, and the ball looped in the air. I thought it was going to carry straight to Ollie Carter, and he went over his head.
I think he just lost it in mid-air as well.
That was extraordinary. I thought that was a straightforward catch, but it seemed to go over his head. And it's a dot ball, much ado about nothing. Coles in again, bowls to Byram, who plays forward into the offside. They think about a single. In fact, the throw comes in from Ollie Carter, who raced away to field the ball. He threw at the stumps. They didn't go through for a single. He hit the stumps, but Colin Ingram was safely back at his ground. There is no run. Very quiet around the ground here at Hove.
It is, and they need some divine inspiration at the moment. The Sussex faithful.
Coles in bowl, switch hit by Byram, fielded by Pujara, who is at backward point. And there is no run, so 3 dot balls to start with James Coles, who batted very nicely today for his 59. He's in and bowled and driven away into the offside by Byron. He gets a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's Henry Croker who throws the ball in on the bounce, taken by Carter. It's another single to the total, 131 for 1. Byron to 68. Coles in again, bowl driven away to mid-off, fielded by Carson. Wasn't far short of Jack Carson. Stopped the ball going for a boundary, but Ingram not quite in control of that shot. Coles in again, bowls and clipped away backward of square. They're going to pick up a single there, fielded by Sean Hunt. So just the 2 off the over. So good over from James Coles. 23 overs gone. Glamorgan 132 for 1. They need 145 to win. In 27 overs at 5.4 and over. Ingram is on 54, Byram is on 68.
I think that's the only way they're going to get Ingram or Byram out at the moment, is getting those dot balls in, frustrating them, because they're not getting aided by the wicket. There's nothing untoward happening out there.
No, I agree. I mean, and actually this feels very much like the game at Taunton on Friday, although Sussex were losing wickets at regular intervals, but all the time Ingram's there, Glamorgan are going to win this game. If Ingram stays there, Glamorgan win. It felt very much like when Pujara was batting at Taunton on Friday. Short Hunt.
From the opposite end, cracking shot. Square cut by Colin Ingram, and that's up there with a shot of the day for me.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Bit of a loosener from Sean Hunt outside the off stump, but it was absolutely belted away by Colin Ingram. And there needs to be a bit of clapping of hands here from the Sussex lads, because they're just looking a bit demoralised in the field. You know, you've got to keep going. You know, 1 wicket can lead to 2. You never quite know, but at the minute, Sussex are really struggling.
Colin Ingram just using Hunt's pace, and in comes Hunt again, cracking cover drive, and you won't need to move for that. Straight towards the cover boundary for 4. 2 boundaries, 2 balls.
Yeah, and he's turned to Sean Hunt, who bowled very well in his opening sell from this C end of the ground, but you bowl into some of the quality of this fella. You've got to get the ball in the right areas, and you're going to get punished.
Yeah, hasn't got his darts in order in the first 2 balls. He's been bowling from the C end, now the Cromwell Road end. In comes the left arm, Sean Hunt. Left arm over. Again, a bit of width. Again, it's been belted and cut to the boundary. 3 and 3, and Colin Ingram is on fire here in this over. An expensive one as far as Sussex are concerned. And Ingram is pushing on, now up to 66.
Well, beautiful shots, weren't they? And a bit of a debate going on between Ollie Carter and Cheshire Pujara there at mid-wicket, and maybe talking about something or a tactic, whatever. But to be honest, with Ingram in this sort of form, Glamorgan are just cruising here at the moment.
Putting the foot on the accelerator, and again he's strong on the leg side. That isn't going to get to the boundary. It was struck firm, it was short, and Ingram probably feels that he's missed out, but the man there sweeping on the square boundary saved 3 runs, so just a single that time. 13 from the over.
Yeah, you just can't afford to give this fella that sort of room, and he's absolutely in the groove here.
And we're just in the 24th, a bit of a conflab between captain and bowler, changing field positions. In comes Hunt past the umpire full, and Byram got the toe end of the bat out to the offside. There is a single, which takes Glamorgan to 146 in pursuit of 277 to win. Plenty of overs and wickets on their side.
Yes, absolutely. And at the moment, Sussex with no... The big question mark was, Kenneth, what's this pitch like? And I think Glamorgan have answered that. It's a good one.
It's a good one when you're in, and they played themselves both of them, Ingram and Byram in. They beautifully picked the bad ball. And they're motoring at the moment. That is the end of an expensive over. And Ingram now, and Byram certainly in the groove. Ingram is 67, Eddie Byram 69.
And actually, you're probably reaching almost the time now, Kenneth, where Glamorgan may be thinking, well, this isn't in the bag, 'cause it's never in the bag, but they may well be thinking, with just the one win so far, they'll want to win, they'll want to win well, because that'll do their run rate, a power of good as well. But they're not quite at that stage. But the way Ingram's batting, if he carries on for another half an hour, batting like this could be over fairly quickly. James Coles is going to come in from the C end of the ground, 146 for 1. He's in and bowls, and he's bowled him. Well, there we are. Now, things can change in a game of cricket, and that's what we said. It could be over quickly unless Sussex gets some wickets. And they do get a wicket. So well done, James Coles. A little surprised, as we said, he didn't bowl a little earlier. He bowled behind Harrison Ward. In fact, he said Byram was on the way. I do apologise. Byram is gone for 69. Ingram is still there. He's very much the danger man. But Sussex at least with a breakthrough, and that may do something to stem the flow of runs.
Trudges off in disgust. I think he put some extra flight on that. Just tempted Eddie Byram. Went full. And he took the bait. There have been a few of those, and Eddie Byram has had a few lives, but he goes after a fine innings bowled by Coles for 69.
Yes. Sussex would have rather liked it to have been Colin Ingram, but to pick up any sort of wicket is welcome at this stage. You still feel, from a Glamorgan point of view, it's very much Glamorgan's to lose. I think from this position, 131 needed, 8 wickets in hand, 25 overs after this. You very much favour the batting side. But James Coles perhaps just giving Sussex a sniff. As I was surprised he didn't bowl before Harrison Ward. He's very much the second string spinner to Jack Carson.
Now, if Glamorgan were in need of runs, I'm sure they'd have pushed Carlson up.
Yeah.
As it is, they need the steady hand of Sam North East. He scored 69 against Warwickshire, and he played a similar role when Glamorgan lost early wickets there. This is a different one. But David Harrison, probably just thinking they need to consolidate for a few overs here, and he just needs to be playing a supporting role for Colin Ingram.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all Glamorgan need to do is to pick up the ones and the twos, isn't it? They only need to score at 5 and over. They're currently going along at 6. The only way Sussex are going to win this game is by taking wickets. So they've taken 1, and they've now taken the second wicket, that of Eddie Byram. Partnership between the pair of 145, and a very fine partnership as well. Coles is going to come around the wicket to Sam North East. The right-handed North East to slip his back in place. That's exactly how it should be. So maybe a glimmer of hope for Sussex. In comes Coles, and North East is forward, plays too short extra cover. There is no run. He's been around a long time as Sam North East. I'm sure he'll completely weigh up this situation and know exactly what his role is here. Coles again bowls and clipped away by North East. He picks up his first run to deep backward square. Henry Crocombe runs into field. And I was just saying about maybe trying to step up, looking about run rate. You know, Glamorgan now will be thinking, let's win the game. Let's see where the next few overs takes us. But this is the wicket Sussex would dearly love. Colin Ingram, who's batted beautifully, is on 67. And he's waiting for James Coles, who's in over the wicket bowls and defended by Ingram into the offside. No run.
Valuable acquisition for Glamorgan in his second season. Sam North East, obviously experienced, as you mentioned.
Very good. I was always impressed with him when he was at Kent. Games he played against Sussex. Coles in. Oh, good delivery from James Coles, who's bowling a nice tidy line here in his second over.
And played a lot of cricket as well in all formats this season, Sam North East.
Used to hear him being interviewed, you know, when BBC Radio Kent was speaking to him after games, always spoke a lot of sense. In comes Coles, bowls, and Ingram down the track, bowls it back to James Coles. There is no run. Good over by James Coles, just the 1-1.
And just that last ball, that just flirting, if you give the opportunity, if you tempt Colin Ingram, that may be the way, similarly to the one that got Eddie Byram.
He's bowled 2 overs, James Coles, and he's taken 1 for 3 by my reckoning. 147 for 2. 25 overs gone, so exactly halfway through at this stage. Sussex were 120 for 3. So I'll tell you, Glamorgan are ahead. And Sussex needing to pick up more wickets in. I wonder if we're going to get a change. Yeah, Sean Hunt's been taken out of the attack after that over, and it's going to be Jack Carson who's back into the attack. So we're going to have spin from both ends.
Yeah, Carson has been used from this C end as we look at proceedings from the commentary box. He now will get a chance from the Cromwell Road end. Here he comes, past the umpire Harris, and that's paddled away into the onside, but it's fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run. 147 for 2 then. So they need to stem the tide in terms of runs, but wickets are the order of the day for Sussex. They need more. They've got 2. And that's engineered into the onside. Again, there's no run. So Northeast takes guard. 69, as I mentioned, against Warwickshire, aided by Carlson, Root, and a 67, a rapid 67 from Ben Kellaway, who we're yet to see with the bat. And that's a cracking off drive. Is it going to be stopped? Yes, it is. Good.
Very good
Piece of fielding on the boundary. Sweeping was, I couldn't see the number.
Henry Crocombe, I think.
Henry Crocombe saving a boundary. And so it's only the 1 run, which brings Ingram to the crease. Who's taken advantage of any wayward bowling. So strong on both sides. Let's just dab down. Good length ball by Jack Carson. Customary field here, long on, long off, mid-wicket cover as Carson comes in. Fuller that time, that's dabbed in to the onside, mid-wicket is there. Man on a deep square boundary and deep mid-wicket. And there's a man sweeping at extra cover as well as Carson comes in. Bowls, and that's another good length ball by Carson. Good over this.
Yep.
Just building a slight bit of pressure, which from Sussex's point of view will try and tempt Colin Ingram into a wayward shot.
Yeah, maybe it's just given Sussex a tiny bit of hope picking up that wicket. You still feel with the batting to come, certainly Kieran Carson next in, that Glamorgan's still very much in the box seat here with 8 wickets in hand. But as you say, you know, Sussex need to keep plugging away here. If they could pick up Ingram, that might make it a different kettle of fish, but just 129 needed. And James Coles has bowled really nicely here in these 2 overs. 2 overs, 1 for 3. He's going to be bowling to Sam Northeast. Now look at Sussex have got men inside the circle. There's a slip and 6 men saving 1, so they don't have to have this many men inside the circle. But I think they've got to do that. In comes Coles, and
yeah, they've got a chance. They've got to set the agenda here.
I think the air conditioning is being desperately effective in here today. If you want to open the door, Nick, please feel free to. Coles in, bowls to Northeast, who just smothers the spin, plays into the offside, no run.
But we know the fire alarm works.
We do. Yeah, we do.
So it was a good thing.
Yeah, I've never known that happen before. We lost the line, and I wonder what the third thing's going to happen. In comes Coles, Northeast stroked handsomely into the offside. Good diving, sprawling save by Tom Clark, prevents a single. 3 dot balls to James Coles. These are good tactics by Sussex. They're bringing men inside the circle. Clearly, if Northeast decides to come down the pitch, they may be in trouble, but in comes Coles. Northeast, that's exactly what he does. Uses his feet and drills the ball over mid-on for 4 runs. Well, it's a tactic worth employing, I think, bringing everybody up inside the circle. But he's been around a long time, Sam Northeast, and he just eased himself down the pitch and hit the ball over mid-on for 4 runs.
I think they've got a chance there, and it's risk and reward, isn't it? Yeah, as a slow spin bowler, you're going to have a few.
James Coles now wants his mid-off to go out. His mid-on is staying up. That's Harrison Ward. Coles in again, bowls, and Northeast just eases that one away through mid-wicket. They take 1 as Henry Crocombe is quickly in from the Clatters the scoreboard, throws at the stumps, hits the stumps, knocks the middle stump out the ground. But Colin Ingram was safely home to the striker's end.
But those are the kind of singles that you're trying to curb, because that's an easy out for Sam North East.
He's just come in, he's moved on to 7 off 10 deliveries. It's just what Glamorgan need here. 2 wise heads out in the middle. Coles over the wicket, bowls, and Ingram just eases that one through mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 68, 154 for 2 are Glamorgan at the end of the over. They need another 123 to win. To give you an idea of how far ahead Glamorgan are here, Duckworth Lewis at this stage is 125 and Glamorgan 154 for 2. They need to score over the final, what have we got, 23 overs. They need to score at 5.3 and over, which is well within the compass of these two. Carlson to come. Sussex needing wickets. They picked up 2, but they need a few more than that.
Yeah, they're persevering with Jack Carson from the Cromwell Road end past umpire Harris. Here he comes, bowls slightly short, and that's paddled round the corner. Is it going to go fine? And it's, yes, it is going to go all the way. Just managed to get to the boundary, and that should be 4 runs.
Did that go over the rope?
I think it did. I think our vantage position was far better than the umpires there, but so just a couple to add to Colin Ingram's total. It would have been a fine effort. Just driven through to extra cover for a single, so it's far too easy at the moment for Ingram. 71 now, having been dropped and at the expense of going on like a broken record, but that chance, he was on 3.
He was, and Glamorgan were on 5. Yeah, that could have changed the course of the game.
Carson coming over the wicket towards Sam North East, who's on guard. North East just dabbles with it, and there is no run. North East on 7. Will be playing a supporting role for Colin Ingram. Kieran Carlson to come with Ben Kellaway in tow. In comes Carson, puts a bit of flight, but it's going to go all the way over the mid-wicket boundary. The fielder was interested for a while, but it was safe all the way from Sam North East for 6.
Well, I thought for a moment that was going to go straight to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's right on the boundary rope, but in the end it cleared the rope with some to spare.
So the scoreboard is ticking along in the 28th over. Carson coming over the wicket to Sam North East and just works that into the onside, but there's no run. Overthrown, but there is a man backing up. 163 for 2, and yes, there's been that wicket of Eddie Byram, but they need a few to follow, and quite quickly as well. Carson puts a bit of flight on this, but it's worked into the onside through the gap for a single for Sam North East. The thoughts of Adrian, and then I'll hand you to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Nick Webb.
Thank you, Kenneth. So, Glamorgan just needing another 113 to win. They need to score at 5.1 and over. A long chat going on between Tom Haynes and Cheteshwar Pujara about what does Sussex do next. Who do they turn to? I saw them look towards Henry Crocombe, who's bowled 2 overs for 18. Whether that's going to be a I wonder whether Tom might bowl himself, you know.
Oh, you've got to change things up if things aren't going your way, haven't you? You've got to try something different. Coles has got the 1 wicket to his credit as he comes in, bowls to North East, who plays it into the offside for a single. He moves to 15, 165 for 2. And I always think when you get inside the 100 runs needed mark, then it's sort of a question of heading for home for a professional side.
Yeah, I agree.
Coles to Ingram. And he's pulling that one hard away backward of square. Hasn't quite placed it because Coles is... there's a man out on the boundary. And Coles gets away with that one slightly. There was one Sussex sun hat wearer, which was Coles, but he's bowling at the moment. So
Yeah, Hudson Prentice, I think, is
Hudson Prentice now got... Is it the same hat, or has he got his own?
I think he's got his own.
That's all right then. As long as they've got more than one sun hat. I know times are tight in county cricket, but Coles then bowls full length ball, driven by northeast, but well stopped by a scrambling Tom Clark at cover. Round of applause around the county ground for a good scrambling stop. 166 for 2, 277 is the target. Northeast is hit on the pad, no run as Carter comes out from behind the stumps to do the fielding. I thought I'd found the cool button on the air conditioning. I think it's slightly less sauna-like than it was. But we've had our issues this afternoon as Northeast steps back, cuts, and will get a singled out. It's well stopped by the man up in the circle at point. But it was at full stretch. So it is just the single there. 167 for 2, 110 runs needed. Coles in to bowl, and back on his stumps goes Ingram to play back to the bowler. So Coles getting a bit of discipline into proceedings, just the 3 runs off that over. He has taken one of the 2 wickets to fall. Bowling Eddie Byram for 69. Tom Bevan, the other man out, bowled by Finn Hudson Prentice without scoring. And Glamorgan 167 for 2, need 110 to win and have 21 overs in which to do it. So it's all about wickets for Sussex now. They need a clutch of them.
No, they do. And I think Glamorgan will be desperately disappointed if they don't go on to win this game relatively comfortably. Even with 110 needed, Carson is coming in from the Cromwell Road end over the wicket and bowls and driven by northeast back to Carson. There is no run. Sussex just haven't got that control that the Glamorgan slow bowlers got, Nick. When you think about Carlson
and Callaway were really tight today.
Really tightly. Sussex couldn't get them away.
Over.
Carson in bowls and northeast just up on his toes and just eases that down the ground, picks up a single. Good bit of fielding out there by, I think that was Tom Clark. It was Harrison Ward. Unfortunately, he'll be thinking about that catch. No one means to put chances down, but that was such an important stage of proceedings. In fact, it wasn't Harrison Ward at all, it was Tom Clark. My first thought was right. Kenneth gets the gold star for making a cup of coffee. Thank you very much. Carson in bowls, clipped away by Ingram onto the leg side and picks up 1. And that's all he'll take. It's all Glamorgan need to do here, just pick up the 1s and the 2s. And I'm sure these 2 very experienced cricketers will be looking to hit Glamorgan very close to the line here. 169 for 2. Carson waits. Is in and bowls. Forward comes northeast, plays it back to Carlson, and there is no run.
Just wondering whether Glamorgan might have Chris Cook and Dan Douthwaite available at some point if they don't play in Monday's 100 game.
Well, that would strengthen the side even further. Comes Carson bowls, northeast drives, and Clark can't get to that one at mid-wicket. The ball goes all the way out to long on, fielded out in the distance by Tom Alsop, who gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, 170 for 2, 107 needed to win.
I'm sure the finances of the 100 are very welcome for the players' bank accounts, but cricketers actually enjoy playing cricket a reasonable amount.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. And particularly if Glamorgan have got a chance of getting through to the latter stages. Carson in bowls, swung away by Ingram. No, he should be caught by Henry Crocombe, who does take the catch. So Colin Ingram is gone for 73. And Glamorgan now 170 for 3. And I think Colin Ingram might be a little annoyed with himself there because he's pulled that straight down the throat of deep wicket, and Ingram is on his way. Fine innings from Colin Ingram, but I think he will be disappointed having played that shot.
Yeah, he's a man who has high standards of himself, and he has been going well with the century up at Derby in particular. I think Ingram would have backed himself to get Glamorgan a little bit closer. It seems harsh for a guy who's got 73 off 75 balls, 8 fours and 1 6, but it was a slightly tame ending to such a lovely innings.
No, I completely agree with you. But a beautiful innings. So he is on his way. That'll make Harrison Ward feel a little better, having put down that chance earlier on when Ingram was on fire. So just the slightest opening of the door for Sussex. I mean, we never know what happens in cricket. Games can change very quickly. 2 relatively new players in, but North East is highly experienced. Kieran Carlson, the skipper, makes his way out, and Glamorgan really here just having to ease runs around. But at least Sussex have asked 1 or 2 questions and kept a bit of life in the game.
Absolutely, it is all about wickets for Sussex. I said they have to keep taking them. They have got rid of Glamorgan's 2 main contributors to date, with Byram going for 69 and Ingram to 73. The question is that come in time to significantly affect the game, with 107 needed and 7 wickets in hand. But if you look back at the way Glamorgan fell away rather against Warwickshire to be bowled out for 307, having been at one point 261 for 4, so they lost their last 6 wickets there for 40 odd. And Sussex may fancy the chances of putting a little bit of pressure on Glamorgan. So North East, Carlson and the new boy Callaway have got some work to do as Cole starts a new over. North East flat bats it hard into the offside. There should be a comfortable couple of runs here, and Kieran Carlson actually needed to run the second one hard because there's a good piece of work on the point cover boundary rather. The sweeper over there, who is
Brad Curry, who's on his 12th man.
Thought I didn't recognise.
Yes.
As North East drives down the ground, comfortable single taken.
Just trying to see who's off the ground. Sean Hunt is on it. Might be Finn Hudson-Prentice is off the field.
There we are, just to
well spotted, Nick.
confuse us, a man who I don't think was in the match day 14, I'm not sure.
Well, Bertie Foreman was also on the field a bit earlier.
Ibrahim were named in the squad.
He's a good fielder, is Brad Curry. He's very quick across the ground.
As he proved then. As back on his stumps goes Kieran Carlson, plays on the offside, no run. That was the first ball that Carlson has faced.
In fact, Curry is the only player outside of the 30-yard circle.
Spotted. Coles bowls and over the top goes Carlson to take advantage of that, and he's got it away big enough to get 4 runs down towards the Cow Corner hospitality area, which was the area that he was hitting into. It was not quite agricultural from Carlson, but he did deliberately hit over the top there, I think, to get himself up and running. 177 for 3. Still Sussex have the field squeezed, and it's cut away by Carlson backward of square. Curry on the charge around the boundary, scrambling stop just inside the ropes in front of the pavilion. They're back for 2 runs. Carlson to 6, 179 for 3.
Well, I think commendable tactics here from Tom Haynes. I mean, he's got his field in. Sussex aren't going to win this unless they can bowl Glamorgan out, so he's got everybody in attacking positions, but of course that does leave gaps.
Worth a try. Coles bowls to Carlson, who plays it through the offside for a single. 180 for 3. I said Sussex had to take wickets. They took them with Coles getting rid of both Byram and Ingram. And Carson getting rid of Ingram. I do apologise. It was one of the spinners. So less than 100 to win now. 97 is the target and 19 overs remaining. So 10 off that last over. And, well, interesting stage of the game. Sussex know they have to take the initiative here.
Yes, absolutely. Sussex needing wickets. If they don't take these wickets, they're not going to win this game. So if they could get one of these two out, they might just feel they could put a bit of pressure on the Glamorgan lower order. But Glamorgan holding lots of cards here. In comes Carson, bowls to Carlson, who looks to reverse sweep but doesn't time it, and Russell Ward fields a backward point, and there is no run.
Can we outlaw players in a match-up with one letter difference in their names?
That would be helpful. Carson to Carlson is a bit of a tongue twister. And he comes bowled, driven down the ground by Kieran Carlson, by a sliding Tom Alsop, prevents anything more than a single. Carlson goes to 8, 181 for 3, 96 needed for victory. Sussex just got to keep believing here. If they, just pick up a couple of wickets, who knows what might happen. It's a long shot. In comes Carson, bowls, and North East defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. Dot ball.
Yeah, is it two outfielders at the moment? So they're still trying to keep the squeeze on, force Glamorgan to play shots.
But I mean, Glamorgan back a long way down, don't they? In comes, he's into his delivery stride, and he sort of got himself, I think he might have slipped either way. Umpire Anna Harris signals that's a dead ball. I mean, I'm looking at Zain Al Hassan coming in at number 8. I mean, he opens in the championship, doesn't he, Nick?
Yeah, he does, but not much experience batting in the first team in limited overs.
Tim van der Hoogten, who can hit a long ball, coming in at number 9. So plenty of batting. Carson in, bowls to North East, who plays that beautifully. Just between cover and backward point, fielded by Crocombe, who comes in and sends in a shocking throw over the top of Ollie Carter. Crocombe acknowledges it's a bad throw. It was well backed up, fortunately.
Yeah, you'd have needed Stephen Finn behind the stumps to take that one rather than Ollie Carter.
They would. 182 for 3, 95 needed to win. Carson in again, bowls. Stretching forward is Kieran Carlson, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Jack Carson is in his 8th over. Figures of 1-4-42 before this over. He's in again, bowls, and just dabbed into the offside. Ward fields, throws at the stumps. Was a little fortunate there because it was a throw that came in. It missed Ollie Carter and it hit Sam North East, who was running the single unintentionally. But it is the end of the over. And Glamorgan are 183 for 3. With Carlson on 9, North East is on 22. Duckworth Lewis, which is always a good guide of how a run chase is going, is 156. So Glamorgan well in control of this run chase. They've got another 18 overs in which to score these 94. They need to score at 5.2 and over to reach their target.
Yes, so no real demands on the run rate, which is why Sussex are trying to keep the squeeze on. They have got 6 up in the circle, is it?
Yeah. Yes.
Or 7. Where's the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
Long on is now being moved up to mid on, so just one back in the deep on either side as Coles bowls and Carlson is forward defending.
I think this is good news for Glamorgan if they win this, in that Durham have been convincingly beaten by 6 wickets by Northamptonshire.
All right.
Prithvi Shaw back in the runs again today for Northants.
Coles bowls and Carlson slog sweeps for 6 runs over square leg. Wide of Crocombe, who might have been interested had he been in line with that shot, but he was about 20 metres away and could do nothing about it. So Carlson moves to 15, 189 for 3. 277 the target here on BBC Sport Online. As Coles in, Carlson down the pitch, drives back to the bowler, and he shies at the wicket. That one's hit Carlson as he dived back towards his stumps, and it's struck him on the shoulder or chest or elbow. He's clutching something, and I don't think anyone's to blame there because bowlers have been penalised for reckless throws, but with Carlson coming down the wicket, I think that was very much legitimate for Coles to have a go at the stumps.
No, I agree. I don't think there's any ill feeling between the two either. Kieran Carlson, has he waved the physio off? Yeah, he's waved the physio off. He says, I don't need you. Or do you want a drink? No, he said, off you go. Yeah, just to let you know, Northamptonshire reached their target of 204 to win in just 25 overs. Prithvi Shaw made 125 in 76 balls,
wow,
with 15 fours and 7 sixes.
Coles is in to bowl, turned around the corner by Carlson for a single down towards backward square.
Sorry.
He's the boy, isn't he? That Indian opener.
He is. I mean, he batted very well last week against Sussex and then dragged a ball on when he'd made 20 odd, but he looked a cracking player. They've won 3 in a row, Northants.
And he's dominated 2 of them.
Have you still got to play, Northamptonshire?
Yes.
Right, okay. That could be a good game.
Last game, I believe. Something like a week Tuesday off the top of my head. As North East whips one on the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket. Haynesfield's no run.
Yeah, so wins in the group for Northamptonshire and Warwickshire so far today.
As Coles bowls and North East is forward defensively, so taking no liberties. The experienced North East. They've got the 6 in the over. As that one is played away by North East, and there is no runs. He plays it onto the leg side. So 189 for 3. I hesitate because the board's only got the 6 in that over, but there was a single there.
Yes. Generally, it's fairly fast here at Hove. Oh, it's just gone off for a moment.
It's having a think about it.
It is. And the other game in the group is down at Bristol, where Gloucestershire made the mammoth total of 454 for 3. Double century there for James Bracey. Somerset having a go. They're 116 for 2 in the 18th over, but they've got a lot of runs to get another 339. Wow, in 32 overs. Jack Carson is going to carry on. I'll do this over, then I'll bring Kenneth back in on commentary. Carson coming in over the wicket, in and bowls, and it's played away by Kieran Carlson through the covers. That's going to race way out towards the boundary for a couple of runs. Tom heads in hot pursuit. Is that another alarm going off? Oh, it's a car alarm, I think.
Briefly in some parts of the ground.
I don't need any more dramas.
I think that's 192 for 3, but don't hold me to it. The scoreboard is paused for a rethink. I think they missed a single in the last over.
Yes, I agree. Oh, we're back.
Yeah, 192.
Carlson in bowls. Carlson is bowled! Well, that was a quick delivery from Jack Carlson. He fired that one in, and Kieran Carlson played all around it, and he's lost his leg stump. So Jack Carlson picks up another wicket. Kieran Carlson is on his way. Well, just makes it a little more interesting. You still think Glamorgan have got plenty in the tank here. But Sussex have just fought back here, picking up these 3 wickets since that terrific partnership between Eddie Byram and Colin Ingram. Carlson's gone. Just needs a few cool heads here for Glamorgan to see them over the line.
Well, Carlson is an aggressive player. He hit a 4 and a 6, faced just 13 deliveries, but really needed something more substantial to ease any jitters in the dressing room, and this is a sort of untried, largely lower middle order. Callaway has got 2 magnificent knocks under his belt, but maybe asking a little too much to expect a 3rd in a row. Alex Horton has played just a couple of innings in this format. Zain Ul Hassan likewise just coming into the 50 over team. Tim van der Hoogten at 9 is probably the most experienced man of the lower order. And well, if Sussex can keep this squeeze going, put pressure on, Glamorgan don't need to particularly accelerate. But this game is almost back in the balance, I suspect, with still another 85 runs needed, 6 wickets in hand.
Well, let's see. It was a good bit of bowling by Jack Carlson, actually. I think it was a quicker delivery.
Yeah, Carlson on the charge.
Yes. I will make way at the end of the over for Kenneth. Carson in bowls. Forward comes Kellaway plays to mid-wicket and there is no run. So 85 needed. We've got another, 34 overs 34 overs gone, 16 overs remaining. The run rate is only 5.2. Carson bowls, Kellaway is forward, plays with soft hands onto the onside, and there is no run. At least we've got rid of Carlson to Carlson, Nick.
Yes.
And Kenneth, which is good news.
There is that.
Carlson at the end of his run in the bowls and forward comes Kellaway, plays back to Jack Carlson, and there is no run. So good over so far from Jack Carlson, just conceding the 2 runs, but this is all about, if Glamorgan bats sensibly here, this really ought to be relatively straightforward. Sussex have got lots of men inside the circle here. I think Jack Carlson just asking Tom Haines perhaps if he should go out to the long off boundary, but Sussex keeping the squeeze on, and a switch hit, and it's going to be switch hit for 4. Well, nothing wrong with that from Ben Kellaway. He's coming to the crease, and he just reverse sweep, switch hit, whatever you want to call it, for 4 runs. He's on his way. End of the over, 196 for 4. Glamorgan needing 81 to win in 16 overs. They need to score at 5.1 and over. Time for me to have a breather. I'm going to leave you with Nick and Kenneth.
Yeah, the pressure's on. A 19-year-old comes in and gets off the mark with a reverse for 4. 196 for 4. Ben Kellaway has already made his mark in this competition. 2 3-wicket holds, bowled quite tightly today, 0 for 48 through the middle overs, albeit without success, and a couple of significant innings. As I say, I don't want to put any pressure on him in this sort of situation. It should be down to Sam Northeast for the moment to lead the Glamorgan charge, as Coles will continue from this C end, bowling to Northeast, 2 drives to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, all credit to Tom Haines, the Sussex skipper. He's really thinking about this. He's got players in squeezing the single all round the wicket. As Northeast steps back, cracks it through the covers. There could be a couple here. No, they'll just jog through for the single as it's fielded by Curry on the boundary.
Now, who knows, another wicket would just give a bit of jitters amongst the Glamorgan players.
Don't know about the listening public. There might be a few jitters among them already, if not in the dressing room. Here's Kellaway facing up to Coles for the first time, and he's dragged that one down as Kellaway came down the pitch and cracks it through the covers for a single. Well, Kellaway's not afraid to use his feet, obviously.
And I don't think he's going to change his ways either.
Another player who likes to come hard at the ball, it seems, from our early impressions of him. As Coles bowls to Northeast, who works it into the leg side for a single. So this could be the pattern for Glamorgan for the next 5 overs or so, maybe up to the 40 over mark, just to work it around, pick up singles if they can. Kellaway back on his stumps, clips straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 3 off 5 balls in this over. The spinners doing a good job for Sussex, as Glamorgan's did as well. Coles balls, the reverse has gone over. Backward point up to the dressing rooms for 4. And Kellaway, a man with long arms, the teenager, and certainly used them there as he quickly went into the reverse hit stance and smashed that one over the top for 4.
Now, convention would say just play yourself in, dabble it about, but you have to take your hat off. You can't curb someone like talent like Ben Kellaway. He's got an array of shots. We saw that at the Knoll, and he's prepared to go for it.
203 for 4, Kellaway 9, Northeast 24, 74 needed to win, and 15 overs remaining. Sussex need to bowl Glamorgan out, really.
So Carson will persist from the Cromwell Road end. And taking guard is Sam Northeast. Here comes Carson. Fullish delivery. Whipped through mid-wicket for a single. And that is all that's required from the Glamorgan perspective now. moves on to 25. More of a technical player, Sam Northeast, perhaps not as explosive as others, but crucial nonetheless as Callaway dances down, but just drives towards Carson.
Yeah, Ollie Carter, the keeper's gloves must be twitching because there's a lot of running down the wicket at the moment.
Here comes Carson. The 36th, Callaway. Didn't catch that from the meat of the bat. He has to go quickly, and he gets home shy from the man at long on. Didn't hit the stumps anyway.
Yeah, Alsop's throw there just bouncing over the top of the stumps. It was sort of more or less on target, but bounced short and flew up. I think, as you say, Callaway was home.
Carson will be just trying to put a tempter once more. Northeast trying to whip it through mid-wicket, but it's fielded. There's no run. Certainly one for the futures, Callaway. As Carson passes the umpire, bowls, fuller delivery, and that's just prodded into the onside, and there's no run. Looked a bit nervous in the earlier T20 games that he was trying to strive for quick runs, as you have to do, obviously, in that format. As Carson comes in, cut by Northeast, but there's a man sweeping on the offside boundary, hurled back in towards Ollie Carter. And Glamorgan at the end of the over, 206 for 4 with Callaway on 10 and Sam Northeast unbeaten on 26.
So 71 needed to win in 14 overs and 6 wickets in hand for Glamorgan. Sussex need to take those 6 to win the game, but Glamorgan, having fallen away badly in the last match against Warwickshire, will know that it's not done and dusted yet by any means. Even with a required run rate of 5, they need to overcome some intelligent field placing by Sussex, but they are just sending a third man back to the ropes, having operated with just 2 outside the circle for a while. And Coles bowls, and it's played through the offside by Northeast for a single. He's quite happy to tick away as the very experienced Sam Northeast. Hope that he is the cool head for not a crisis, but the pressure that Sussex managed to put on with a wicket from Coles and 2 from Carson, who's bowled out. 2 for 53 now. As down the wicket comes, Callaway hits inside out over extra cover, a couple of bounces over the ropes for 4 from Ben Callaway. Well, he's going to play his natural game, it seems, and take those risk rewards. The reward when you've got lots of close fielders. Hitting over the top is more likely to get boundaries. It's fired in by Coles as he says Callaway advancing again. Callaway 14, 211 for 4, 66 runs needed to win. So Carson's bowling figures 10-0, 53-2. Coles bowls, driven by Callaway, punched firmly straight to mid-off, and there is no run. So this is Coles' 8th over. Don't know if they'll bring Ward back into the attack. He bowled 5 overs, 0 for 30, and Crocombe was expensive, 2 overs, 0 for 18. So they can't go back to the 2 openers straight away, as Callaway tries an extravagant reverse pull almost and gets in a fearful muddle, but thankfully for him he was hit on the pads rather than the ball going through. 211 for 4. Coles bowls, and that's edged by Callaway down to third man, and Northeast says we won't take a single there. So an interesting duel in that over, to say the least. Callaway trying his luck, smashing one over the top, but then Coles having him in a bit of trouble towards the end of the over. 211 for 4, 66 needed to win, 13 overs remain. So that's 5 and over +1.
And I think Sam Northeast will just be having a quiet little word saying, we don't want you to curb your enthusiasm in terms of your shots, but stick around, old chap.
Yes, just choose when to play them. So Glamorgan with a bit of momentum back, and Sussex still needing to take wickets very quickly, but it can be done, as we are going to see Ward back into the attack for Sussex, despite him having gone for a runner ball earlier on.
Yeah, there's pressure. There'll be pressure now. I'm sure Sam Northeast will be trying to get after him. Here comes Ward, and Northeast plays that into the onside, but it's fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run. 211 for 4. 66 required. Ward coming in. Puts a bit of flight on that, and Northeast manages to get it out. And it'll be fielded on the extra cover boundary. There's a single. Just a hush around the county ground at the moment. Home side need wickets. Glorious conditions here at Hove. That's a full toss and smacked by Callaway into the offside. They'll collect a couple as they come back. Very unconventional whack. And I think Ward got that all wrong. He was lucky that it didn't go all the way to the boundary. 214 for 4. Ward starts his short run-up, drags that one in short, and that's pulled over. The man at long on is going to go all the way. Yes, it is. And Ward very wayward in this over, and Glamorgan benefiting. So Callaway has very quickly gone on to 20. And this is what he can do. This is what he did on Thursday. Facing Ward, who comes in. And that's another glorious shot. That time far more convincing. All the way for 6. The shot of the innings for Ben Callaway.
Well, that's a longish boundary, isn't it? Up towards wide, long on, up the slope as well. But that one really was lifted away in convincing style from Callaway, who's almost caught Northeast up.
So was that 12 pulled, and that could have been costly as well, but they've got a few covering on the onside now, realising that runs are leaking left, right and centre. An expensive over, and Callaway to the fore once more. So Glamorgan edging ever closer to that target of 277. They're 224 for 4 in the Hove sunshine with Callaway on 26. And Sam Northeast, who's getting caught up by Callaway on 28.
So it looks as though Glamorgan aren't going to allow it to go to the final couple of overs if they can help it. It's now down the required run rate to 53 off. Where are we? 12.
Yep.
First ball of the over is wide down leg side, and although Carter removes the bails just in case, Northeast was firmly remaining at home. Coles then is in his 9th over, 1 for 42 at the moment, and Northeast defends that one back 10.
That's always a wicket keeper's trait, isn't it? It drifts down leg, and they'll take the bails off just to put a bit of indecision in the umpire's mind.
Just to distract them. Or appeal for catch behind. That's driven into the offside by Northeast for a single. If I ever took anything cleanly down the leg side, I'll let you know, Kenneth, but I count it as a moral victory if I get pads to it, frankly, down leg side. 226 for 4. For the benefit of Sussex listeners, I do occasionally take the gloves in the very depths of South East Wales League. Pulled away, there's a full toss, and Callaway has helped himself. He didn't get quite all of it, but it flew away with fine leg up in the circle, went well over his head, and it's gone for 4 more. So Callaway moves to 30. Not out. Glamorgan on to 230 for 4. 47 runs needed to win, as not even into the last 10 overs yet. So Sussex need not just what's more than a clatter, an absolute catastrophe of wickets. And there's one of them as Callaway goes for another big one. And again, we see the middle stump knocked back. Callaway goes for 30, Glamorgan 230 for 5.
Well, not too dissimilar to some of the wickets we've seen. Callaway just seeing the dollar signs there. It was floated up, plenty of flight, and the temptation was too much. So that puts a bit of a different complexion on proceedings. Glamorgan still should be seeing this one home. However, there's a bit of pressure on the middle order now.
Well, as we've been saying, Glamorgan did collapse against Warwickshire, losing their last 6 wickets on that occasion for 46 runs. And if Sussex induce that, then it'll be match tied.
I was just going to say that the previous shot was a reflection of a man in a rich vein of form, but probably just has to pick and choose at some point and play the situation, does Ben Callaway. That'll come with experience, I'm sure. Just still, 19 years of age?
Well, his 30 came off 20 balls. It included 5 fours and a 6, and it was part of a partnership of 38 with North East, so he's dominated proceedings in that
and he's trying to
sparkling little cameo.
Get after the bowling.
Cole's now 2 for 47, Carson 2 for 53, so it has been again an interesting game of cricket, not maybe the run-soaked fiesta that so many have been in this one-day cup, but a better battle between bat and ball. And Coles has contributed with both. Innings of 59 in that century stand with Finn Hudson-Prentice, and now a couple of wickets. Alex Horton, innings of 4 and 14 so far in this competition, a teenage wicket-keeper, and he's forward defending to his first ball, and there's no run. Played for England under 19 in the World Cup back in January, and very much seen as part of the future for Glamorgan as he plays it on the leg side. North East thought there was a single there, and he was sent back by Horton, who wasn't interested. The throw came in. North East was back to the non-striker's end, and they just wander down at the end of the over to have a little word and make sure they're on the same radar for the next short run.
And can I just say, going completely off tangent, that Liverpool are a goal up.
You may. 47 needed off 11. 5 wickets needed by the home side.
But it's always difficult to start again. Momentum lost ever so slightly with another wicket, Ben Callaway falling. And so they're going to bring Henry Crocombe back to the attack from the Cromwell Road end. Sam North East to face. Here he comes, Crocombe, past the umpire Harris, and that's just dabbed into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Henry Crocombe, just 21 years old, but like so many in this young Sussex squad, has got a lot of, or relatively large amount of cricket under his belt at a young age. Wickets and expensive against Durham last time out, 3 for 81.
Sam North East, who top scored against Warwickshire, is facing Crocombe. Here he comes, and that's a good length delivery once more. Good start to this Henry Crocombe over. Glamorgan 230 for 5, trying to build a bit of pressure through dot balls. Still trying to attack is Tom Haynes, although there is a bit of protection on the boundaries. as Crocombe comes in, steams in from the far end, and is cut by Sam Northeast. Didn't get the full meat of that, and it is fielded at cover.
Yeah, although there are the 5 within the circle, at least 3 of those are really a long way inside the circle, and they're very much to save the single rather than the defensive infielder right on the edge.
Man back at square. As Crocombe comes in, that's stabbed. This is a very good over from Henry Crocombe. It's nothing coming off it so far. Third man sweeping at extra cover.
Well, this is a similar position to Glamorgan's last match, albeit they've got a bit more time in hand, but it's roughly the same sort of equation of runs and wickets, and they fell away against Warwickshire.
As Crocombe comes in, bowls, and that is squeezed into the leg side down to third man, and there'll be a single added to Sam Northeast's tally, 231 for 5.
Yeah, the big Sean Hunt down there at fine leg on the ropes.
But the kind of over that Tom Haynes would have been demanding off his side in order to up the ante in terms of pressure on Glamorgan.
It's a good comeback from Crocombe, considering his first couple of overs went round the park.
So what is it, 46 needed, which usually with the amount of wickets and overs in hand would be knocked off.
Slip in now as well.
Which is Tom Alsop. Very good over from Henry Crocombe, which comes to an end. Only the single off it, and just what the doctor ordered in terms of Sussex, and more of those will be required to put some pressure on the visitors. Glamorgan, who are still on course, 46 required, 231 for 5. The new man is Alex Horton, the wicketkeeper. Sam Northeast unbeaten on 30.
Well, at this point, Sussex only had 191 on the board, so Glamorgan 40 up on that relative count. But on the other hand, Sussex have a little bit of momentum. Northeast is playing carefully, and Horton and Ul Hassan don't have a track record in this competition as yet, as Coles bowls to Northeast, who noodles one out past the square leg umpire for a single. 232 for 5, but it'll need Horton doesn't really need to hit big shots, but just try and find the gaps, and there aren't many at the moment because Sussex have got 7. They're bringing 8 up in the circle. Wow.
Who's back?
Is there anyone back? Coles bowls, and that is punched through the offside by Horton, who has threaded it through that dense infield, and he's hit it away for 4 runs.
Well, it was difficult to thread it through anything because, as you say, Nick, they're all up.
Yeah, there's actually no one outside the circle when that ball was bowled, because there's 4 on each side plus the slip, so everyone's up. Coles in to Horton, who drives to mid-on, doesn't risk the single there. It's fielded by Ward. It's funky captaincy by Tom Haynes.
Well, he's got to chance his arm. He needs something to happen.
As that's played on the back foot by Horton to short cover. No run.
If they're going to go down, they need to go down fighting. They need wickets.
5 of them. 41 needed by Glamorgan. Coles bowls reverse up by Horton, and he's just scooped it past the wicket-keeper. He'll get runs for it. It may run away for 4. It will run away for 4, but that wasn't entirely convincing from young Alex Horton. He chanced his arm, he got away with it, but keeper Carter thought he might be in business for a moment. But a second boundary of the over to Alex Horton, 240 for 5, and Glamorgan heading in the right direction again. In comes Coles, Bowls. Forward comes Horton, defends, no more risks needed off the last ball of the over. Glamorgan need 37 more runs to win. There are 9 overs remaining, and Sussex still need the 5 wickets. I'll have to depart for a radio update next door, and Adrian Harms of BBC Sussex will join Kenneth Davis on commentary.
Well, that was so premeditated that Ollie Carter had anticipated it, and his despairing dive almost would have been a good catch to dismiss Alex Horton, but he managed to get it clear all the way down to the fine leg boundary. And so it's 240 for 5, and Crocombe will continue. The last over was a very good over.
Yes, it was tidy, wasn't it, from Henry Crocombe? Sam North East has played a good innings here, Kenneth, hasn't he? You know, just all the experience. He realises there's no need for any heroics. A couple of wickets have gone down. He's just that steady ship.
Yeah.
Just to see Glamorgan across the line here. Now, credit to Sussex, they've not given up, but looks very unlikely.
Crocombe in. Oh, that was almost a caught and bowled for Crocombe. Just evaded him as he followed through from Alex Horton. Still on the attack, and he has to be Tom Haynes. There's a man back at wide-ish fine leg. There's still a slip in. All the others within the 30-yard perimeter.
Yeah.
And there's a man at deep square as well. So here comes Crocombe. Bowls, that's short. And it will be fielded on the boundary. So a single to take Glamorgan to 242, 277 the target.
Yeah, 35 needed to win. Then he need to score 4 all over here, Glamorgan. So it takes something quite dramatic if Sussex are going to pull this out of the fire. But I know wickets have fallen, and credit to Sussex, they've kept going, but really Glamorgan have been in control of this run chase, really.
Crocombe wheels round, bowls, good length delivery, and that's fielded at mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, we've had a few wickets, but as you say, the Ingram-Byram partnership put Glamorgan well on course, and so much easier then for your batters to come in that situation, a la Carlson and so on. Crocombe ambling in from the Cromwell Road end, and just for a millisecond there would have been heart and mouth time for Sam North East. Didn't get the full weight of the bat behind that, and it kept the man at mid-on interested, but it died short.
Yeah. That was a strange shot. He's played very correctly, hasn't he, North?
He's a very calm player usually.
Yeah.
Good stroke maker. As Crocombe comes in, that is short, and North East is onto it. They'll push. No, they won't. They'll settle for a single. And that is the end of Henry Crocombe's over. So Glamorgan just edging ever closer to the target of 277. They are comfortable at the moment on 243 for 5.
Well, this just might be the last throw of the dice for Sussex. I mean, I think Glamorgan are all but home and hose, but Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's top scored for Sussex, has also bowled nicely as well. Took the first wicket when Tom Bevan was bowled for a duck when Glamorgan were 1 for 1, let's not forget. Comes back into the attack. It's going to need a superhuman effort for Sussex, but at least they're taking it deep, and that's all you can expect, really. And I think at the end of the day, the analysis is going to be, and it's an obvious thing to say, Sussex just didn't get enough runs. You know, there was a lot of talk about the pitch. Was there a bit more in it for the bowlers than we thought? But I think Glamorgan have put the run chase into reasonable perspective. In comes Hudson-Prentice to bowl to North East, who drives uppishly to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. Sussex will be hoping here to get Horton on strike. That's not to do Alex Horton down in any way, shape or form, but North East is in. He looks very assured. He's on 34. Just wonder whether Sussex might get a slip in place here, you know. There's nothing to be lost, yeah.
Yeah, I think that is happening, isn't it?
Yeah, Tom Alsop is coming in to slip the sweepers coming off the cover boundary. I mean, Sussex aren't going to win this game by really restricting Glamorgan. They're going to have to take wickets. So that's the right thing to do. 3 men in the circle saving one, as in comes Hudson-Prentice. Over the wicket bowls, and Horton's hit on the pad. It's an appeal, but I get the feeling that was going down. In fact, he looked at his inside edge there, did Alex Hawson, so I just wondered if he got a little nick onto the pad, and there is no run.
Yeah, it looks a bit 30-ish runs short. If they'd have had another 30, it'd have been interesting.
Yeah.
Just if they were north of 300.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, it is like a broken record, but the Ingram drop was, if you've got Glamorgan 5 for 2 and Ingram's back in the hutch, you're right in the game. Hudson Prentice steaming in, bowls, well pitched up, and he's bowled him. Where's the LBW? Well, he's LBW, he's gone. Well, I thought it'd have bowled him first of all, because he was plumb in front. I said, let's get Alex Horton on strike. That's exactly what Hudson Prentice has done, and he's picked up a wicket. So a few late jitters here from Glamorgan. 244 for 6. Hudson Prentice, who's been terrific for Sussex today, picked up his second wicket. He scored 66 with the bat. Horton has gone for 9. So Sussex just keeping us all guessing here. I mean, it's difficult to think that Sussex are going to pull off something remarkable here, but at least they've shown some resilience and some fight to take this fairly deep.
Just looked as if he got just pegged back on his crease there, Alex Horton. And you just saw from the previous delivery, I think it was a bit of bat on the previous delivery. I think it was going down leg, as you mentioned anyway. But that, according to umpire Nigel Long, I predict would have hit middle and leg.
Yeah, but it looked to me, I mean, initially I thought it would have bowled him. It was so straight, and we could see from where we're watching from, it looked very straight. But it brings out Zainul Hassan, who opened the batting in the championship game down at Cardiff.
Yeah, he was bowled in the game, and another one who does like to score, but it's a different situation here now. Glamorgan require a few steady eddies out there, and just they need Sam Northeast to marshal this one home.
He made 9 and 47 in the championship match down at Cardiff, a game that was drawn with Sussex hanging on through Henry Shipley and Ollie Carter down in Cardiff.
Well, I tell you what, another one here, and they will really be back into it.
Hudson Prentice just feeling his left hamstring. Sussex don't need Hudson Prentice to pick up an injury. He's going to come around the wicket to Zainul Hassan. Now he's asked he's asked James Coles to go out to deep backwards square. Still the slip in place. Yeah. And he's running in away. Not a bad time to get a hat-trick, this, for Hudson Prentice. He comes in around the wicket, bowls to Al Hassan, who's forward solidly placed down the track. And there is no run. Consistently, Hudson Prentice, he's hobbling, isn't he?
Yes.
He's feeling the back of that left thigh.
Bit of nervousness out there. As Nick was saying, the equation isn't too dissimilar to what they faced against Warwickshire. Wickets were tumbling. There's still, 33 adrift with 4 wickets.
Hudson Prentice charges in again, bowls to Al Hassan, who plays this 1-2 backward point, always on misfield. By Henry Croker at backward point, that's going to run away for 2 runs. I'm afraid that's not a great bit of fielding, to be honest. 2 more runs to the total. Al Hassan is on his way. 246 for 6, 31 needed to win. We've got another 7 overs after this next delivery from Finn Hudson Prentice. The run rate required is only 4.3 and over. Hudson Prentice in glorious afternoon sunshine now here at Hove, around the wicket in a bowl, short to the ball, balloons over the head of Al Hassan, and it's signalled as a no ball, so that'll be 2 more to the total, which will go to 248 for 6, and runs required down to 29.
They'll be all out on the promenade later, will they?
I think there will be a few people having fish and chips. Nick said it was a bit breezy down there last night.
The hotel was in full swing last night for Wendy the 60th when we arrived.
Oh, right. Did you get yourself an invite to Wendy?
Well, 60th? It was music blaring everywhere.
Was it? Here comes Hudson Prentice around the wicket bowls while Hassan, with a flick of the wrists, plays.
Don't know who Eddie is. Happy birthday.
Yeah, it's a deep backward square fielded there by James Coles. It's the end of Hudson Prentice's over. And the 2-4-9 for 6 are Glamorgan, needing another 28 to win. They've got 7 overs in which to get them. They've got 4 wickets in hand. It's not over until it's over, but Glamorgan will kick themselves all the way back to Cardiff if they don't win this game.
They will indeed. And it looks as if now they should be able to steer this one home with 28 required. The new man is Zainul Hassan on 3, but Sam Northeast has been the rock in the middle of the Glamorgan batting order, but it's Zainul Hassan will face Crocombe over the wicket, and that's steered down to third man. They'll pick up a single. Exactly the kind of person you need when there's panic all around, possibly, is Northeast. He's a different kind of player to your Ingrams and Byrams.
Yeah, I mean, 34 or 52, he's just been the steady ship, isn't he? Knows exactly what needs to happen here.
Crocombe coming in from the Cromwell Road end, fullish delivery, and that's a good stroke for 1. No, are they coming? Well, they flirted with the idea of coming back, but they thought best of it.
Good bit of fielding by Harrison Ward out there, because I think to most fielders that would have probably been 2. He's very quickly round the boundary.
But as mentioning Northeast, family obviously from Kent.
Yeah.
Made a lot of sacrifices, and he's played an awful lot of cricket this year. Ever present in the Glamorgan team as Crocombe comes in, and that's whipped round the corner by Zainul Hassan.
I just remember Kenneth just being very impressed with Sam Northeast. I remember a game down at Tunbridge Wells a few years ago when Kent played Sussex, and just his interview after the game as the Kent skipper, his captaincy during the game, he just seemed like a very good, sensible skipper and a good player as well. Yeah,
I think he's a very good team man, isn't he?
Good signing for Glamorgan.
Crocombe over the wicket, bangs that in short. Northeast is on it in a flash, but there's a man down at wide-ish, not fine leg, and it's hurled back. 253 for 6, so this should be relatively plain sailing from this juncture. Little tentative laugh from Nick Webb in the distance, and that's driven back by Zainul Hassan.
Yeah, I mean, 24 needed, 6 overs remaining after this one, 4 wickets in hand. There have been a couple of little bumps along the way from Glamorgan, haven't there? But in the main, they've pretty much been in charge of this run chase.
Crocombe coming in to Zainul Hassan, and he'll pick up a single to wide-ish mid-on. So, yeah, glorious conditions now. After we started the day with a slight drizzle in the hotel, the front on the promenade earlier. And there's been a bit of cloud cover, but it's sun shining on the county ground at Hove.
And there are 6 overs remaining in the match. Glamorgan 254 for 6. Northeast on 36. Al Hassan is on 6. 23 needed to win for Glamorgan. To say credit Sussex, they've not given up. But they've been up against it here for really much of the day. Finn Hudson Prentice, what can he do? Runs away from us, coming into bowl to Zain Al Hassan bowls, and Hassan drives to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes, just to move to his right to field.
Yeah, and very quickly the call came in for the single.
Yeah, comfortable single taken, 22 needed to win. As Kenneth was saying, the county ground looks fantastic. It's bathed in sunshine. Wind that was been so strong over the weekend just seems to be just dropping a little. You can still see some of the awnings on the flats are blowing in the breeze and the Sussex flag fluttering away. But it's a very pleasant afternoon as Hudson Prentice comes into bowl to Sam Northeast, who's 36 not out, staring Glamorgan home. He's in and bowls, and he clipped away by Northeast through mid-wicket. He's going to get at least one here, probably a couple of runs. As chasing around the boundary edges, Henry Crocombe gets in the throw. With 2 more to Sam Northeast. He goes to 38, 257 for 6. Just 20 needed to win now for Glamorgan. When are Glamorgan next in action?
Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? Wednesday against Gloucestershire. The 16th, yes.
And is that in Cardiff? Or?
That is in Cardiff.
Well, that could be an interesting game because both sides still with a chance of qualification. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls and Northeast defends down the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run.
Yeah, the 7 derby.
I mean, when you look at the table for this one-day cup, I mean, Warwickshire with 4 wins out of 4.
They're flying at the moment, yeah.
They are flying. Northamptonshire with 3 wins out of 4. They've got 6 points. Worcestershire, 3 wins out of 5, have got 6. Gloucestershire are going to win today. They'll be 3 wins out of 5. So it's all very tight at the top. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, up on his toes is Northeast, plays it into the offside. There is no run. So Warwickshire have still got to come to Hoe. That's been their last game. Sussex with 3 games to play after this. They have Gloucestershire here on Friday, then down to Worcester on Sunday, then Warwickshire the final game here. But I think Sussex will be in the reckoning for one of the top 3 places. You can't afford to lose 4 in this competition. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls and driven away by Northeast. He picks up a single out to deep backward square, fielded by Henry Crocombe.
Well, even if Glamorgan win this one, they're still chasing victories in their remaining fixtures.
That'll be an important game. If they could beat Gloucestershire, they might feel...
Yeah,
and then
they got Somerset a week today.
Well, Somerset have lost a lot of players to the 100, and so Glamorgan might fancy that. Is that at Taunton?
Yeah. That is away because Welsh Fire are playing the same day at Cardiff, and then they close on the 22nd against Northants.
Oh, that could be a big game. In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls, pulled away by Al Hassan, out to deep mid-wicket, fielded out there by James Coles. 1 more to the total, and a tidy enough over from Hudson Prentice, but really Sussex needed wickets. 18 now needed to win, 5 overs remaining. Glamorgan 259 for 6, Sam Northeast on 39, and Zain Al Hassan on 8.
And Ul Hassan just the supporting act to Sam Northeast now.
Yeah.
As Glamorgan can see the finishing line, getting ever so nearer. And that's in partly due to the efforts of Colin Ingram, 73, and Eddie Byram, 69. And as Crocombe comes in, a little fist pump from Adrian. Unfortunately for myself, Chelsea have drawn at Stamford Bridge. They've clawed one back. There we go. Ul Hassan on strike as Crocombe comes in. And that's pulled, and just evaded the man at wideish mid-on. I thought for a minute he was going to be caught, and he's going to hold out, but he had enough on it, just wide enough, and it went all the way to the boundary.
I'm with you. I thought for a moment there that was going to carry to Tom Haynes at mid-on, but it was just too wide, wasn't it? And that brings down the runs required now to 14. I just wonder here whether there's a last throw of the dice. Sussex almost bring everybody in here now. Well, it wasn't that far away, was
No,
it?
it wasn't.
But I think credit here to Glamorgan. It's been a good run chase, hasn't it? You know, up top you've got Byron and Ingram really set the tone.
In comes Henry Crocombe. Full, and that's driven firmly towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah.
Still men out deep. There's 3 patrolling the boundary. Deep square. There's a man at fine leg. 3rd man. There it is. The slip still in. There's Crocombe. It's wider that time, and it's given the treatment that it deserved. a bit of width, and Ul Hassan was on it like a flash. Through the covers for 4.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much width from Henry Croker, wasn't there? And Sussex with men up inside the circle is what they need to do if they're going to take any wickets, but it's driven away, and now they're... Well, there was just a little bit of hope for Sussex when that 6th wicket went down, when Alex Horton was out, but you just always had the feeling that Glamorgan have got a little bit too much in the tank in terms of this batting order. You know, an opening bat in the Championship coming in at 8.
Crocombe in, short, and that's helped on the way. Should go all the way for 6 towards Cow Corner, literally, because that's where the hospitality proceedings are, and that's a fine shot by Zain Ul Hassan, and that should be that in terms of Glamorgan. They still require 4.
Yeah.
But just using the pace of Henry Crocombe, and as Crocombe wheels round, 1 boundary would do it. Zain Ul Hassan guides it into the offside. He tried for a single. I don't know what quite he got excited there. Went off, and Sam Northeast sent him back. No way a run there. So that is the end of the over. Glamorgan just require 4 to win. 273 for 6. And we'll bring Nick Webb back into the commentary box.
Well, I think you two guys should see this through, because Glamorgan are going to win. So
Well,
we should have some ones.
We can keep everyone open for this. These final moments. So 273 for 6. We have 4 runs needed off 4 overs, and don't need a degree in maths to give you that sort of run rate. It is potentially just 1 blow, so Sussex push a couple back on the leg side, but nearly everyone's in as Hudson Prentice is in to bowl to Northeast, who goes for a big shot, and that's come off an inside edge and ended up at fine leg for a single. Sam Northeast moves to 40 not out, trying to finish in the grand style. But it will be up to Sam Northeast and Zain Ul Hassan now. After a few wobbles along the way from Glamorgan, it hasn't been plain sailing. Sussex's spinners bowled well, not quite so tightly as Glamorgan's, but still Carson Cole's picking up a couple each. Hudson Prentice is in, bowled to Ul Hassan, who tries to finish it with a boundary and plays a horrible shot. Misses.
Yes, he just wanted to finish it in 1 blow.
Eyes lit up there for Zain Ul Hassan, but Glamorgan have been just slightly the better side for much of this game. They managed to nip Sussex's partnership in the bud. Currently, thanks to Ul Hassan's wickets at the end, which restricted Sussex a little bit. Hudson Prentice in to bowl to Ul Hassan, and he helps that away towards fine leg. That could be the winning runs. They are the winning runs as Zain Ul Hassan pulls for 4, and Glamorgan reach 278 for 6, and they have won by 4 wickets with 3.5 overs left. A good, hard-fought match of one-day cricket again, but Glamorgan slightly the better side. Northeast finishes 40 not out. Ul Hassan has 26 not out. Glamorgan's hopes remain just about alive. I'm afraid I don't think I can say the same for Sussex.
No, absolutely, Nick. I think that's a very fair assessment of the game. I mean, Sussex never had enough runs. They got themselves horribly bogged down against the Glamorgan spinners. Take nothing away from how well Glamorgan bowled, because they did bowl very well, but the feeling we had was that certainly when you saw that partnership between Hudson Prentice and Coles, you got the feeling that this pitch wasn't a minefield to bat on. And then once you give someone like Colin Ingram a chance, when he was on 3 and the score just 5 for 1 at that stage, Glamorgan always looked in control. I know they lost some wickets, but my feeling was throughout that run chase that Glamorgan were really in control all the way through.
You never quite had the feeling that they were going to let it slip, although we have seen wickets tumble with Glamorgan during the course of the season. But yes, crucially dropped on 3, and then when Colin Ingram and Eddie Byram were into the groove, it meant that batters such as Carlson and Northeast were coming out with a considerable score on the board. So Glamorgan still in this competition, at the moment, and we'll be hoping to kick on next week when they entertain Gloucestershire at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, look forward to bringing you coverage of that one on Wednesday with Edward Bevan, Troy Lewin and Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol. Adrian's next engagement is?
We've got 4 days off now. We don't play here again until Friday when Gloucestershire are the visitors, so 4 days for the Sussex lads to get themselves sorted out. But that's the end of the competition for Sussex, really. They're not going to qualify even if they win their final 3 games in this group, barring some kind of miraculous mathematics. But to be honest, if you lose 4 out of 5, I'm not really sure you deserve to qualify for the latter stages anyway, to be honest.
So there we are. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage this afternoon and this evening. Apologies for the technical issues.
Yeah.
And, well, we couldn't do anything about the fire alarm evacuation, but we've brought you as much as we could here on BBC Sport Online.
Just remains for me to say to Nick and to Kenneth, great to see you guys again. It's always a pleasure to welcome you to Hove. It's been great fun as ever. I think that's the last time we'll see each other this season, actually. So
thanks, Adrian.
Good luck for the rest of the season. Good luck with the rugby as well, Kenneth. Great to
We'll lock horns in France.
Yes, we will. Well, I might see you in a bar somewhere. You never know. Anyway, thanks very much to everybody for listening. Thank you very much for your texts and your emails throughout the match. So well done, Glamorgan. A second win in the competition. They've got every chance as they entertain Gloucester next up, and we'll be back with you.